So welcome. I hope that y'all got enough sleep last night. I know that this was an early start, checking in at 8. I really wanted to pack in as many good speakers as I could, and so I realized at the last minute that I had made it such the start time had to be really early, and I apologize for that. I know a lot of you had to drive a long way, and so probably had to wake up early. I myself also had to get up early. I had an hour's drive, well, not as bad as some of you. And I'm feeling a little dazed. Not as bad as last year. I didn't sleep at all last year because I was too nervous about the meeting. It's my first time doing a conference. And so I hadn't had much sleep, and I was watching or reviewing the recording of the meeting just a couple of days ago, and I realized, oh my gosh, I was really dazed, and I spoke really slowly, said a lot, and so I'm hoping it'll be a little bit better this year. One thing that I realized I did last year was I called Christian Peltier, who I don't see here. He should. Oh, there he is. Hello. I called him Christian Slater. So we had, that was. I'm hoping that kind of thing doesn't happen this year, but we'll see if I'm any more alert than I was last time. I think there's us, we've got a lot of reasons not to get good sleep right now. I mean, there's so much being thrown at us right now, and that we're dealing with that keeps us awake at night. And so I'm, the way that I am dealing with that anyway is to remember that I am not alone in this. None of us are alone, and that we've got a partnership. We've got this partnership, and I hope that you are also getting out and socializing in person, joining other groups, being a part of a group, I think is one way of dealing with what we're going through right now. And hopefully you're also maybe joining political groups that where you can we can be taking action and making our voices known or heard, regardless of what our political affiliations are. So I think we have to keep just moving, and not necessarily with our heads down, but with our heads up, and keep paying attention, being outside as much as we can, and again, putting away our phones and our computers, and spending more time with each other. So I did make a change in the agenda. So if you'll look, at the very end, I had the idea that we would get together at the very end and we would talk about our needs and what the partnership can do to address those needs. And I think what I'm going to do, given the fact that this is a very long day, that I packed in a lot and I had you all waking up so early, I decided that everyone's probably going to be pretty exhausted at that point. So I'm going to combine the social hour with that meeting. So mostly it's just going to be a social time. We'll have snacks. And I do want to get a little bit of feedback from you about what your needs are, what you would like to see in terms of work that the partnership does. But I'm not going to make you sit there for a whole hour and hash through that. So we'll cut a little short, and everybody can go outside and be outside in this, when it's still daylight. I think that everyone will be happier because of that. So speaking of sort of, developing this partnership and promoting the, relationships within the partnership, I have a challenge for you today, and that is to reach out to somebody you don't know. So don't necessarily sit with your usual crowd, and reach out, especially to people who are younger, some of the new staff, make them feel welcome. This is a great group. We're friendly people, and there's, no big egos as far as I know. So we can, don't feel shy about introducing yourself. Go up and say, hi, I'm Sean White. I'm the Watershed Forestry Partnership, coordinator. And, who are you, and what do you do, and how did you get involved with natural resources, something like that. So make sure that you're reaching out to other people. A couple of announcements. Lunch will be here at noon. There'll be concurrent sessions in the afternoon. The Chittenden room, if you're not familiar with this space, is at the is down the hall straight that way. That's on the left, and it's a smaller room. That's where the sort of nursery oriented talks will be in the afternoon. The fireplace lounge out here too, there's just that group of chairs out next to the little fireplace area is reserved so for us. So if you need some time to just sort of get some work done or have a break, you can use that room. Also, if you want a little bit of time outside, I would recommend going out to the back side of the Davis building, and I'm a little bit disoriented. Right back this way, there's, away from Main Street, there's sort of a courtyard back there with some trees that are nice to, to look at. Not all native, but okay. I'd like to do a land acknowledgement. UVM is located on the land which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among indigenous peoples for thousands of years and is home to the Western Abenaki people. UVM honors, recognizes, and respects these peoples, especially the Abenaki, as the traditional stewards of the land and waters on which we gather today. In that spirit, we will begin by acknowledging that we are guests on this land, and we need to respect and help and protect the lands within our use, which we all do. Last year I had a tree quiz that I'm going to go over a little bit, we had, everybody was, like trying to, it was winter tree twig quiz. This time we're going to, our little activity will be learning some names of the Abenaki, or Abenaki names for trees. So this is a picture that I took of a tree. It's a sugar maple, but this is the Abenaki word for tree. I need to turn that up. There we go. Let me see if I can do that again. The Abaji. I think it's supposed to, there we go. Oops, okay. Everybody want to try Abaji? Abaji is tree, okay. That will come back later. At the very end, we'll learn tree, Abaji, and then 4 different species during the course of the day, and then I'll quiz you at the end. Okay, we're going to start with a couple of announcements. We've got Kyle Gray will be the first person to come up, and I'm going to let him introduce himself. And then we'll have Christian and Chris Smith also talking a little bit about funding. And I will say that funding is on everybody's minds, and it's not going to be something that we're going to really be able to address here. So I don't have a lot of talks about funding. It's so up in the air, and so we've got we'll touch upon it, but of course it's going to be something that even though it's the elephant in the room, it's not something that we're really going to be able to completely nail down at this today. So
all right, good morning everyone. It's good to be back. I was here last year. I had the misfortune last year of presenting before WUV did, so I didn't get to say how much I love that name, and I think it's every time the presenter was talking about it, I was like, this is catchy and people are going to remember that acronym. So love it. Again, my name's Kyle Gray. I'm from a company called Throw Environmental, and we contract with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation on a couple different grant programs. So I'm going to talk about a few today. Primarily, it will be the Long Island Sound Futures Fund, but you'll also see Northeast Forests and Rivers and a couple others that you're probably familiar with. So by and large, the Futures Fund is meant to do what it says, support the future of Long Island Sound. So that's supporting projects that raise awareness and protect the health and restoration and the living resources of Long Island Sound. That's relevant up here because of the entire watershed. So we're thinking about things that flow downstream and ultimately affect, again, the health and living resources of the sound. This is a traditional grant program. It's a competitive program. There's a whole application cycle. Typically, there's about $12 million in this funding program, and that's been the case for the past few years. It's hard to say exactly what that's going to look like this year. There wasn't as much of a pause as some of the other federal funds because NIFWF itself is quasi-federal, so they receive money from EPA in this case, as well as Fish and Wildlife Service, but it's a separate entity, so they get that money from the feds. It's there at NIFWF, and now NIFWF has to decide how to move forward with all of the federal movement. So it's usually around 12 million. We're hoping that's the case this year. We haven't heard anything to tell us otherwise. So fingers crossed that's what you can expect for the entire pot of funding. And as of last year, there was a 50% match requirement. Again, not sure what that'll look like for 2025. The sense that I'm getting is it's going up a little bit. It used to be around 2/3 match, but that was lowered with the BIL and the IRA funding that was out there. Now that those programs are winding down, it's starting to tick back up to where it used to be. Again, since we're talking about projects for the sound, it can be really run any projects that run the whole gamut. So it can be shovel-ready implementation projects, or these can be more design and planning projects at the earlier phase of a project lifecycle. So you'll see the grant ranges on screen. Typically, the RFP would be coming out like right about now, next couple of weeks. Again, things are moving slowly this year. They're definitely a little bit delayed. So it's hard to say exactly when that RFP will be dropping. We're still hoping March. We're still hoping that everything is on track. NIFWF's keeping us updated, and if we hear anything else, you all will hear that as well. With a March RFP drop date, that's the request for proposals, typically the deadline to submit is sometime in May, usually the mid to late May. They take the summer to review proposals, and then by November, awards will be announced. So my team as field liaisons, our role is to help build competitive applications. So we can help you think through project ideas, language in a project, how you're communicating project benefits. We can't write it for you, unfortunately, but we certainly can review what you've written and help you kind of streamline it and make it more competitive. So there is a geographic boundary here that I think is very relevant to everyone in the room. So the program itself operates throughout the entire Long Island Sound watershed. Our outreach specifically focuses on the upper basin. So in Vermont and New Hampshire, that's the Connecticut River watershed. So it's about half of the state. So if you're in that yellow portion that you see, that's the eligible zone here. If you're not, this won't be the program for you, but there's other NIFWF funding that might be a better fit. In the yellow area that you see in Vermont, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, you can apply for nutrient reduction and nitrogen prevention projects. So that can look like a lot of different things. You see some examples on screen. It can be green infrastructure like urban trees, wastewater treatment, whether that's supporting new plants with retrofits, or I should say old plants with retrofits, or on-site wastewater treatment. Maybe more relevant to this group would be riparian forested buffers, floodplain reconnection, and then of course projects like right-sizing culverts and ag projects as well. So there's a range here. Ultimately, you'd have to be able to make the case about whether or not you can reduce nitrogen. So if you think you have a project that does that, then maybe we can talk and see if that is a good fit. Some other grant programs, one that I'm sure many people in the room have heard of is the Northeast Forest and Rivers Fund, formerly known as the New England Forest and Rivers Fund. That one's focused, again, on restoring and sustaining healthy forests and river habitat for native bird and freshwater fish species. A little bit smaller for this program. Typically, grants will range between $75,000 to $300,000. And the program priorities are kind of what I just touched on, restoring habitat, improving forest health, and increasing grassland bird habitat. And this one focuses, again, on connectivity and biodiversity. So they're looking at pretty large blocks of forest, but that isn't necessarily the only thing that they'll fund. And then a few more programs on screen, just to give you a full sense of NIFWF's grant programs in the Northeast. There's the America Ecosystem Restoration Initiative, which is a brand new name. It was previously known as America the Beautiful. That one is for habitat restoration, resilience, ag. There's a lot of different funding interests there, so it's where those all kind of converge. There's the Acres for America program, which is for urgently needed land acquisition. So if there's a parcel that for one reason or another you need to jump on now, that's a potential source of funding. The 5-Star and Urban Waters program is for capacity building and workforce development and partnership development. And then another one that my team works directly on, if you happen to be working at all across the region in any of the coastal areas, is the National Coastal Resilience Fund for nature-based solutions across the country that enhance resilience and fish and wildlife habitat. So that's 6 different grant programs in like 5 minutes. That's a lot of information to digest. You are not meant to gather all that right now and sit with it and understand it all. It's a very quick overview. If any of that is of interest to you, and specifically the Long Island program that I started with, and you work in the Connecticut River watershed, I'll be here all day. I'm in the table in the back corner of the room, closest to the lunch table, so easy to find me. And during lunch, I'm going to be kind of sitting at that table and using it as a way to talk to folks in the Connecticut River watershed specifically to think through project ideas. So if you work on the eastern half of the state, or if you work over the border in New Hampshire or Massachusetts, feel free to stop by and we can think through project ideas or answer any questions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Christian Slater, I guess. Really Christian Pelletier. And I'm just going to give a quick overview of Watersheds Unite Vermont's funding that we have right now. And like Sean said, funding is up in the air, but WUV does have some funds that we're confident about right now, particularly our DEC Woody Buffer block grant and our PURE funding. And so if there's any needs for this year, we can try and meet them. But the main thing I want to talk about is the future of WUV's funding. So last year, if you were here, I did a more in-depth presentation on the 3 sources that we have that we try and build up projects with different funding sources. But we are losing 2 of those in our looking into 2026. So we'll no longer have our PURE projet private source of funding, and we're losing our NIFWIF planting funds. So in future years, as of right now, we'll just be offering our DEC Woody Buffer block grant. We're looking into other sources, but for you all, if you're applying to WUV for funding, that means that there's going to be potentially less flexibility in the activities that you can do. You need to make sure if you're applying to WUV for future plantings and we're only offering DEC Woody Buffer funds, that the planting fits into the DEC Woody Buffer block grant structure. So high level has river scientist and basin planner approval, is a minimum of 35 feet, at least 300 stems per acre. So I just want people to be aware of that for future years, it might only be that funding source from WUV. So a little bummed we might not have as comprehensive package of different sources to build up for your funding. But the good thing that I also wanted to highlight to make sure everyone's aware with the DEC Woody Buffer funding is that there's some built-in mechanisms that make that funding more flexible now. The first one is that DEC offers enhanced survivorship treatment as part of their Woody Buffer funds, which means after you plant at a site, you can come back and do enhanced survivorship activities like string trimming, weeding, and replanting if necessary. So when you're planning your plantings using DEC Woody Buffer block grant funds, make sure to consider if you want to go back in years after the planting to do that kind of maintenance work. It's a great opportunity to get eyes on your planting and do follow-up work. And then I also wanted to note that DEC funds now allow for tools and equipment purchases, which is a great opportunity. If you have tools that you need to accomplish your plantings, you can write those into your budgets. So some things to think about are if you need string trimmers to go out and do maintenance, things like shade blankets, if they can help to make your planting better. So just wanted to highlight that's an eligible expense now for DEC Woody Buffer block grants. We essentially have our slate of plantings planned and obligated for 2025, but there may be some flexibility as we spend down the grant programs that are going away, our NIFWIF funding and PURE projet, to have some flexibility in the fall. If anyone has any planting needs for the fall, come see me and we can see if we can make something work. And then we will be releasing our funding that we have available. Like I said, most likely just DEC Woody Buffer block grant funds in fall of this year. for those who are planning their 2026 plantings. I know it's an ever-changing environment, so today, if anyone wants to talk to me about funding or at any time, you're welcome to email the WOV team of me, Toby, and Lynn. We're happy to troubleshoot and try and make funding work for your plantings. So thanks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris Smith. I work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I coordinate the Partners for Fish and Wildlife program. It's a habitat restoration program where we work with private landowners. I work with Katie Kane. Most of you probably have worked with Katie at one point or another. First, I'm going to start by thanking Sean, for putting this all together. It's a huge undertaking. Thanking UVM. The first one of these meetings was held, I believe, at the North Branch Nature Center. And if anybody has been there, we probably could have filled that up with just this side of the room. So this is tremendous to see so many people, engaged and working on riparian buffers. So thank you, Sean, for putting this together. Sean asked me to speak a little bit about federal funding. And I can. I'm going to make two caveats right up front. What I'll tell you is what we know today. And I'm only going to speak for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There are other federal agencies. Everybody has maybe a little bit different twist. I know that there's state agencies in the room, and they're receiving federal funds through other channels, and there may be different rules there. With the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, our funding there, to take you through the process a little bit, under some of the administration's executive orders, all of our funding was paused. And then there was a memo that rescinded that pause, except for funds associated with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. That's also part of that is the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law bill, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Those two funding sources remain on pause within the Department of Interior for further review. We haven't been told that those funds are frozen or gone, but they are being paused for further review. All of the other funds that we've given out in awards, and we have awards with numerous organizations in the state to do habitat restoration work. Those funds there is no pause on those, and we have cooperators that are using those funds and drawing off the awards and the agreements that we have in place with those funds. As I said, that's where we are today. Regarding future funding, obviously we're waiting. The federal government is waiting for an appropriation bill. Right now we're under a continuing resolution that lasts till March 14th, at which point there will be either another continuing resolution or there will be an appropriations bill that's passed. I get most of my news or get most of my information through the news media with a lot of that. We are not hearing a lot coming through interior channels in terms of what that situation or how that will play out. I did hear yesterday that the likelihood of a government shutdown is greatly diminished, is what I heard. So that's good news, and we'll have to see where that funding bill lands. With that, one of the things, the process for future awards and us getting money out, that we do have, we do that through what most organizations, there's different names for it, grant agreements, grants. For what we do, it's called an award, and through a cooperative agreement with the partner. One of the things that we're seeing there is that those cooperative agreements are going to be under review through the Department of Interior, and so that may slow that process down a little bit once we do receive federal funding to put out there. So still a pretty fluid process, a lot of moving parts with it, but that's what we know at this point. Good. Thank you very much.
Our first talk will be by Tony D'Amato. Tony is the director of the forestry program and heads the silviculture and applied forest ecology lab here at UVM. Research in his lab focuses on incorporating patterns of forest development into silviculture approaches to meet a diversity of objectives. Those include sustainable production, maintenance of native biodiversity, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. He teaches an awesome silviculture class here at UVM that I sat in this past semester. He's an avid sports fan, as I take it, and is probably happy that the Eagles won. And he has a dog named Otto. Those are all things that I learned in the silviculture class, important things. This morning, he'll provide us with an overview of the principles behind assisted migration and the outcomes of field trials that apply these tactics. Tony.
Thanks, Sean. And I'm a Patriots fan, but it's all about adaptation. So I had to become an Eagles fan for that day. So yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I recognize this is the one audience that can commiserate a lot with the challenges that we face when we're thinking about planting and kind of both how do we do that in the landscape and how do we find the right tree for the right spot for both today as well as into the future. And so a lot of the work that we do primarily around planting trees is much more in upland settings, but we've done a lot of work historically in Minnesota and Wisconsin around black ash and thinking about adapting to loss of that species to emerald ash borer. And so I certainly can talk a bit about specific bottomland and riparian work, but I'm largely going to focus today on just kind of providing a framing around assisted migration. It's a term that comes up a lot. People are interested in it, and I think it's one that is often, I think, popularized and controversial. But there's a lot of different nuances to it, as well as I think, as this group can appreciate, a lot of barriers to doing it right, particularly as it relates to just our capacity to plant, and whether it be native or future adapted. So just to start us off, I think it's worth just defining what we're talking about here in terms of assisted migration. And I think a key piece of this is that it's both a response to something we're observing, right? So climate change, loss of species to pests and pathogens. But the important piece is like, why are we doing that? What is the motivation? And it's not just to see like, well, how does tulip poplar grow if I move it to this spot? It's really that we're worried about losing functions, we're worried about losing values. And so we're trying to find ways to potentially adapt to that loss and get trees in the landscape that might be able to address that. And so I think when we focus a lot just on moving things around, we might forget that there's really a goal behind this, is that we're trying to sustain, whether it be hydrologic function, cultural values, and life ways. And that's something I'll certainly come back to in a moment. So there's often discussion that, trees migrate, they've migrated in the past. And so, can't we just like maintain large blocks of forest or large corridors and let migration play out naturally in response to climate? I think all of us appreciate that, the pace that climate change occurred historically and the pace that trees were tracking that change is far different than what we're seeing today. So this is a figure just showing kind of the speed of temperature change. And if I boil that down into a yearly rate, we're seeing temperature changing about 4 to 6 miles per year. And so if we want trees to track that as fast, they're going to have to like invest in a Maserati or something to be able to move, because the historic rate of migration for most of our tree species was like 1/10 to 3/10 of a mile per year. So pretty slow rates of movement. And so again, if we're thinking about that rapid change happening across the landscape, there's a potential for this migration lag, where what's currently present is getting more and more maladapted to climate, and what could be adapted is just not able to get there quick enough. And so do we think about trying to intervene? Of course, all of us know, of some examples of some species that move really long distances, during the previous post-glacial period, things like oak, even hickory, moving pretty fast. And unfortunately, we often attribute that to the blue jay. Everybody's been told there's a blue jay was moving that around, and that's why it moves so fast. But of course, it's a pretty blind way of thinking about how humans have interacted with trees for a long time. And so when we think of migration of trees, and we look at us moving trees around today, there's a lot of discussion that, why would humans have never moved trees before? Why would we ever do that? But a lot of work has looked at the abundance of certain tree species and how that tracks where indigenous communities existed and moved to. And it's pretty clear that the blue jay gets way too much credit for moving things around. And so this figure on the left is just a map showing kind of known indigenous settlements in the northeastern US. And then the right side is just showing kind of the abundance of certain species relative to the distance from that settlement. And so that the top line, that dotted one, is pyrophilic species. So species that are well adapted to fire. So no surprise, those tend to be more abundant the closer you are to an indigenous settlement, but also mass-producing species, oak species, all more abundant the closer you are to where people were. And so those that are familiar with some of the oral traditions of the Haudenosaunee, they're often called the forest gardeners because the trees and other plants would follow them where they went. And so there's this idea of moving things around in the landscape is certainly being brought in from a Western perspective in the context of assisted migration. But people have been moving things for a long time. And again, no offense to the blue jay, but this credit should go to others for moving oak and chestnut and other species around the landscape. So today we think about this from a more, adaptive perspective to change. Obviously, indigenous communities were adapting to new foods and trade and other changing environmental conditions. But today, really, we're squarely thinking about it in the context of adapting to change in terms of climate and pests and pathogens. And so I'm just going to go through this. There's different flavors of assisted migration. And you'll see these in some of my slides. These are some of our research plots. I can give you the catalog if you really want to color code all of your plantings with a tremendous number of pin flags. But each of these flags represents something both in terms of a species as well as potentially different approaches to assisted migration. And so I'm going to go through kind of three kind of recognized versions, and it's going to move along a gradient of pretty benign, depending on your personal perspective, to pretty risky and controversial. And so kind of there's a lot of variation in how we're going about doing this. So this borrows from some kind of recent summaries by Andy Bowers and the Forest Service that I think is a really nice document that I think provides some best practices and just some common language for us to be talking about what exactly are we doing in terms of assisted migration. And it really defines these based on both the transfer distance, relative to the range of that species or the population you're working in, as well as the relative risk, so is there potential for maladaptation or the potential for that species to escape and become a problem on the landscape. And so I'll start with what's known as assisted population migration. And so this is basically working within the range of a current species. And so some might call this assisted gene flow, where basically you're moving populations of that species, from the southern portion of its range and planting it maybe a little bit further north. And so the idea is that you're trying to enhance the representation of genes that might be more warm adapted or able to deal with, conditions that are changing, and the current population might not be adapted to in that spot. So an example on the slide up here, I have to move around, so it's behind me, is a red spruce planted in Randolph, Vermont. That red spruce is sourced from cones from north central Massachusetts. So it's a red spruce going on a site that there is already red spruce on, but the genetics of that individual obviously are from a more southern genotype, and so potentially assisting that gene flow. So as much as I know I'm a transplant from Massachusetts and Vermont, so they can be definitely turn out sideways. In this case, we're trying to enhance the genetics of that site with just a different population of that species. The next form we call assisted range expansion. And so this is basically moving species to where they would naturally migrate to if they could track climate as fast as it's changing. And so basically it's just a movement of a species often just to the north or to the west of their range and really anticipating what would be the natural migration trajectory of that species if it could get in that Maserati and track climate. And so this picture up on the slide is of a bitternut hickory in northern New Hampshire planted in a research site we work in that's just north of where the natural range of that species ends. The last is assisted species expansion. This is often what people think assisted migration is, just moving stuff all over the place from far away distances. And so it is. It's assisted species migration is moving species beyond where their natural migration trajectory would take them. So it might be, within a country, it might be across countries. The picture up there of that tree is actually Manchurian ash. Some work with the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Minnesota where that was being planted as a potential alternate basket material on the Chippewa National Forest, obviously moving it from another country onto that spot. So assisted species migration is definitely the one that has the most risk as well as is often most controversial. Ironically, if we look at the history of tree planting in Vermont, this was the land of assisted species migration. That really is a lot of our experience. This is a summary from the history of forestry in Vermont, the first 50 years, a real page turner that kind of highlights trees planted in Vermont. You'll notice a couple things. One, mostly non-native. as well as, mostly species that we're thinking about for like commercial wood production. And so my definition of assisted migration was talking about like diverse functions, diverse values. Traditionally, when we've approached planting, it's very much been about like what can we grow straight, or what grew straight in Sweden that we hope grows straight when we plant it here in America. And so very different context, and certainly we now look at these plantings like, why did they do this? And so I think it's an important lesson too. Like for planting now, somebody in 50 years is going to ask you why you did it. Make sure it's a good choice. So we've been surveying folks that actually are doing this, and kind of getting a feel for like people that are planting, recognize this is a biased room, because planting is a really important tool when we think about riparian forests. But writ large, most of our forests were spoiled to naturally get back what we're interested in, for species. And so we want to kind of understand those that are doing a lot of planting right now, like what are the primary reasons, and then looking into the future, what might they decide to do more of or not do any of. And so the most common thing people are doing in a landscape, and many of you can appreciate this, is they're trying to restore species that have been lost. So keystone species, whether that's American chestnut, American elm, in some cases red spruce, even hemlock. I'll talk more about that in a moment. And so trying to, just try to get that back on the landscape and restore that species with new varieties. At the same time, we're losing certain species that have key functions. So I mentioned, black ash, other species like hemlock that, we're worried about losing them. Are there other things we can plant that might restore that function or sustain that function? And then when we look at assisted migration, a lot of people are either doing or planning on doing assisted population migration or assisted range expansion. Kind of that seems to be where most folks are comfortable. But the peach up there shows that very few folks are interested in assisted species migration. I mean, it's just not, coming to the top of the list is what most people are interested in doing. So a lot of the work that we do really is in a broader context of adapting to change. And so it's worth just thinking about, like, when we're doing adaptive management in the landscape, how does assisted migration and planting in general fit into the kind of spectrum of options? And so there's a couple of different frameworks. Some of you are familiar with the RAD framework, Resist, Accept, Direct framework. This is from the Climate Change Response Framework. It's the Resistance, Resilience, Transition framework. And the idea being that there's kind of a range of approaches we can take to addressing climate change impacts on our forests and how we go about doing them. And so one strategy is we try to resist the change, kind of keep things as they are, make that forest healthy and happy, remove invasives, try to increase the vigor of the trees, but really trying to keep it as is. Often I think a near-term solution gets pretty challenging as change keeps progressing. In the middle is resilience, kind of the word of the decade. So we're trying to, certainly, maintain aspects of that ecosystem, but also build in mechanisms for recovery so that it can kind of bounce back and sustain what we're interested in. And then finally, transition, which is, synonymous with direct in the RAD framework, where we're actually kind of shifting that ecosystem towards a new state that we think might be better adapted to just the changing novel conditions. And so if we overlay assisted migration with this, within the resistance bin, really, there's not any need to be kind of assisting migration. You're assuming that you can kind of maintain the forest as it currently is. So often we're not really doing much for planting in those scenarios. And then as we move into resilience, it's really still focusing in on maybe trying to enhance the population of genetics that are out there, but keeping the same species, so assisted population migration, or maybe introducing a species that could get there if it's just could run an extra 10 miles to the site, but really, not doing anything very novel. And it's not until we get into these novel spaces of transition that we are really talking about, assisted migration of different flavors. So as much as I wish my realm, for many reasons now, existed solely in ecology and like what works in the woods, what we find a lot when it comes to adaptation and people's willingness to do different practices is that psychology is a big part of it. Like, how are you feeling about the ecosystem you're working in? And we've done a lot of surveys of managers across the Northeast and the Lake States and kind of ask what they're doing to adapt to change and why. And what we tend to find is like what they're doing really depends on like their current reality and what they see is coming and kind of in the near term. And so I put the dot where I view us currently today, where we look at our forests, they still kind of behave like we think forests should behave. And so we're kind of staying in a pretty safe space. We might kind of deviate a little bit from our normal toolbox, but we're sticking pretty squarely to, how we were trained and how we think about those ecosystems operating. And so when it comes to like the planting strategies we use, it's often like we want to use local genotypes, we want to maintain native species and try to maintain kind of that monolith of a natural community for that spot. those managers that we talk to that have already faced like a total undesirable threshold, so they've lost that entire overstory to emerald ash borer, it's now a marsh, or they've lost that entire pitch pine stand to southern pine beetle, or we worked a lot with the city of Worcester, they've lost like blocks upon blocks of trees to Asian longhorn beetle. Those managers are throwing anything they can at it to try to just get trees and functions in the landscape. And so from a psychological standpoint, they are trying many different things, kind of pushing the envelope and using future adapted species, trying different genotypes, et cetera, just to try to keep trees out there. And so I think, in many cases, it's a value and kind of how we're perceiving change that often influences what we view as risky, acceptable, et cetera. So to that point, I mentioned the history of planting in Vermont, and it really is consistent with the predominant way of planting around the globe, and that has been for like one primary function, and grow trees fast for wood production. We want to kind of have the straightest, the fastest, et cetera. And so a lot of our large scale kind of nursery production, a lot of our large scale experience with planting really is in that realm. How do you get a single species out there, grow it fast, and invest in it? And then of course it's got economic returns, so you can kind of pay off that investment. But what we're talking about a lot with this is really more about like, what functions am I trying to sustain? And so it's not, certainly we want to still have trees that we can harvest if we're working in an area that's managed for wood production. But a lot of how we filter the species we select when it comes to assisted migration is that if there's a function that's threatened today, by climate change, by emerald ash borer, by beech leaf disease, can I either increase the representation of a species that will be redundant to that function, or actually bring a species onto that site that's not currently present that'll fill that function that's going to be lost? And so a simple example, those that work in beech-dominated forests where it is the only hard mass-producing tree, it's a pretty scary scenario when we think of beech leaf disease and the impact. And so if there's oak in that stand, you're lucky. If there's not, are there ways for us to increase the representation of those hard mass species on those sites to kind of create that redundancy? Likewise, species like green ash, black ash have really unique litter quality, has strong impacts on the trophic dynamics, amphibian populations in riparian forests. And so if I'm planting trees, am I thinking about like, what's the litter quality I'm introducing out there, and is that going to sustain similar functions? In upland forests, basswood is a good surrogate for white ash in terms of litter quality, and so we think about how that might affect things. Likewise, white ash is a heck of a grower, grows fast, but it's got really high wood density. And so that's a pretty tremendous tree for sequestration of carbon. And so can we put chestnut or other species out there that do similar things with their wood and growth rate? And then the big challenge is hemlock, right? There's nothing like hemlock, but can I think of other species that might provide similar deep shade, thermal cover on the landscape? And I'll show an example in a moment from Pennsylvania where they're doing some pretty tremendous large scale plantings for that. And then finally, I really appreciated Sean's introduction. I think all of us appreciate that there really is no replacement for the cultural value of a tree species, but some of the functions and materials those species provide might have some redundancy. And so working with tribal partners, whether it be white oak, northern white cedar, even box elder, where you can make basket materials from, trying to find ways to at least have some other materials that can be provide those cultural lifeways and values from the ecosystem. But the key is these are diverse plantings, right? It's not, Norway spruce, for 20 acres. And really the idea is to have this redundancy and function and values over time. So this is a group of doers, which I appreciate. And there's a lot of folks that have been doing some pretty tremendous kind of adaptive planting at large scales. And again, I'm not an Eagles fan, but I'm a fan of what they're doing in Pennsylvania to some degree with some of the planting. This is some work that the Pennsylvania Game Commission has been doing. I don't agree actually with every tree species on this list, but they're very concerned about losing hemlock and its function, particularly for northern flying squirrel, as well as along riparian corridors. And so they've been doing some pretty tremendously large underplanting efforts. So if you do the math, about 300 trees per acre of a range of conifers, again, some better than others. I'd put my money on red spruce in that group in terms of at least some similar functions, but really trying to get ahead of the loss of hemlock across that landscape. They're not talking about this in terms of timber value. It's about just keeping that ecological value going. Likewise, as I mentioned, before I moved back to the Northeast, I was working in Minnesota, and we were doing a lot of work with black ash wetlands, both large basins, riparian areas. And there's been a lot of interest, including even NRCS cost share assistance for underplanting in ash-dominated riparian zones with other species. And this is an example of kind of the kitchen sink approach. Like there really is no replacement for ash in these communities, but there was a lot of concern over losing that function from a hydrologic regulation standpoint. And so this is one example when Wisconsin DNR did, over 120,000 tree seedlings, a whole range of species. And a key lesson from this is that actually swamp white oak, there's a 10-year-old swamp white oak pictured over my shoulder there, is a species that actually was not locally present on these sites. It's just to the south. So this is assisted range expansion. And 10 years later is the species that seems to really be doing well. And so I think in some cases, when you're faced with a situation like this, thoughtfully thinking outside the box can sometimes generate a tool or solution that you may not have considered if you're thinking just in terms of traditional approaches to management. So now that we're all motivated to do this, right, and we want 120,000 seedlings of all the right species, can we do that? So Danielle's going to talk a bit more about kind of the state's guidelines around, thinking about planting projects, but there is some just general best practice. I mean, one nice thing about trees and tree planting is there's a long history of tree breeding and thinking about like how to do that well and source it to match climate and match sites. We're just kind of in a black box in the Northeast because we just haven't done much planting for a long time. But if I was going to do this correctly, I would follow the guidance that Carrie Pike and others from the U.S. Forest Service provide. We're really think in terms of seed zones. And so the triangles on the map I've put on Groton State Forest. This is a site that we planted trees on before the state had their guidelines finalized. And if I wanted to source red oak for that site, Groton State Forest, if you haven't been there, it's got a lot of beech. So, if I wanted to get some oak out there, try to kind of enhance that hard mass production, the logical thing to do would be to source from the next southern seed zone, right? So basically that assisted population migration, trying to bring red oak onto that site that we think would be adapted to that future warmer climate. I also would want to include some from the local zone if it's available, right? So kind of both those. Likewise, if I want to plant red spruce, we're super fortunate. That's a species that there's been a lot of genetic research on, and so we can get even more fine scale with how we might source for that. And so the map you're seeing on the right is some work that Steve Keller here at UVM and Matt Fitzpatrick, University of Maryland, has done, where they've actually looked at the genetic variation of red spruce across the eastern US, and then determine if you're going to plant in a certain spot, like what's the best source that will basically provide some overlap with the local population, but then introduce some kind of unique genetics that might be adapted to a future warmer climate. And so in this case, the best kind of spot based on genetic offset distance is from these down east Maine populations. So that's what we should do. So don't plant unless you can do this stuff, right? Well, what we're able to do, as you all know, is completely different. And so we did a survey of all of the nurseries across the northeastern US and looked at both the number of growers in an area and then the number of sources that we could get in a given area. So this map, the darker the green, it means that there's actually multiple growers in that seed zone you can get that seed zone from. So again, my apologies to the state of Vermont. There is no seed zone I cannot buy seed for Groton State Forest. That's from that seed zone. And really the two seed zones I could get from are both seed zone 14, which no surprise overlap with the state nursery in New Hampshire and the state nursery in New York. But about 15% of the total seed zones are currently covered for red oak, and that's the best case scenario. That's the species that most of our nurseries produce. So we really don't have the ability to do this right at all. So we talk about not having enough seedlings. It's both not having enough seedlings, but also not having enough diversity in the seedlings in terms of genotypes, seed zones, as well as species. It's just a huge, huge challenge. Likewise, there's other challenges. And so we've done work kind of talking to managers about what the biggest barriers to them doing certain practices are as it relates to adaptation. And so this is a summary from some work that Rachel Chapman did, looking at this in the context of planting trees. And the three things that they kind of identified, so the further out in this diagram, those lines are the more commonly it was mentioned, are material. So again, don't have enough trees, but financial, obviously it costs money to plant. And then workforce, no surprise to anybody in this room, but like the ability to get trees out there at a large scale. Ironically, regulations was not brought up as a big concern, and really Vermont is pretty unique. Most states do not have guidance, and really the national forests have just started to get assisted migration guidance for federal lands. And so at the time of the survey, people were like, yeah, we can just do whatever we want. There aren't regulations, so I guess they didn't view it as a barrier, but maybe a future one. So I'm just going to finish by showing what we've been seeing, like doing this in the landscape. Again, these are all going to be kind of more upland to transitional riparian projects, just to show kind of what we're seeing. I know there'll be some talks later that talk about it from the context of some large work in the Connecticut River Basin, and we can commiserate over survival rates later on. But just to talk a little bit about like what we're seeing, actually trying to do this at scale and in practice. So we've really been fortunate to partner with a range of organizations and agencies in Vermont, New Hampshire, and New York to try to do large-scale adaptation projects. Planting is a component of these. Typically 1,000 to, in some cases, 11,000 trees have been planted in these areas as part of our experiments. So we're tracking these trees and kind of monitoring over time how they are influenced by different factors. But we're also doing other things out there, like manipulating canopy cover, increasing dead wood, trying to diversify ecosystem structure. But I'm going to focus in on just the planting and what we've been seeing in terms of outcomes. So what I've summarized up here, again, most of these, again, are upland species, are those sites where we have kind of multiple replicates across space, as well as kind of more than 2 years of survival data, because we all know the first couple of years are often how it was grown in the nursery relative to how it grows out in the forest. And so the survival rates, those of you that don't know much about, kind of what is a standard for reforestation survival rates, these are great. No, they're not. So for traditional forest applications, we would say that 70% is unacceptable. For some of the work you all do, that's a great survival rate on a challenging riparian environment. But in writ large, survival rates have been lower than one might expect for like upland forest plantings. If this was shown in Alabama, they'd say, how are you teaching forestry at a university? With that survival rate. In terms of the species that have done best, certainly red spruce and red oak. So you kind of have two ends of the spectrum there. A species everybody says is going forward into the future, red oak, and then red spruce, one that some say is a climate loser. I say. I have a different opinion on that, but they're both doing well, and I'll talk about why more in a second. And then also some species that really are doing terribly, like big-tooth aspen, black birch, and even eastern hemlock. So what's going on there? So one part of this is just climate's changing, and even yesterday we were emailing about like when should we get our planting crews ready? And I'm like, I don't know. Like this snow could be here until like mid-May, or it could be 75 degrees in the first week of April. And so if you really want a hot, dry spring, just ask me to order like 10,000 seedlings, and that will definitely happen. The maps up there are just kind of showing like these are the planting conditions of some of our larger planting efforts. And many of you have lived this as well. I mean, it's just been a rough, whether it's too much water some years, but really prior to that being the norm, it was just really dry and hot during our normal planting window. And then those seedlings are not coming from next door in your nursery that has 100,000 seedlings that are locally adapted. It's coming from Michigan, it's coming from Wisconsin, even coming from New Hampshire, and getting to you and then getting them out quickly. And that's the last piece. We just are slow relative to like how fast these trees need to go out. And so those that do spend time around contract planting crews, it's amazing what those crews do in 3 days. And so we're just getting it out. It's tough conditions, the trees are already tired, and we're just not getting them out quickly. And so that labor piece comes in. The other part is it's still Vermont and New Hampshire and New York occasionally. And so some of these trees are maladapted right now. And so a good example is American chestnut. The source for that chestnut for us is Virginia, because that's where the resistant parents are. And so we get a lot of frost injury on those trees, and this year the snowpack will help them get less frost injury, but if we have some of these temperatures as the snow goes down, we're going to have some impacts on them. The last piece I'll mention is that, again, like climate is changing and operating and impacting these species as things are rolling out. And so this is some work that Al Freeman's been doing as part of her dissertation. And so the y-axis is just the photosynthetic rate, so kind of like the overall ability of that tree to fix carbon over a growing season for 3 different species: black birch, American chestnut, and northern red oak. So one of those being just assisted population migration, the other 2 being moved to this site. And so all of them were growing pretty similarly, early in the growing season. And then we had a drought. So this is when we used to have dry summers a couple years ago. And it really influenced like the behavior of those species. And northern red oak just kind of cranked through it as it does. It's a very drought tolerant tree species. Whereas black birch, really is, as much as people talk about that being a future adapted species, it does not like really high levels of moisture stress in the middle of the growing season. And so the reason we're seeing red oak and spruce being so high in survival so far is red oak is pretty well adapted to how things are changing, and then red spruce is too, in that it's able to take advantage of like these shoulder seasons of a lot of moisture that, even if it's not a great growing year, it's still able as a conifer to take advantage of that. So both of those have the physiology to do that. So just to kind of summarize this in terms of what we've seen across like the 2 main flavors of migration is that like generally the less risky. So just assisted population migration, we're seeing, higher survival and higher growth. But writ large, I always view this as a positive outcome that all we need is like 10 to 15% of these trees to survive into the future, right? With assisted migration, like the goal isn't like re-engineering a forest, right? It's just adding kind of new functions and new genetics that wouldn't be there if we didn't, adopt that practice. And so as climate continues to progress, get more novel, the next insects and diseases on a landscape, having those trees out there in like 20 years, 30 years, starting to cast seed and being part of that forest as it's reorganizing and adapting is critical. And so the risk today, if you're able to take it, in a thoughtful way, following state guidance, I think is important for providing those options into the future that wouldn't be there. So the last thing I'll say is just, given I intersect a lot with guidance on assisted migration. Trees are a pretty unique case, right? Wind pollinated primarily in our part of the region, a lot of experience with trees and tree breedings and tree genetics and kind of how to think about like what's adapted and what's not. And so I think we need to be careful about having kind of broad scale, regulations that apply to salamanders, to antidispersed vernal plants, to trees. Like there's a lot of experience in the tree genetic world that I think can be helpful to really kind of move us forward on this without getting too bogged down. And, like we don't want to affect this rare orchid population. Very, very different than like we've been moving trees a lot for a long time, but we don't have the ability to do it right. And so I think if we do, and I appreciate those in the room that grow trees, you all know this already, those that collect seed, I see some in the room as well. Like we really need to be, if we want to do this correctly, there's a major mobilization of practice that needs to occur, both to source diverse seeds, get more folks learning how to collect cones, document where they get them from, as well as just growing out more trees on the landscape. I think it's just a critical part of how we got to do this. And I think that the last thing I'll say is that, I talk about assisted migration a lot because people get so like, oh, it's different, but it's such a small part of like a lot of the good restoration work we're doing. And so I think, it still should be just one piece of a bigger pool of practices, whether it's riparian wood addition, increasing complexity via good silviculture that we should be thinking about. So I'll end by acknowledging the lots of people that have put trees in the ground and then watched 30% of them die over several years, but that's I don't lose my job if trees die. It's good data, so that's a good job. All right, I'll end with that. Take any questions. Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So next up we have, thank you, Tony. That was really great. Lots of really good ideas, I think, that for everyone to mull over. I think it'll be really interesting as we talk about how we incorporate these ideas in our restoration work, whether to incorporate some assisted migration into restoration work or not. So next up we have Danielle Ozarski. She is the state lands ecologist. She works statewide on land owned by and managed by the Agency of Natural Resources, including wildlife management areas, state forests, state parks. She's responsible for the inventory, assessment, and monitoring of natural communities to protect and enhance significant ecological features. And she also works on developing long-range management plans for state lands. Danielle also chairs the Berry River Access Task Force, which engages residents in water quality monitoring, river cleanups, and creating river access sites. She's also an avid runner, mountain biker, snowboarder. She's working on developing science-based guidelines that enhance biodiversity and ecosystem function. And I'll leave it at that. I've got lots of extra stuff, but I think that's good. So Danielle, welcome. And I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about how we can incorporate some of these ideas into restoration and what the state has come up with in terms of their management guidelines.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So this is a great meeting. It has three of my favorite things in its title: watersheds, forests, and working with people in partnership to do good work in those places. There's a lot of familiar faces. Folks I've worked with throughout my career, and I'm really excited Sean asked me to speak today, especially to talk about the guidelines, which I've been working on for a while with a bunch of different folks. So as Sean said, I work for the Department of Fish and Wildlife, but I really work in partnership with Forest Parks and Recreation and the Department of Environmental Conservation. But my focus really is state lands. And today I'm going to talk to you about growing our future, which really is my story of developing planting guidelines for Vermont public lands. I thought about what's a good framework for this talk, so I thought using a story arc would be a good way to talk to you about this process that has been going on at this point for about 2.5 years. So what was the catalyst? So what solidified the needs for developing guidelines on state lands, and really, why don't we already have guidelines in this day and age? So when I started this job in 2022, one of the first big projects that came to me was actually an assisted migration project that Tony shared with you today in Groton State Forest. And honestly, my experience with implementing these types of projects was really pretty much nil. So I had to learn quickly what this was and to work with our foresters, our botanists to discuss, like, how do we look at this project? So in 2017, members of Fish and Wildlife and Forest Parks and Recreation developed assisted migration guidelines. So we did have that to look at. But after we discussed this project, I was tasked with creating a work group to reassess the guidelines because science changes quickly in this day and age, and thinking about climate change and how it impacts our lands. We decided that, you know, the guidelines still applied, but we really needed to think of this at a much larger scale. Our original group members included Nancy Patch, who is a retired county forester, Lisa Thornton, who is a retired stewardship forester with FPR, Ali Kasiba, who was our climate forester, now is working with UVM, Bob Pop, who's our retired botanist. And then that, as time went on, as we were working on the guidelines, that group changed. And so the core group now is Al Freeman, who was in one of Tony's slides working on a project. She is our new climate forester for Forest Parks and Recreation. Grace Glynn, who is our new state botanist, and I. So Nancy and Lisa sort of retired as we were just finishing up our final draft of the guidelines. So while everyone still felt the guidelines stood, we understood that we needed a more comprehensive guidance on planting projects in general. This made sense because we had requests coming in pretty regularly for reviewing pollinator gardens, landscaping projects, restoration projects, plant and seed collection, all these things happening on state land. And so the way we were kind of dealing with them was sort of as one-off, saying, oh, what did I say the last time? Let me look at that plant list. Does that apply here? And so it takes a lot of work to do that each time it comes, and it doesn't always deliver a consistent message to the people that we're working with. There's also a conflict around like how we should manage our lands and what these changes over time might indicate for us as staff. So I think we all felt that without strong guidelines in place, at best, it was like we were setting ourselves up for sort of confusion, you know, headaches, but at worst, having an accidental introduction of an ecologically harmful species, which, knowing all of us are working with removing a lot of these threats, we don't want to be introducing them. So we came to this common place of understanding and decided that we really need to focus on, you know, we have climate change coming, we have historical legacies that we're dealing with as we manage our forests. Let's have some guidelines, let's have a framework to work with, guidance for our staff, that we can all work from the same place together. So now I want to talk to you about my connection, sort of how I ended up working on this and my perspective, right? Because we all come from different places, which builds like our worldview, our perspective, the things that are important to us. So what drew me to this project is that after my undergrad, I went to Johnson State College. I worked in Oregon at Toketee Falls Ranger Station, which is near Crater Lake, for the U.S. Forest Service. And my job was to work with a crew of people doing remote mechanical removal of invasive species at that time. And two of the species we worked with were Medusa headgrass and Scotch broom. And these plants were mainly planted there for erosion control for an electric company that was installing hydroelectric. And so luckily we were funded to do this work through the Forest Service. And that was a lot of work. And I remembered after that summer saying, I will never do invasive species removal again. Like that, I would go to sleep and I would see the search images of those plants, you know, in my eyes. But what was really great also as part of that project is I worked with a silviculturist. I would go and pick up trees for them in the Rogue River Valley and bring them up, and they would do plantings there. They did mycorrhizal research and research on matsutake mushrooms and how you could plant those things and not have impacts, plant the trees, not have impacts to those communities. And then I also did a lot of actual seed collection and then using those seeds that we did the collection on and actually doing restoration projects on the sites that have been treated years before. So it was really great because I got to see sort of this full circle thing happening. And then I worked for the Department of Environmental Conservation as a wetland ecologist. So part of my job was doing conditional assessments, so doing plant surveys, soil surveys. But then my other part of my job was regulatory. And something that always came up was issues with invasive species like loosestrife, and then also Phragmites, and then reed canary grass. And it was kind of felt like it was never ending. There was always something that was going on that we had to deal with in terms of invasives. And now I'm going to share, I'm going to make myself really vulnerable right now, is when I was, I think right after I graduated high school, I had this place that I was living at, and I saw this beautiful flower kind of like on the ditch kind of side of the road. It was purple loosestrife, and it was absolutely gorgeous. And I thought, I would love to plant that at my house. And I remember pulling over and getting off the side of the road and like trying to pull it out of the ditch, and I couldn't. And so I just left, and that was the end of the story. But I just think about like how a lot of people, that's just, they see a beautiful plant, they think, let's plant it. Generally, that's not our issue on state lands, but I think it's just a good thing to remember that people aren't doing these things purposefully. That usually it's accidental. Japanese knotweed is actually an ornamental that was introduced from Kew Gardens, which is the London historical Royal Botanical Gardens out there. And I would say when I was going through some of our pamphlets at the Fish and Wildlife Office, I found this 1979 pamphlet from Fish and Wildlife and Forest Parks and Rec that actually encouraged landowners to plant autumn olive and barberry for wildlife. We know that the U.S. Conservation Service encouraged farmers to plant multiflora rose. These are things that we did not knowing, and that's why it's important to have guidelines now that we do know some of these things. Hemlock woolly adelgid came from infested nursery stock, blister pine rust on infected white pines from Europe. So most all of these diseases that we're familiar with were accidentally transported through nursery stock and seedlings. And I think that we've learned a lot from that, but it can still happen. Like recently in 2014, the USDA funded a conservation planting project where they accidentally received plants that were mislabeled from a nursery. And it was supposed to be speckled alder. It was a different type of alder that would be different to identify. And those were planted at 36 sites. Luckily, you know, that's something that they were able to identify and then and remove those plants. But just to kind of put it out there that there's always a risk involved. And I think that that's something that Tony spoke about, is sort of like we're weighing our risks, looking at, what is the risk we're willing to take? And when we developed the guidelines, that's what we were thinking about. Oh, and I also worked as a watershed planner, actually doing a lot of projects in coordination with folks who are implementing and helping to fund those projects as well. So there's a lot of planting projects that we're doing all the time. You know, Christian was just talking about the DEC block funding for that. All right, so I'm going to actually, it sounds like I might even repeat a little bit one of the studies that Tony talked about earlier. And so I'm hoping that instead of raising your hand, you can actually stand up so you get some blood flow. But so how many of you can relate to my story arc so far and thinking about your life sort of and how things have led you to where you are? You can stand up, just, yeah. Yeah. So it's really neat because there's some of us that have followed a similar arc, and then there's a whole bunch of us that have followed a different arc and then a different arc. So it'd be really interesting to understand those arcs and how they led us here. All right, so my next one, this will also be a stand-up one. So I have a question, and this is sort of repeating sort of that question of what are your greatest challenges when implementing or planning projects? So challenges, barriers, right? So there were 6 that I just kind of came up with knowing, what's kind of been issues as we've tried to do some of our work. So one is knowing what plants to choose, obtaining native seed and plant stock, implementing projects in a timely manner, managing invasive species, access to comprehensive guidance for planting projects, and then finding funding. So out of those 6 things, I'm just going to go through each one of those. And if you find one of these resonates as your greatest challenge, if you could stand up, and it sort of gives me an idea of what we're working with in the room. If there are 2, a top 2, and you're like, I can't separate those 2, feel free to stand up twice. You'll get more exercise. That's great. So number 1, knowing what plants to choose. How many folks here feel like that's their greatest barrier? Ooh, interesting. Okay. So number 2, obtaining native seed or plant stock. Okay, yeah. Number 3, implementing projects in a timely manner. Managing invasive species. Yeah, it's a big one. Access to comprehensive guidance for planting projects. Yeah, I love this. You all are like, we know this. Okay. All right, good. I like to see that. There are some people who feel like I could learn more, I could know more. And then finding funding. Well, that's great. It's good to see that finding funding is not number 1. So this was excellent. I wonder if it lines up with that other barrier study that you're talking about or not. All right, so now I'm going to take you into the struggle. Okay, so this is really it's developing the guidance, and for those of you who have garlic mustard imprinted into the back of your eyeballs, this is just a field of garlic mustard at Lake St. Catherine under a forest canopy, and this is actually a site where they have school kids come in and do removal every year. They work with Forest Parks and Rec, so those kids won't pick it on the side of the ditch and then go plant it at their house, so they know what not to do. So I think of myself as a problem solver. I like to solve problems. I like to make work as a state employee, I like to make it more efficient. I don't like to waste time. And I like to be transparent to the people that we're working with too. Those things are really important to me as a state employee, as a public servant. But the good thing is like, obviously I'm not the only person, right, who's developing and working on a project like this. I'm lucky to work with an entire host of professionals and then people outside of the agency as well. So I work with district stewardship teams. I don't know how many folks are familiar with these groups. So there's a map up on the screen that shows our 5 different districts. And within each of these districts, we have a stewardship forester that is sort of like the person who's like our chair. And then we have generally 2 state lands foresters. We have a few different wildlife biologists, fisheries biologists, watershed planners, river scientists, and then somebody generally from state parks. And then I sit as an ecologist on every single one of these. So you can see how it might mean that I have a lot of work to do and how I might want to have a guidance document to work with to share with people to make my job a little bit easier. So I'm able to utilize a collective of brains, which is really important, and get feedback from folks who work in this. So it's one thing to develop guidelines, but it's another thing to actually be able to apply them and make them functional, right? Because that's what our staff is most worried about. Oh, it's another set of guidelines I have to follow. There's already so much I need to be worried about. So how do we make it flexible? How do we make it something that they can actually implement on the ground? And having that many brains also to work with on this can be a little bit of a curse. It's a lot of people to make, to appease in a way, right? To meet all of their different needs. And I had a great team, obviously, to help me do that. And then I'm sure there's a number of you in the audience who are thinking, I could have given some really great feedback on these guidelines as well. And I definitely agree with that. And I hope in the future, as we work, because these are iterative guidelines, we can get more feedback from folks. So we had varying levels of guidance at the time. So some of you may be familiar with this planting guidance for the revegetation of riparian areas in Vermont that Rich Kern developed, who's one of our retired fisheries biologists. And I know that a number of folks who did planting with the Department of Environmental Conservation utilized these guidelines. As I said before, we had the assisted migration guidelines that were developed in 2017. And then we also have a manual that really focused it's kind of like a precursor, maybe at the resilience stage or that maintenance stage that Tony was talking about, where the focus was to develop a guidebook about creating and maintaining resilient forests using like adaptation, but in terms of the silvicultural practices that they were doing. So the things that our staff really wanted is they wanted decisions to be easy to be made. They didn't want like a long narrative document that they had to read through, and they wanted decision keys. They wanted to say, okay, what type of project am I working on? I go to my decision key, I follow it down, and it tells me like what I should do, what I shouldn't do, those types of things. So because I'm not an implementer, I did definitely rely on our staff to help us. But again, the guidance isn't necessarily to tell you how to implement your projects, but it's really about the planning beforehand. All right. So now I'm going to talk to you, give you an overview of the guidelines themselves. So right now, the guidelines are sitting on the Secretary's office for signature. Once they've been signed, then we'll put them on our website. So again, these are guidance for state lands. That was the place where we started. But other folks can utilize them as any other type of guidance doc. The other thing I want to mention is that we leaned really heavily on work that has already been done to develop these guidelines as well. And so we have a lot of information in our appendices that points to different resources that folks can use. So we thought, something that's really important as we put the guidelines together is we need to identify what are the goals of this document. So having clear objectives and application was important to us, making the document relatively short and easy to use. We wanted to have general, so like sort of tenets of guidance when planning projects, but also project-specific guidance. The main projects that staff and my colleagues are working on in the agency are landscaping projects at state parks. So these can be just small projects, but they can also be large projects. Like those of you who are familiar with Smuggler's Notch, if you drive up the Smuggler up into the Notch right now, they've done a lot of work on parking facilities there, and they did a lot of planting as part of that. So obviously making sure we're choosing the correct species and doing that planting is really important for protecting the ecological integrity of those large intact forests adjacent. We have a lot of erosion control projects. So how do we create guidance for that, especially thinking about native species? We wanted to make something for our staff. We worked a really long time and pretty hard with our staff on this to make sure we gave them guidance that they could use that would be simple moving forward. Restoration, obviously, is another thing that we work on, and then assisted migration. So those are the main 4 types of projects that we looked at in terms of creating our decision keys. And then the other thing I would say is that we also thought about the idea of research projects, and we came to the conclusion that any research project we do should follow those same tenets for any of the project-specific guidance. So we also wanted to make sure for our staff that they had a process for project review of planting projects, and then to understand what are the ones that don't need that project review. If you just follow the guidelines, boom, you're good to go. You don't need to have extra review. We also wanted to make sure that if we're telling them, you should plant, like, Tony was talking about, species that are, a seed zone above, we need to tell them, like, where do you find seed zone information? Make that easy for them to be able to do. And then also like resources, like what plants are good for a certain area. How do you consider like what the conditions are for your site and what those future conditions might be? They also wanted plant lists based on project type. So we worked on developing those plant lists. Information on where to find the plants, so the nurseries, and then a list of resources on the how-to of planting. We did a lot of collaboration and review as part of this process. So we had multiple levels of review. We worked with all the internal partners that I'm talking about, but that also included, landscape architects that worked with the Agency of Transportation, our urban and community forestry program, our fisheries biologists. We worked on multiple different levels with our internal partners and then our external partners as well. So we worked with different botanists outside of the agency. And then we also worked, Tony helped with the review and Peter Clark as well, specifically on the adaptation parts of the guidance. We also had multiple iterations of the document. So our version 1 focused specifically on assisted migration. Then our staff said, we don't understand why it's just focused on this. Why don't we talk about all the other types of planting projects that we're doing and actually how they differ from assisted migration? So I think that was one thing that came out of this that was really helpful, is it gave us the ability to create a larger framework, which is relatively comprehensive, gives the general guidance that folks need. And then if they want to focus more on that specific project type, they can learn more from other guidance. So our second version, we had an updated assisted migration guidance. We provided some initial guidelines based on reviewer feedback. And then our last version, which is our final version now, is we incorporated additional feedback from our reviewers. We got a lot of feedback. We added the decision keys, and then we finalized our appendices. So really the bulk of our document is in those appendices and that guidance that staff was looking for. What the guidelines don't do, they're not a how-to for site preparation and planning. They're not prescriptive recommendations for planting project types. They give you guidance so that you can use to develop it based on your site. It's not focused on guidance outside of state lands. Again, we didn't want this to be seen as something that would be limiting. That wasn't our main focus, but it doesn't mean it can't be used outside of state lands. We don't have exhaustive lists for planting resource and plant and seed providers, but I think we probably have one of the most up-to-date lists of resources so far at this point in the state. We don't have an exhaustive list of plants to avoid. We do have shorter lists that we know are commonly in seed mixes or grown from nurseries that we do want people to avoid. And then we don't have a historical account for like plantings on state lands as part of this. And it of course doesn't have all the answers that you may be looking for. And our primary objectives as we were writing the guidelines were to make sure on state lands that we're protecting and enhancing native biodiversity and ecosystem function. That's really first and foremost for us. Also, we want to make sure we're protecting genetics of locally adapted plants and populations, plant populations. A major focus obviously is to avoid introduction of non-native invasive species, pests and pathogens. We wanted to provide guidance on adaptation plantings because for us, like we are looking at those novel stressors. We are dealing with them now in our forest. We see them coming, whether it's from climate change, whether it's from pests or from pathogens or a combination of all three. We wanted to make sure we were providing a framework or a tool for development and review for our staff as they develop planting projects. And then we wanted to raise awareness and educate our staff in best practices for successful planting projects. And one example is like working within the state parks. We hope to be able to take these guidelines out to folks who work with the state parks, our park managers, and just hey, show them the guidelines, think about this. So when they're actually doing, whether it's plantings just around the bathroom or the contact station, they're thinking now, hey, you know what? I don't have to just go to the store and buy some hostas or whatever and plant it. There are other plants that I can use. But we also didn't want to limit them and say, this is the only thing you can use. So we gave them some flexibility in terms of what they could and maybe shouldn't do or think about. And again, these are guidelines, they're not policy. So now I'm going to share with you our tenets. So I think these are all things that I assume that you're doing. These are all things that we know in our brains. They are tenets also that come from other guidelines, like from the U.S. Forest Service, in terms of thinking about what are the main things that every time we do a planting project, we just kind of want to have in the back of our head that we're thinking about. So first things first, on our state lands, we have limited resources. So that's something that we're all talking about. And because we have limited resources, we have to really think about where can we allow natural succession, regeneration, and revegetation to occur without us doing something there, okay? Because we can't do everything everywhere. So we really have to think about that when we're looking at a site and we think, oh, this could benefit from that, but how will this site do without this? How resilient is it? Is there another site I should focus on instead? So that's number one. The other thing that is really important that we kind of stress to our staff, and this can be really difficult because when you have all these different reviews and then you have grant funding all coming at different times, trying to plan something out and have it actually work smoothly is really complicated. And so one of the things that we pushed our staff is like, as soon as you start thinking of your planting project, like let's sit down and start talking about it and give yourself as long of a timeline as you can to be able to do this. And then you can line your projects up over the years. Also when you're thinking about your planting site, considering your current conditions, but also what those future conditions are going to look like. What is the vulnerability of your planting site in general? And so we provide resources for our staff in the appendices to help them think about those things and where to find that information. We also recommend to consider, especially when planting trees, is to consider your successional status. I think that's something that for folks who are doing plantings on old agricultural fields, that's a thing, right? Because you are essentially starting from square one. You have a totally open canopy. You have to think about succession. You also have to think about silvics. So like the specific trees and the needs of those species that you're planting. And then how do those different species interact with each other over time? Something else that we think is important is that, especially on state lands, where if we have a connection to either a local indigenous group who's been doing work or utilizing the forests in that area, to connect with them, and also locals in that area and how they've worked with the forest over time. They may also have information about the site that our land managers are unfamiliar with or don't know about. Also, choosing species that are native and common to Vermont. So sometimes when we're working with folks, they're really interested in this idea of restoring rare or uncommon species. But really the focus when we think about planting projects on state lands is choosing species that we know generally are native to the region and that are common to Vermont. And we have a lot of species that are common to Vermont. So that gives us a lot of species to choose from. The other thing is that generally, if we're working on doing a rare, threatened, endangered species restoration, we're working with our botanists, we're working with the Flora Advisory Committee on doing something like that. And so generally, we recommend that we focus on things that are native and common. We recommend that our staff seek out local ecotype seeds if they can find them, and plants, and also consider genetics, as Tony has spoken about earlier. You think it doesn't need to be said, but it does, is to avoid the introduction and spread of non-native invasive species, pests, and pathogens. That's something that has to be on the forefront of somebody's mind. I think it becomes more of an issue, especially when we have staff buying things at local nurseries. They get a certain amount of money, they can go out, they can kind of buy anything and plant it. Generally, they're doing it in boxes and in flower pots, but this is something that is really important. You can easily make a mistake and end up with something that you're dealing with for years. work with local or regional nurseries. So we want to make sure our staff works with these folks as much as possible, not only because they're the most likely to have local stock, but they also, it will make the system more robust, hopefully, right? And then maybe over time, these nurseries will be able to provide more of the plants that we hope to be planting. Kind of simple, follow best practices for planting success. So if you have a guide that you use for planting, preparing your site, doing your planting, when you do it, how you water, all those types of things, to make sure you're thinking about that before you're planting. And then, I feel like, especially for our state land managers, because they are so busy and have so much going on, post-planting maintenance and monitoring can seem like, oh, we finished the project, it's done, moving on, we got to do our next thing. So we really are encouraging post-planting maintenance and monitoring. It also helps our staff to see like what worked, what didn't work, and actually encouraging people to maybe come together, like our different land managers, like you here are all here today, to talk about your projects, talk about the things that are difficult for you, talk about the places that are, the things that are looking better, and having those discussions to be more successful in the future. So the takeaway that I want folks, which I feel like I'm in some ways telling you things that you already know. And hopefully I am, because that means maybe the guidelines are headed in the right direction. So what I found is that really anytime you're developing any type of guidance document, it really takes a group of people to get together and share that information and work together. There's no one size that fits all. So we recognize that as we work to apply these guidelines, and it'll be sort of our first go, that we're going to recognize, there's a limitation here. Oh, we should really change this. And so we really want to make the document iterative and be updating it every 3 to 5 years. And even with the way we're going, you could probably update it, even in shorter stints. So we also recognize that there's going to be gains in scientific knowledge. There's a lot we don't know because we haven't been doing this for a long time. So how we first presented this information may change over time. One of the things that I talk to my staff a lot is like, we are building sort of the scaffolding to do these projects right over time. If we go to a supplier and we say, hey, this is already happening with one of our engineers who works on developing planting projects on state park lands, where he's going to work with one of the seed companies to develop a seed mix specific for Vermont, because there's ones that are called Vermont plant list, but then don't have species that we should be planting as part of our seed mix. So that's one of the things that we hope this helps to do. And then our ultimate goal really is not having legacy impacts for future generations to fix. And as an ecologist, that's just something that's foremost on my mind when I'm doing state review work. And that's it. Thanks.
Microphones, we will take questions.
On? Is this on?
Yeah.
Hey, great. Hey, how much time and energy and effort do you put towards assessing soil conditions prior, as part of your restoration planning? And in particular, we have sites, I think, that are really low in carbon, at least in the scheme of forest soils. And curious just how you address that.
I would say in terms of the way that we kind of frame that in the guidelines, the soil is a component to consider. We also look at the idea of natural community. So like if you're planning in an area that is open, has been manipulated over time, but you are adjacent to natural community, you can go into that community, get an idea of what you would expect maybe potentially to grow there. And each of those natural communities generally have like a soil type and characteristics, but in terms of like actually doing like chemical measurements, things like that, we'd probably look at pH. You know, we'd probably look at the soil. Is it hydric? Is it not hydric? Look at the soil web layer and just have some ideas of like what type of soil is it? What are the plants that it would support? But as far as our staff go, they're not going to spend tons of time doing that. But those are the things that we've recommended for them to look at when they're considering plantings and what species would do well in those soil types.
Yeah, pretty similar. In all of our sites, we're kind of working with managers in partnership to develop the planting. So they're kind of at least giving us their perspectives on the soils. You know, with our lowland systems, we're also thinking a little bit about just microsite conditions. And so when we're working with like contract crews or working with even student planters, like thinking about like favoring the best microsite, how much versus hollows for certain species. So we look at different aspects of like where that tree is being put. But in terms of like pre-planting soil testing, we're really relying on just a general knowledge of like the ecosystem that you're working in and like the experience with those sites, but accounting for variation that's out there that you can at least see. Yeah, but not, yeah, no pre-planting like assessments.
Hey, this is Peter Danforth from Loyal County Conservation District. Our most burning question, or I should say mine, from tree plantings is the season of which you plant. And I haven't really gotten much guidance on that. Anecdotally, our fall plantings have done much better in general, but that's not a scientific thing. That's just something we've noticed in our plantings. And I'm wondering if there's any guidance as to maybe species type or timing of plantings that are within this guidance document, or if there's places I can go to really see good research on that, because most of the time I ask that question, I get the deer in the headlights kind of look. And so I'm just wondering if anyone has any kind of suggestions as to the season and timing of plantings in general.
Yeah, people often react to like our complaints about the spring and say, why don't you plant in the fall? And, you know, and so we did a bunch of work again with like large scale ash underplantings, and they are given their standing water when it would be the good planting season. We actually did a lot of fall planting in that. And it was interesting. Some of the growers did not want to send us trees to put in the ground in the fall, even if we were going to heal them in, because they were afraid they would get kind of popped out of the soil with frost heaving. And we did see a little bit of that, particularly with plugs. They would kind of pop out, just, and those were being planted in September. This is in Minnesota, so even deeper freeze. But in general, there wasn't a different, there was, you know, in some cases a little bit higher survival in the fall planting. So, I mean, I think if you can do it, the challenge is getting the material. You know, people are lifting typically, of course, in the spring. So when we've done it, we've had to like heal in like a chunk of those trees and keep them happy, and then get them, then get them in the ground. But yeah, spring planting, who knows what the week is now. But yeah, what we've done, I guess our adaptation to this situation is we ask for the seedlings as early as we can get them. And then we put them in cold storage. And if spring happens the next day, we're ready. If it happens in 2 weeks, those trees are happy and being cold. And so just trying to get material as quickly as you can get it, because you never know when that window is going to open up. But we've had, you know, some years, as you all appreciate, like it's mid-May, it makes sense to plant. In other years, it's 90 degrees in mid-May and like hot winds blowing across the landscape. So fall has looked like a safer season the last few years, but I just don't know what fall will bring in the long run. But I think if you can get those trees and heal them in the ground, and I don't, the main risk is they're just not fully set in the site. And so they can get popped out with frost heaving, or even like a deer can really pull that out of the ground. I'm talking about smaller seedlings. So.
Yeah, we don't have any specific guidance about when the best time is to plant.
Hey, thanks. You both mentioned funding as a challenge, and I just wonder if you consider fundability in any of the recommendations or the best management practices that you're putting forward?
Yeah, sorry about that. So for the state, generally, our staff have specific funding that they use for their planting projects, or if they're working with partners, they work generally with partners who come in with the funding. So we don't have any recommendations because it's kind of like, we know if they're going to be working on a planting project, they have funding in which to do the project, or if they don't, then it's like looking to match them up with a partner, but there's really nothing in the guidance that specifies anything about funding.
Yeah, I guess I think about funding in a couple dimensions. I think it's great that the guidance includes the plan ahead, because if you do want the right seedling on the right site, yeah, you can't open up the nursery catalog 6 months ahead of time and expect to find that in abundance. But the challenge is, like, for that grower to take the risk of growing that seedling, they need to know that there's going to be a market for that. And so I think it's tricky. And those that have been paying attention, those that are from New York, the Regenerate New York Act and that work going on over there. I mean, part of that, thankfully, was not just funding the plant, but a big investment in both the state nursery as well as like private growers to kind of build a little bit more of a sustainable pipeline. But yeah, it's a big challenge, and March 1 is circled on our calendar right now because we have 35,000 seedlings you might have to cancel. We probably will have to cancel because those are frozen federal funds. And so I think, you know, to be honest, the past couple of years have been a boon for funding for large scale planting and restoration work and even cost share assistance on that. So I think the challenge is, again, if the state wants to have people follow their guidelines, like there needs to be maybe like a more state level investment in like that nursery capacity that makes it kind of local and maybe a little bit more affordable to do things right. Because I think it's yeah, it's a challenging funding environment in general, but it's definitely challenging if you're a grower and you don't want to like be carrying all these mutant trees that some scientists said they wanted for 10,000, then the funding up pulled out. So I think that's a real challenge with this. It's a capacity needs sustained funding and investment.
Thanks so much for all this. My takeaway as a funder, we have certain sources that require that there's native species from Vermont as part of getting that funding. And I guess my takeaway from this is that maybe overly prescriptive for the future and picking the best species for a site. Do you have recommendations that could be like a clear way to strike a balance of using native stock and when we could tell planting groups when it may be appropriate not to and look to assisted migration? I'd be interested if there was like it doesn't have to be an answer now, but I'd be interested if you had like clear guidance we could give groups when it'd be appropriate to deviate from the typical like native Vermont species we give them.
So in general, our guidelines for the state lands is to use native species. And the only time that we kind of, have given plant lists outside of that is generally for like parks and like their flower boxes and things like that they can use. We haven't at this point run up against a situation where we haven't been able to do that. But the guidelines are new and they're just starting. The other thing is if you're actually thinking about adaptation planting, the decision key that Al developed for that actually helps to kind of think about where would the best sites be for that. And then what type of assisted migration would work best at your site. And I think that a lot of the restoration sites probably kind of meet a lot of those, a lot of that guidance. Whereas if we're working in like intact forests, it's very different how we look at it. More fragmented landscapes, or places that we know that movement, even though we know movement in general is going to be a challenge, but where it's really going to be a challenge because there's some kind of barrier there that's preventing that. So those are the kind of, I would say that's the guidance that is written into our decision key specifically for adaptation planting that can help you kind of consider what's the best site for that type of work.
In the context of assisted migration, are there any species that keep you up at night in terms of individual species that are like a real watch out?
Yeah, in terms of tree, I mean, there's certain ones that just seem to like box elder, no matter, just, we don't plant box elder, but those trees that you just know, no matter where they are, they seem to really do well and thrive. I mean, I've mentioned Manchurian ash earlier. That's kind of an interesting, that was part of one of our projects, and a lot of us were like, from again a Western like invasives are bad perspective, we're like, how could we possibly plant that? But from actually it was Mike Benedict, Les Benedict's brother, who was working in Minnesota at the time, had pounded splints from it, and they wanted to include it, as an option for splints. So I think we had an agreement we would kill it like once it got to, and I have an agreement with Groton State Forest. I'm going to kill some trees, I guess, before they get reproductive, before it's spread in the landscape. But it was unclear. I was worried about that one, I guess, just because it was not native to the site. But yeah, I mean, I think the ones that we see that are already like, we plant a lot of black birch. I'm not like from the oak country of this, like where people don't like black birch, kind of competing with oak. But we worked a little bit with New Hampshire Fish and Game, and one of their managers was like, "Why would you plant black birch? It's taken over the understory of other." So that one's the one that's now in the Green Hills of New Hampshire, and it's in other places that I'll just be curious to see how. I mean, it's going to be pretty aggressive. In many cases, that's not a bad thing if everything else is dying, which I think is, again, that context piece. But yeah, I'll be curious to see if that behaves like it does elsewhere. But the one that gives me hope is I'm a big red spruce proponent. Tremendous genetic variation, a lot of good breed. Thanks to the Nature Conservancy in particular, in Central Appalachians, they've just done a huge amount of seed collection, and even for Vermont, New Hampshire, New York, we just have a lot of cones and a lot of seed now to really do the right thing. So that one, I guess I'll flip on a positive. I feel really good about the options that species provides for a lot of different sites. But yeah, I guess I like black birch, but that one could become a problem based on what it does elsewhere.
Thanks. Thanks for your presentation, guys. I'm curious. I know you said that you're not, what you're doing is specific to public lands, but I'm curious if there's any initiative to try to regulate what's happening on private lands, because private lands are so much of our landscape. And as you guys know, all it takes is a little bit of introduction somewhere, and it can really go haywire from there. So just curious if there's an initiative to try to regulate, maybe not even landscapes and yards, but just like private forests and stuff like that.
No. The guidelines themselves are generally, they're not policy, so they're not required, right, for our staff to follow them. But to give you some reassurance, at least for those of you who think it's important that the state has guidelines that they follow, our staff does actually follow the guidelines that we have. And there are times when we have really tough discussions about what is, like, is it worth the risk to maybe be more flexible around one part of a guideline or not? So because it's a guideline and not a policy, it gives us a little bit more flexibility. In terms of private lands, most of the work that I know our staff does is generally voluntary. I think that organizations that we work with, especially that we fund, we could potentially say, we would like you to utilize the guidelines when doing this. So that's one way potentially that it can be done, but we don't have any plans, especially in terms of regulation, to do anything around that I'm aware of. That.
Yeah, and I agree, there's not like specific to Vermont regs, but there is, just to throw a bone to New York State. I mean, there's been a lot of great work that's part of that reforestation initiative they have for the state. Those aren't aware of it. It's like 25 million trees. Yeah, 20, I don't know, million, big numbers. A lot of acres of forest. So they've developed some pretty comprehensive guidance that goes everything from planting to natural reforestation to different ownership types. So I think that's coming out pretty soon, and there'll be some associated like smaller outreach documents that we're developing for landowners really because there's just not a lot of, this is a biased room, not a lot of experience with planting trees, how to think about it, and then again, to the private landscape, how do you do that well? So, but it's nice to have what the state's developed as a resource, because again, most states in the US do not have guidance on assisted migration. Again, the national forests do, but it's just, right now, kind of the Wild West on that, so.
I was just wondering if there's any guidance around moving soil with any of the planting projects that are happening on state lands.
So one of the things that came up in our discussion was, when does it make sense to actually, like, if they're doing, let's say, like a trail restoration, they moved a trail, they're closing down a trail. We talked about, on that site, can you move a fern from one place to another? And so that's kind of in terms of moving soil, like as far as we've gotten. I think because I don't really know a lot about what the requirements around nurseries are and like how they test their soils. I think that's one of the, and I think Tony would know more about this. I'd be interested to hear what he has to say. That's one of sort of just the fears anytime when we think about bringing plantings into intact landscapes is, we don't know. And there's so much going on like underground that we just don't even have an understanding of. So we could put something in there, it could have an impact and we wouldn't even know about it, right? Which is one of the reasons why we really focus on like really doing things on state lands, because it's the public trust, right? Like we're managing these lands for you all, we're managing the lands into the future. And so really trying to keep things low risk. But then at the same time, also trying to deal with these impacts that are coming in and how do we manage that also into the future. And so we really didn't get into like in terms of like moving soils. We talked too about, you can do like clippings on associated property, like our properties with willows, and then do like willow staking. So that's another place where we'd actually be moving from one place to another, but basically keeping that all within a really small radius.
Yeah, and I would just say, I mean, just like, we're not moving soil. I mean, we have some plugs we're using, but any large growers obviously are following phytosanitary guidelines. So I think again, it's like that, there's best practices for planting, and then just making sure that in part of the guidance we've been giving folks, making sure the nursery you're working with is following and giving you documentation of phytosanitary practices. And so if you are getting material that has any soil attached to it, that they're making sure that things can still go wrong, but that they've taken all the precautions to minimize that.
I wanted just one follow-up question to the regulatory idea around private lands. And while it's not regulation per se, but to an opportunity maybe to have forest management plans that are part of the current use valuation, to at least defer to these guidelines in some fashion, that when folks are out there developing these forest management plans and maybe just going forward, if there's an opportunity anyway to encourage people to do it without directly regulating private lands.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, so it's 10:28 according to my cell phone. And we're supposed to meet back here at 10:35, but so that you have a chance to really have, to talk to each other, I'm thinking maybe more like we can say 10:45, we'll meet back here. So move the agenda 10 minutes. And I think we'll hope, and maybe that will make it leak into lunch a little bit, but I'd rather make sure that you have a little bit of a chance to rest your brains and talk to each other. I'm hoping that y'all will hang out a little bit. And you can ask questions to Tony and Danielle if you've got more. I think this is sort of what I consider sort of the beginning of the conversation. I feel like there's a lot to talk about here, and there's other aspects that I feel like we haven't talked about, like common garden studies and whether we want to maximize the success of our plantings in terms of survivorship and how assisted migration ties into that. So anyway, I'd like, hope that we can continue this conversation. So 10:45, we'll be back. Thank you. All right, everyone, I'm sorry that I really wanted to have lots of time for talking, but let's sit back down, and I'm going to do a quick quiz to see if you remember the name for tree. Does anybody remember? Or you could just shout it out. No one remembers? Yeah, very good. Abaji. 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 Okay, so you've got that, abaji. Abaji. So if you were to take that abaji and kind of mumble it, amazi, you'd come up with a suffix for a lot of the Abenaki tree names. So mazi is at the end of a lot of the different names and just means tree. So and here's an example. You might not be able to hear it really well, but there's a mozi at the end. So it's Masqua, mozi. So the Masqua is the name for the peely bark material that was used in a lot of, to make baskets and a lot of other tools. So the Masqua, it's the tree that you get the Masqua from. All right, everybody try it. Masqua mozi. Okay, all right. Next up, we'll have Ben Rogers. Hold on, let me see if I can close this out. Where is the cursor? There we go. And I might need help getting that. Ben's. Okay, you got it. I got it. Right. Okay. Do you want to introduce yourself, or should I? I've got a.
Sure.
Okay. So most of you, if you have ordered trees from the Intervale in the past year, know Ben Rogers. He's the nursery manager there. And I'd like to have a round of applause for not only Intervale Nursery, but all of the people who are growing native trees for our work. They do a tremendous job, and we could not do this work without them. So a little bit of applause for them. Okay. All right. And one of the things that we've been, Ben and I and Brooke Fleischman, also at the Intervale, we've been, and a lot of the native tree growers in the state, we've been meeting to talk about nursery production and making sure that there's, we're dealing with the many challenges of growing enough trees for this work, but also making nurseries viable. And it's a huge risk that they take, since it takes 2 or 3 years to grow a tree, that they're having to put in that capital and that labor to grow the trees, and then without knowing what the actual demand is going to be. So we've been working a lot on that, and Ben is here to talk about sort of summarize some of the ideas that have come out of those conversations. So Ben Rogers.
Hey everybody. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, my name is Ben Rogers. I'm the Intervale Conservation Nursery Manager. I was here last year and got to present on an update on the ICN. I had been in my role for about a week, and so I had no idea what I was talking about. but I'm thrilled to be back with a year under my belt. And today I'm going to give an update on where the ICN is now, some of the investments we've made this past year, and some of the progress we've made to really expand capacity and build partnerships within the greater watershed sector and with our fellow nursery partners. A bit of a background about the Intervale Conservation Nursery. We are a program of the Intervale Center. The Intervale Center is a nonprofit in Burlington, Vermont, with work centered on strengthening the food system that sustains farms, land, and people. We are one program. Our other programs include the Intervale Food Hub and Food Access Program, which aggregates and distributes local food while supporting food security initiatives. We have our land stewardship program, which manages over 360 acres of land at the Intervale, and our farm business planning services, which works with over 100 farms across Vermont each year to do business planning. And then there's the Conservation Nursery. The Conservation Nursery was established in 2001 in response to the need for native plant stock for restoration projects in the state. We propagate over 30 different species of native trees and shrubs commonly found in riparian areas, and we have ongoing efforts to continue to identify what those high impact species are in collaboration with our partners. All of our seed collection is done in-house through the Riparian Lands Native Seed Partnership. Brooke Fleischman is the statewide seed coordinator in his house at the Intervale Center. And we're continuing to expand our seed collection efforts so we can support a nursery-wide or sector-wide nursery production and direct seeding trials with the state. On average, we do about 30,000 bare root stems per year, and we serve government agencies, nonprofits, watershed organizations, municipalities, and private landowners. A lot of folks don't know, if you're a homeowner, you can buy one red maple from us too. In addition to growing plant material, we also are a service provider, and we do stewardship and planting projects across the state. We have crews that start in early April and go all season long. This year, we're planning on doing over 140 acres of planting and stewardship projects. And beyond all this, we really are committed to being leaders in this field. We hope to continue to work with all of our fellow nursery partners and folks in the watershed organizations and at the state and federal level to figure out how we can continue to build these partnerships and provide high quality plant material for the demand of restoration projects across the state. So I had mentioned I was here last year. Last year was interesting. I was kind of briefed that there was this huge demand for native plant stock. We keep hearing how there's all this money coming in. Folks are saying we need more trees, need more trees, need more trees. Intervale's sold out, and we were like really undersold for the season. At the end of the year, a few months ago, we ended up being about 33% undersold for the whole year. And so 2024 was this weird year where, yeah, we're hearing there's a need for more native plant stock. Yeah, the Intervale Conservation Nursery is really undersold. We spent the year kind of like diving in, trying to figure out what are those hurdles and those barriers. 2023 saw major flooding, and we saw how flooding ended up delaying work plans and delaying 2024 projects into later years. We learned that grant timing is often an issue for our planting groups. A lot of times the nurseries need 2 to 3 years in advance to know what trees are going to be needed, and planting groups won't know that they are going to be able to implement projects until they have those contracts signed. If you've ordered trees from us before, you know that we have the clunkiest ordering system in the world. I've probably sent you a broken spreadsheet before. And we've learned from our partners that it's clunky, it's confusing, and is just inaccessible for folks trying to order plants from us. We also learned that there was a lot of misconceptions about our availability, where people were hearing that we were sold out when we actually weren't. And we're figuring this is probably due to either ineffective or even non-existent lines of communication between the planters and the growers. We also heard that species diversity has a big play into whether or not the planting groups will order from the local nurseries. It's going to be easier for a planting group to order from one nursery in the Midwest that has every species they're looking for, rather than sourcing from 3 or 4 different nurseries in Vermont. In addition to kind of diving into figuring out why we were really undersold, we spent the year working with our nursery partners, and Sean put together these nursery roundtable discussions, which was really a time for the Intervale Conservation Nursery, our other nursery professionals, folks at the watershed level and the state and federal level, to get together and figure out what the barriers are for the folks at the nurseries, and what the barriers are for folks at in the planting groups, to making sure that projects are getting done and plants are being sourced in state. We learned a little bit about these different funding sources and with CREP projects, with the funding caps and the limitations that those provide. And we learned, we were able to analyze results from different monitoring surveys to realize that, what species are being planted have a big effect on survivorship. And a lot of the different planting groups are going to be really selective on what species they're picking. Deer browse is a huge issue. We're also seeing that the source of plants is going to have a big effect on survivorship too. A lot of times the trees that were grown and sourced from seed in state are going to really outperform the trees that were sourced from the Midwest. And overall, it was really an awesome opportunity just for us to engage with our nursery partners. We established this community and these lines of communication where we can talk about who's growing what the best practices are, and figure out how we can work together to meet that demand that we're hearing about. And this is when this kind of idea of this tree hub concept came about. And I know it had been talked about before in the past, but we started to really see how it could take shape. So, the Intervale Center is already home to a hub. It's the Intervale Food Hub. So we already know what this kind of centralized purchasing and distribution of product can look like. And our goal is not really to replicate the Intervale Food Hub, but really try to understand what the need is from the folks in the planting groups and the folks at the nursery level, and respond to those needs appropriately. And we learned that it's probably going to take a lot of different forms over time and evolve over time as well. And it might not immediately be a place where we're purchasing trees and distributing trees for the whole state. We've experimented with contract growing. We're working with some of our local nurseries, and they're contracting us to grow out their starts for them. We have enough greenhouse infrastructure at the Intervale to meet that demand, where these other smaller nurseries might not have that infrastructure. The Intervale has also explored contracting out for ourselves with species that are difficult to grow at the Intervale. One example of this is elderberry. Elderberry, because of how fragile the stems are and the design of our tree lifter, they just break when we harvest them. And so we are partnering this year with a different nursery. We're contracting out a different nursery to grow our elderberry for us, so that we'll have it. And this year we sourced it from a Midwest nursery, but next year the idea is we'll be sourcing it from a Vermont nursery. We're looking at how we can provide technical support and share our tools and infrastructure. We're looking for any opportunity we can get out and provide technical assistance on site at different nurseries. We're looking if we can share our plant lifter, share our cold storage, share space in our greenhouses. And we're really looking for more ways that we can support this communication, keep these lines of communication going, because we all have this common goal of reducing our dependency on the Midwest nurseries. So yeah, why prioritize Vermont grown trees? You can order a silver maple from Michigan, and it's going to be native, but the reality is that silver maple is going to have a totally different genetics than the silver maple that's grown in Vermont. And the silver maple that's grown in Vermont, if it's a 65-degree day in February like it was this time last year, it's going to know that that's just the February thaw and it's not time to break bud yet. Whereas trees sourced from outside of this zone might not have that same genetic coding inside of them and might break bud and have lower survivorship. All the ICN trees are grown from seed collected in Vermont, and it's going to make them better adapted to local climate conditions and soil types. Through the seed partnership, we're collecting native seed for propagation statewide to be used by the ICN and by other nurseries. This is ensuring that our plant stock is truly native and is bringing the potential to track the seed to hyper-local seed sources. And so we have the opportunity to potential plant trees in Danville that were sourced from seed in Danville. We're seeing that trees that are sourced from seed in Vermont are outperforming the seeds or the trees sourced from outstate. The Vermont trees are more resilient to local stressors like the freeze-thaw cycles I'd mentioned, and also the variable precipitation patterns we've seen in recent years. We're seeing how, beyond just having better survivorship, the trees are going to support biodiversity by, supporting the different insects and wildlife that these trees have been co-evolving with for thousands of years. We're going to see increased project success. Regionally adapted trees are more likely to establish and thrive, leading to stronger riparian buffers that can provide long-term erosion control, habitat, and water quality improvements. And beyond this, we're really keeping conservation dollars in Vermont by buying trees from the ICN and from our partner nurseries. We're supporting the local jobs, we're supporting farm viability, and we're supporting Vermont's restoration economy to make sure that those funds stay in state rather than going out of state. And beyond this, we're really supporting the partnerships that exist here in this room. And as we support these partnerships, continue these lines of communication, it's going to make us more resilient in these uncertain federal funding situations we're seeing. The ICN has made some significant investments to our infrastructure this year. We're really doubling down on meeting that demand. We have a brand new, new to us cultivating tractor that's going to significantly reduce our field labor, especially when it comes to hand weeding. Last year was our first year using a brand new greenhouse, which essentially tripled our propagation space. We propagated 90,000 stems last year, which was more than ever before, and have similar targets this year. In partnership with Vermont Fish and Wildlife, we have a new water reel, which is going to really enhance our field irrigation efficiency. We have expanded cold storage capacity with new racks for increased storage inside of our coolers. We have brand new deer fencing that's going to reduce our mortality in the field and lead to higher quality product. No more shrub maples. And we have, what's really exciting is we have this brand new inventory and sales software. And so myself, our operations manager, Christine, and Brian and Amanda from our finance office have been working with Stan Ward from inventory technology partners to essentially build out a custom inventory and sales software. We're partway through it, and the idea is it's going to be launched in the fall. This is going to be amazing. It means no more of these clunky, broken spreadsheets. It's going to replace all of our inventory spreadsheets that we work with in-house. It's going to allow all of our customers to see our availability in real time and place orders online. And the idea is that we're going to launch it this fall. So that means you have one last tree sale to use the clunky spreadsheets. Reach out to me if you want to know what's available. We still have 20,000 stems available. These include black willow, chokecherry, cottonwood, gray birch, red osier, and silky dogwood, silver maple, and speckled alder. We still have thousands available. We still do live stakes and machines. And this year, we also have trays of herbaceous plugs as well. Thanks to Brooke and the seed crew's collection efforts this year, we have boneset, milkweed, and Joe Pye weed available. A little bit about the seed program. Brooke is amazing and is the statewide seed coordinator and has done some incredible work to really coordinate our statewide, regional, and national coordination to ensure that we have responsible and sustainable seed collection, identification, processing, storage, and then propagation. Her position is a partnership position. Her core partners include Northwood Stewardship Center, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Vermont Fish and Wildlife, Lake Champlain Basin Program, and the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission. I asked Brooke the other day, she told me last year they collected 100 million seeds, whatever that number means. 800 pounds from over 40 species. So we're really diversifying the species that we're going to have available for ourselves in-house and for our partner nurseries. I'd mentioned that the ICN, we've made significant infrastructure investments. Brooke has made a lot of awesome developments as well. The seed program is now home to a bunch of really cool new tools for seed collection and cleaning. We have macerators for shrubs and trees that have berries. We have new drying racks and scarifiers. Up in the top left there, that's our clipper, which separates seed from the chaff. You got to ask Brooke if you want to know more about these things. I don't know a whole lot. We've had added capacity with the seed program. We can really trial out new seed propagation techniques. And so what this means is we're, trialing propagating species that are really hard to propagate or that we historically haven't propagated before. So we're trialing growing nannyberry and winterberry. We're also able to kind of tweak the ways that we've historically propagated some of our shrubs and trees that we grow from cuttings. And so, shrub maples or shrub willow is a good example where we've grown shrub willow from the same cutting stock for probably about 20 years. And this is the first year that we're going to have shrub willow grown from seed. Brooke has also done a lot of work in seed source mapping and is really working with partners to track when and where seed collecting is, or seeds are going to be available for collection. And the seed map now has over 1,500 points. So looking ahead, I mean, for this year, we have, we're really looking forward to meeting our revenue targets and get a lot of trees out onto the landscape. We're projecting to have an 83% increase in sales in comparison to last year, and we've already reached about 86% of that goal. We're looking forward to continuing to increase and streamline our production by utilizing all of our new infrastructure investments. We're thrilled to finalize and launch our new sales and inventory software. We're going to continue to collaborate with all of our partner Vermont nurseries to align production with the real world restoration needs. We're going to continue to further explore the development of the tree hub model so we can support the growers and planters statewide. And also, I think it's just like important to know that we're really committed to being here as we navigate these uncertain times together. The Intervale Center as an organization is committed to land stewardship, and I just want to say that use us as a resource. Reach out to me. Let's find ways that we can work together as we continue to see challenges in this uncertain landscape. Brooke and I will be hosting a roundtable discussion this afternoon. If you have ideas about the tree hub or questions about our availability or any other comments, please come. Thrilled to hear from you. Thanks.
Maybe this is more of a question for Brooke, but when I was looking at the map, it looked like the southeast didn't have as many areas in terms of where seed collection was happening. I didn't know if that was for a specific reason. Just interested in that.
Definitely a question for Brooke. I'm looking at Brooke right now.
My question was, it looked like in the southeastern part of the state, there wasn't as many seed collection sites, and I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, that's mainly due to capacity. Our main field crews are out of Northwood Stewardship Center in the Northeast Kingdom and at the Intervale Center in the Champlain Valley. So those are kind of our main areas of operation. We've really been trying to push to get some support in Southern Vermont so that we can have a little bit more phenology tracking down there. Because if we know of sites in Southern Vermont, we will go there. We just don't know them yet. So I think that's the main thing, is just keeping on track of the phenology. And if anyone is in Southern Vermont and sees sites, please let us know, because we would love to collect from a more diverse range in Vermont.
Or you can put it in. Oh, you put it in. Okay.
I don't see another USB port.
I'm gonna go ahead and introduce it. Right. So we're going to change our direction a little bit here. This is my friend Shane Jikeworth. He is the Watershed Restoration Program Manager at the Nature Conservancy in Vermont, where he helps identify, design, and build river restoration projects. He's been a leader in promoting natural process-based approaches to river management to improve habitat, water quality, and flood resilience. And I'm betting he's kind of secretly wishing he was downhill skiing right now. But I'm very grateful that he came and that talked to us and give us an update on process-based restoration. Thanks, Shane.
Been on the stage once before, and I'm as intimidated by this big screen now as I was then. Yeah, it's big back there. So anyway, yeah, Shane Jikeworth, river scientist and watershed restoration program coordinator for the Nature Conservancy here in Vermont. And I am going to be presenting on the use of low-tech process-based approaches to restoring rivers and floodplains and wetlands at a scale that matters. So I do recognize that this is somewhat of a shift, and most of you out there are really focused on riparian areas and revegetating and restoring those riparian areas. So why, might you ask, do we need to focus on the channel, which is what I'm going to try to get us to do here, at least for a half an hour? And that's because context matters, right? So what you're looking at here is one form of a channel evolution model. Is a pretty classic model that shows what happens when rivers are stressed by things such as berming or straightening or dredging. And it just simply shows that the small channel with really low banks connected to a floodplain that it can utilize when the high flow comes, when stressed, bermed or dredged, goes through this down cutting process and incisors into the landscape. I was thinking it was over there and you all are looking over there, and I was like, what's everybody looking at? But there it is. So it down cuts into the landscape, right? And then it goes through this widening process, and it just gets really big. It's disconnected from its floodplain. Flows are no longer able to escape onto the floodplain. They're trapped in the channel. All the erosive energy is trapped in the channel, and that leaves us really susceptible to heightened flood damages during high flow events. It degrades habitat, and it leads to degradation of water quality. So that's the context. Well, actually, not quite done. So the Department of Environmental Conservation surveyed about 5,000 miles of stream over the years and found that about 75% of those river miles are in one of these stages where they're disconnected from the floodplain. They're either incised and widened. So that is the context. 75% approximately river miles throughout Vermont could be in this condition of being really incised and disconnected from floodplain. So they might look like this. They might look like this in, fully forested environments. And they often look like this in agricultural fields, sometimes abandoned agricultural fields. Regardless of that condition or the environment they're in, forested or not, if we want to restore that connectivity between the rivers and the floodplains, which we really need to do, planting alone doesn't do it. Planting is a big part of it because those plants, of course, mature, do their thing while they're alive, fall into the stream, and then serve a lot of function when they're dead. So it's really important. But if we want to jumpstart that process, we need to look into the river channel and start doing some work into the river channel to accelerate that process. So that's my selling point. So with that said, I think everybody in this room really understands the importance of trees to rivers, but I thought it'd just be fun to look back at the paleoscience a little bit and just remind ourselves that it wasn't until the mid-Devonian period, about 365 years ago, when rooted plants started to emerge in significance, that the streams that existed previously, which were unvegetated, flowing through really mobile gravels,
these braided systems in which everything moved, really provided no habitat value. And as shown in that bottom image, the fossil record kind of shows that in terms of the fact that there was very little species diversity in those earliest of rivers. But then the Devonian comes along, oftentimes referred to as the age of trees. And maybe not so coincidentally, also the age of fishes, because when those rooted trees took hold and stabilized those sediments and those bars in the channel started to grow with vegetation and become stable, habitat started to form in these channels. And we see an explosion of species and diversity in river systems. So, the point being that trees and rivers and fish all evolve together, and they're completely independent on one another. And I kind of suspect you all know that, but I just like the slide. The slide, by the way, is from Janine Castro. She's a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service fluvial geomorphologist. I think she's in Washington State. She's fantastic. And I stole the slide from her, but I don't think she'd mind. So fast forwarding a little bit, about 65 million years to about the 1500s or 1600s, to the days of the rivers of old, right? And I know a lot of you know this. I know some people in this room have done a lot of work on this and could tell me a lot about it that I don't know. But we had forests that were, the floors of which were littered with massive dead wood. And that massive dead wood also fell into our channels. And it really controlled our river channels. It pushed the water around. It prevented the water from ever gaining so much force that it really, well, I shouldn't say ever, but in many instances, prevented that water from carving deep channels that we think of as rivers today. Probably looks something more like we find in the Natural Communities book, something like the wet clay plain environment, really flowing water controlled by the downed and dead and living wood and other biological elements, including beavers, right? That top right corner, that's a beaver pond. We know that today we have about 5% of the beaver population that we once had, or that we had prior to the fur trapping that came through on this continent. And think about all those beaver pond complexes taking advantage of those massive trees and building off those and controlling all that water and really influencing that water. So our whole hydrologic network looks completely different than it does today. Then came European settlement, and European settlement, of course, was hard on the forests and hard on the rivers. First, we go back to the 1600s when the fur trappers came in and nearly extirpated the beaver. Beaver dams, it's approximated that beaver dams existed approximately, every 25 to 100 yards along most of our stream networks, maybe first, second, third, and maybe even fourth order streams. So that loss of the beaver and then the subsequent decay of all those beaver dams and the breakup of those beaver dams had really huge consequences on our streams. Then the logging industry came in, right? And to make way for the log drives, we snagged and ditched all of the streams. The book Tall Trees and Tough Men by Robert Pike recounts how teams of men and horses worked from early April to late October, from dawn to dusk, waist deep in the muck and mire, hitching the trees that had accumulated centuries of muck to the horse teams that would work all day to pull those trees out of the streams. We completely altered the stream systems that were on this continent before we got here. Then with the log drive, then the log drives themselves, running all that wood, all those logs down the streams had, of course, enormous consequences for the river channels. We deforested 80% of the state, which really mobilized sediments from the hill slopes down into the channel. So just a lot of impact. And of course, if we fast forward to like the 1940s, 1950s, we start using dynamite to straighten channels and create channels to drain wetlands where there were no channels. We get the World War II surplus equipment back and we put that to work in the stream, straightening, dredging, and armoring all of our stream systems. So a lot of impact to our stream systems. So again, this is the context. Approximately 75% of our streams are in these incised and widened conditions. And we really need to help restore them for biodiversity. water quality, and flood resilience. So getting back to process-based restoration, which is what I was starting to talk about earlier. So there are two forms that we think about, or at least I do, a lot of us in the state. There's a form of process-based restoration that we can implement in the forested setting, right? And that's in the state of Vermont. We've given that the name Strategic Wood Addition. Has really been led by the Vermont Department of Fish and Wildlife in partnership with Trout Unlimited to develop the practice of wood addition in Vermont. But there are many other states and organizations that have their own ideas about wood addition, and there are all kinds of manuals out there that you can find to guide you through wood addition projects. But basically, this is just felling trees, large trees in forested settings into the river channel. And, why do we do that? Ultimately, we do that to reverse that channel evolution process or slow it down, try to fill our trees in. But there are several functions before we get to that, there are several functions of wood that I want to talk about. The first is that wood traps leaf pack. And leaf pack, particularly in our canopied cold water streams that don't get any sunlight to grow vegetation, leaf pack is the base of the aquatic food web. And without that large wood to hold it in place during those fall flows, all of that leaf pack just washes downstream. So it's critical in supporting all aquatic life by trapping the base of the food web and retaining it. Large wood forces the formation of physical habitat features, such as riffles and glides and pools and runs. These are areas in the stream of different flow velocities and different flow depths. They're underlain by different size sediments, and they're all utilized by different organisms at different stages of their life cycle. So having this diversity of habitat features is very critical, and wood really drives and the formation and maintenance of those different features. Wood pushes water into the gravels below the river or the hypereic zone. That water stored there, oftentimes released during times of low flow, so feeding downstream low water reaches during droughts or dry periods with cold water when it's really needed. When that wood is in those gravels, or when the water's in those gravels, it's processed by microorganisms such as biofilms, which actually remove nutrients and other pollutants, thereby improving water quality downstream. So that's a super critical function of wood. And then the last one I want to show, well, the last one on this slide that I want to show is just the fact that wood pushes water onto the floodplain, right? Pushes water onto the floodplain, sediments drop out, that water slows down, downstream flood peaks are reduced. I'm not saying we're going to save Waterbury or Montpelier or any other city by doing a couple wood addition projects, but if we do them at scale and at density, I think we start to make a dent. And if you think about maybe a farmer that owns, a big woodlot upstream of their fields, maybe if they did this practice, they could help reduce the flood impacts on their fields during flood flows. So wood addition definitely plays a role in that issue of flood resiliency. So here's another one that I want to talk about, and this is, to me, is the coolest one because it gets at that whole channel evolution process. So this is an image of Cobbrook, which is in the town of Wyndham. It's on a piece of land that the Nature Conservancy used to own. 2020 to about a year ago, we owned it. Maybe it was in 2018. But generally that time period. And while we owned it, we did a large wood addition project. We installed 30 wood jams along a mile of Cobbrook. And what you're looking at in the foreground is what the river looked like before we did the project, and in that instance still looks like. But so this river drains about 4 square miles of land area. The channel that we expect should be about 1 foot deep. In other words, the bank should be about 1 foot high and about 10 feet wide. You look at those banks there, it's my colleague Murray, who's not a short guy. Those banks are about 3.5 to 4 feet tall on either side. This channel is the size of channel that we would expect for a stream that drains 40 square miles, not 4 square miles, but 40 square miles. It's super enlarged, and there are negative consequences associated with that. So anyway, we came through, we hired Red Start Natural Resources. They built 30 log structures. When we were done in 2021 and we returned in 2022, and I know Murray's out there somewhere. I don't know about Murray, but I was kind of like, meh, like these little jams, 3 logs, 5 logs, sometimes not touching the gravel, water's flowing underneath them. It's like, what are they really doing? Nothing yet. That was in 2020, 21, 22. Then the flood of 23 came through, and the flood of 23 brought us the process and process-based restoration. That flood picked up our structures, it moved them, it combined them into larger structures, it intertwined the logs together in ways that we never, ever, ever could. It jammed those structures with gravel and sands and cobbles at densities we could never achieve. It really created these monolithic structures. And if you look upstream of that structure, it's hard to see. I'm not tall enough to have gotten a good picture, but there's a channel up there, and it's about 10 feet wide, and the banks of that channel are about 1 foot high. We have filled the channel in and reconnected it to that floodplain. We have taken that channel that's in stage 3 of evolution in the middle there, that really big channel, and we've reversed the channel evolution process by simply adding wood to that channel. I've been in this field for about 20, 22 years, and I remember early on where we'd see all these incised channels when we were finding that 75% of these channels were incised, and we thought, oh my gosh, how in the world would you ever like reconnect those rivers to their floodplain? How are we going to deal with this problem? Turns out it's not really that hard in lots of cases. I'm not going to say this is going to work everywhere, but in lots of cases, this process, this practice comes in really cheap relative to traditional mechanized engineered channel restoration projects that come in at about $200,000 a mile. Wood addition you can do from approximately $20,000 to $30,000 a mile. So we can really make use of our limited resources. This is just another slide, same Cobb Brook, looking upstream at a deposit of gravel that sits on top of those logs that you see in the foreground. That again is my colleague Murray up there just for scale. And if we stand upstream of where Murray is, we can see him from the upstream direction. And you can look at that gravel, those cobbles that completely filled in that channel and reconnected that channel to its floodplain. So there's big sediments, there's also small sediments. We're storing small sediments with these projects, and that is super important because those small sediments, as I think most of us know, are the ones that carry the phosphorus. The Fish and Wildlife Department, particularly Judd Kratzer, who's really been leading this work, he's done amazing work on this and really should be commended for that. These are images of Judd measuring the deposits and trying to quantify the amount of fine sediments. He's trying to get at the question of how much of a phosphorus reduction or impact are we having when we do this work. What Judd found across, he's been doing this work from between 2012 and 2022. I think this is somewhat of a guess, but based upon some of the stuff I read, I think he's done about 50 miles of river restoration, of wood addition. And across approximately those 50 miles, he's found that you get about 422 cubic yards of sediment trapping, fine sediment trapping per mile. So across all of his work, he's seen 15,000 cubic yards of sediment deposition, or 1,493 dump trucks, all of which, well, we asked, has phosphorus attached to it, right? I don't remember the exact percentage of phosphorus to those fine gravels, but anyway, really important for nutrient reduction efforts. So recognizing that, DEC, the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation, has done a really good job of trying to facilitate the eligibility of wood addition for state clean water funding, particularly the formula grants and the phosphorus reduction money. This is just a page from their recently released nutrient crediting guidelines. And they've been working really hard on this. It's not easy. The process-based restoration is very complex. Predicting the outcomes isn't easy, but they've been working really hard and did a great job. And so what this now means that we have this guideline we can apply for nutrient reduction money for strategic wood addition projects, which, and Danielle, you're right there. I think the budget annually is 13 million, and that's broken up like 8 million for nutrient reduction and then 5 million for enhancement non-formula grant. So like, I think we're about like, $8 million available for strategic wood addition if you're looking to target nutrient reduction, and then another 5 million in the enhancement grants, which doesn't have the same nutrient reduction requirements, but is available for strategic wood addition. So, particularly in this day of age, $13 million a year is not nothing. So that's wood addition in the forested setting. And again, that's process-based restoration. The wordings here are difficult. I'm still struggling with it because different people use different terminology and it kind of fits together, kind of doesn't. But process-based restoration, right? It's largely just adding wood to streams to drive those processes that restore the streams. We do it in the forested setting, and in Vermont, we call it strategic wood addition. We do it in the open field setting, which is where I want to go next. Often these are fallow ag lands, or maybe even currently used ag lands. We talk about it as low-tech process-based restoration in the open setting, if you will, in the broad valley setting, if you will. And it looks different primarily because we don't have trees, right? We have shrubs. We have lots of invasives, and we would also find more beaver dams in that setting, right? So it looks a little different. So to show you all what it looks like, I'm going to walk through a project that we did, that TNC did on its one of its natural areas a few years ago. This is Hubbardton Clay Plain, our Hubbardton Clay Plain natural area down in West Haven, Vermont, right on 22A. So you can kind of get a glimpse at what the work looks like. Bob Hyams, Habitat Restoration Solutions, was one of our contractors, our lead contractor on the project. We worked with Vermont Youth Conservation Corps. David Berg is here. He worked with Bob Hyams. Bob also brought in a couple other folks. Red Start, we had Red Start come in. We were trying to really bring in a lot of different people so different people could touch and feel and see what this was all about, and try to get them interested in it. So this is the site. The reason the Nature Conservancy purchased this site back in 2002 is because it contained a relatively large tract of intact clay plain forests, that forested section that you see there. And where we have that intact forest, we see really nice examples of that clay plain swamp. Is that what I need to call it? Wetlands, woodlands, wildland image there. It really matches that pretty nicely. But a lot of the field was, leveled and drained for agriculture, ditched. And then when 22A went in, all the water coming off the upslope side of 22A got put into a ditch and funneled into one culvert. So all of that water that you would see, expect as shown in the blue lines to sort of disperse over that clay plain environment, saturating all those soils, maintaining soil moisture regime, all got put into one ditch and run through the site that way. So completely altered this site. And that's what we set out to work with. And I should say that before we set out to do this in 2020, the Nature Conservancy has done a lot on that site to try to restore it. We've done a lot of planting. So this isn't the first effort or iteration of our restoration efforts on the clay plain, our Hubbardton Clay Plain site. So I just want to step back for a second and say that, like, not too long ago, the ideas for restoring streams in this setting were informed by the science of fluvial geomorphology. And at that time, the scientific understanding was that the dominant pre-disturbance condition, river condition in North America, was the single thread meandering stream. And that was kind of what restorationists set out to build when they set out restoring streams. That's a channel restoration project from somewhere out west, but 80s, 90s, early 2000s, and even today, that kind of stream is being developed or built as restoration. Thankfully, like, When society steps up and funds and supports scientific research, that science improves and we actually get a better understanding of reality. It's something to keep in mind these days. We learned, and this work started sometime around early 2000s, that the dominant channel condition really was the multi-thread or anastomosing channel, really small channels, no one dominant channel running through vast wetlands, confounded by beaver dams and wood of different types. So that's what we set out to build, or, well, I shouldn't say build, we set out to help to restore to that condition at our Clay Plain site. So this is an image from the low-tech process-based restoration handbook or guidelines that comes out of Utah State University. They've done a really great job of developing and promoting this type of restoration approach. So I just put that up there just so you get a sense of like what a well-executed project looks like. And again, it's trying to look like that image I just showed previously. I should mention that like the principles, some of the principles, this work is really based on adaptive management. So it's not just like do it once and then walk away. You actually do it once and you go back every few years and you adaptively manage your work. Much different than large scale mechanized projects where you raise, maybe millions of dollars, you get you get a lot of permits, you mobilize a lot of big heavy equipment and you go out once, you do it and then you walk away. Like that's typically the way that type of project works. This stuff's great in that you can, pretty easily go back and adaptively manage because you know that as soon as you do something on a river, a flood's going to come along and totally rework it, and you're going to stand there and go, ah, gosh, we need to go back and fix that. With this type of project, you typically can. So another part, and I've had this image up there for a while. Why is that up there? Beavers. Beavers really are the end game where we can do it. I know we can't do that everywhere. And that's a big thing that we need to work on. But the ideal is that beavers move back into these systems because the beavers are the ones that continually maintain these systems over time, right? And they work pretty cheap. This is a new evolution model that really considers, or a newer evolution model that really considers the influence of beavers. Turns out beavers do a great job of converting in size streams that you see in the top left through their beaver dam building into really broad, wet meadows with an anastomose channel running through it, as you see in the bottom right. So it'd be misleading not to mention that beavers really are the target, the end game here. With all of that, let's just jump in and take a look at a few of the things that we did at the Hubbardton River Clay Plain project. So this is the site, right? And you can see the reaches of river. They're color coded based upon their condition pre-project. It doesn't really mean a lot for this presentation, so don't worry too much about the coloring. But you can see the streamlines. The site I want to look at first is in that red circle. And this is a cross section of the valley right there, looking downstream. You can see the stream there. You can see the water in the stream. The elevation of the water there is the elevation of the water of the 2-year storm. Now, what's magical about the 2-year storm is that that's the storm or flood event at which the river should be overtopping its banks. So this river is not overtopping its banks when it should. It's in that incised condition. And that's simply because this thing was dredged. They dredged the heck out of this thing, right? It was just a drainage ditch. So they dredged it as deep as they could. It's not connected to the surrounding floodplain. You might also notice that, that river, that channel is really oddly like way off to the right of the valley bottom. The valley bottom's way over there to the left, the low point in the valley. So we used a machine in this case. So despite everything I've been saying, we had a machine on site to remove a culvert. This was really easy access. So we used the machine. I know we cheated. We used the machine to make an earthen ditch plug. And a lot of you will be very familiar with this. I know Chris and his team work with Jim Eikenberry, and NRCS, and Ben, you're probably involved in these. You guys do a lot of ditch plugging, right? This is nothing new for you, for all you folks that have seen ditch plugs. I just think it's super cool what happened here. Like, we got the water out of that narrow little ditch that never flooded, and we created this wet meadow. It's really cool. There's an image of the ditch plug next to that nannyberry. Here's the water flowing out into that broader floodplain after we plugged it. And there's upstream of the ditch plug, spreading out the water, holding that water on the landscape, right? Increasing the residency time. That's a real fundamental concept of process-based restoration. We want to hold water on the landscape, particularly out west where they do a lot of this, right? In that dry environment. You know, we were under, parts of the state were under drought for quite a while in the recent past. No reason to think that drought's not coming our way with climate change. So maybe this is a solution that helps us deal with that a little bit, makes us a little more resilient. So we're holding water on the landscape, we're creating habitat, we're restoring the hydrologic conditions of the floodplain, you know, and improving the wetland characteristics of those areas. So that's one part of the project. Here's another, it's just downstream a little ways. This is an area where the water is just about to spread out onto the floodplain at that 2-year flow event. So what we did there was we were a little more true to this process, this low-tech approach, and we built what are known as beaver dam analogs. They're human-constructed beaver dams using wood materials, weaving them together, using soil, making kind of a layer cake of brush and soil. And we created these 2 structures. This is looking downstream at one of the structures. You can really see how narrow the channel is, right? That's an incised little narrow channel. That water is not staying on site. It rains and that water just shoots through that channel and it's downstream before you know it. It's not doing any of the good stuff that water needs to do on the floodplain to help with our riparian vegetation. There's the beaver dam analog from the side holding some water. And here it is above during a moderate flow, and you can really see how we're spreading the water out during a flow event. It's no longer in that really narrow little ribbon. It's actually spreading out quite a bit and slowing down. Here's one more spot, and then I see that I'm pretty close to being at time, so I'm going to show you this one spot and then skip ahead a little bit. This is on the southernmost stream on the parcel. And again, we see the cross section. Water's not getting onto that floodplain, but that floodplain looks beautiful. It's really wide. If we could just get the water up there, it would be so cool. We could go in and vegetate that with all kinds of stuff, right? Here's a look at that floodplain in a photo. Here's us building somewhat novel structures. These are wood jams, so we don't have big trees. So with small trees, in this case, Christmas trees, somewhat novel in that respect, you have to pound posts through those and build structures that'll stay in place for some amount of time what we're trying to do with these structures is you're actually trying to increase bank erosion because you want to widen the channel because narrow channels have too much power to build beaver dams in and raise the water. They just get blown out. So first you have to widen the channel. It's following that channel evolution process, down cutting, then widening. We're trying to accelerate that evolution process with these wood jams. And here, I don't know how well you can see that on the big screen. It's pretty small on my screen, but there's a structure there. Yeah, you can see that structure, the post sticking out, and you can actually see that it's pushing the river around the structure. We're actually getting some of that bank erosion. And in these clay soils, that erosion process really can stall for quite a period of time because that clay is so cohesive. So we're helping to advance that process. And the coolest thing for me that like on this project, when we went back and looked at some of those Christmas tree structures, they are just trapping those fine clays. And fine clays are super hard to pull out of the water column. They're super hard to get to settle out. So they go downstream to Lake Champlain and the lake turns green, right? So these are like just throwing little carbon filters into the stream channel and trapping all these sediments. So this is something we're gonna work on some more. We actually just hauled a bunch more Christmas trees down there a couple weeks ago, and we're gonna do some more of this and try to see if we can't really trap more sediments and start to document that, and then maybe work with others to, maybe this is a technique that is really helpful to reducing phosphorus loading. So that's kind of the cool thing for me. All right, so this is just a site where there was a culvert, there was a dug pond. We removed the culvert. We built a big beaver dam. There's Bob hard at work. We were trying to back up that pond, which wasn't very deep. We were trying to increase the depth of that pond because you need like 3.5 feet, is what my understanding is, to get beaver to move in. And we thought, if we get enough pond depth and we plant some beaver food, maybe someday this will be beaver hat and the beaver will move in and everything will be great. Experimental. It worked okay. we don't get a lot of flow in this stream. So, you know, the slow leakage takes over and you actually lose pond depth after a while. You don't get enough flow, it doesn't refill. So it didn't really work exactly the way we wanted, but we're still driving process. We're still wetting the surrounding floodplain. There's still lots of good things happening. So that's kind of cool. That's just looking downstream at the pond. You can see how we backed up the stream channel there and that water spreading out on the floodplain. And we planted the site. I got to show this one because this is what you all care about probably more than my stupid stream pictures. Like we planted the site. Polteny Meadowy, NRCD led the planting effort for us. We did some experimental stuff. We planted in 30 by 30 fence plots. Like some literature out there says that deer won't jump into such small fence plots, even if that fencing is only 4 feet high. We used soap. I bet a lot of you use soap and know more a lot about it than I do. Irish Spring, I understand, is the soap of choice. Oh, not for the deer. So, and Murray and I and Eliza on our team were out there last week, and like we didn't do any, you know, just casual observation. It looked like things are doing pretty well. And, you know, that's only a year, 2 years, actually that's 3 years now. So things are doing pretty well. So that all is kind of promising. And that is the end of my talk on that project. I have one more slide just to wrap it all up. You know, so this was all about building low-tech process-based restoration or bringing it to a scale that matters. And I think, you know, what matters, it's hard to say, but given our context of 75% rivers being in that unstable, like we've got a lot of work to do. So we need to scale it up. So we really need to create an industry around this because as of right now, there aren't really any practitioners. Well, let me start with, let me go in order my slides here. The funding's there. Thanks to the good work at DEC, we now have a lot more funding to do this. We also have private funding and we have private funding. But we now have that access to that state funding. So that's great, that's there. What's not there? Landowners. Landowners don't know, like, I've done workshops with foresters and they've said over and over again, if landowners knew about this and understood it, they would love it. They like to leave a good imprint on their land. They would love it. So we need to outreach and education to landowners. Project managers, the watershed orgs and the conservation districts, they don't really know about this stuff yet. They don't know how to go through the process of getting funding, nor do I, because I haven't done it yet, but we need to work through all that and get people used to doing this work. So working with, you know, watershed orgs and conservation districts and others. And then finally, the big one, practitioners. We really don't have the practitioners. Trout Unlimited, Red Star Natural Resources, the state up in the kingdom, but the state's winding down, Judd's winding down his work there. You know, we've done a couple projects, but that's really not enough practitioners to really do the stuff at the scale that we want. So we got to develop outreach and education. We got to develop training programs, and TNC and some of our partners are working on that. The bad news is that we were going for federal money for that. We had a couple grants, and of course, we're not going to see that money now. Good news is that the state's money is there, and we can get money for projects, actual projects, and we can build in landowner outreach and education and training opportunities for folks. So last statement, if anybody out there is like interested in this, if any of you nursery folks are interested in like adding something you can do, you know, Intervale provides technical services if something that you guys would be interested in maybe picking up as another technical service you provide. Like, let's talk. I'm here through the end of the day, and you can always look me up at the Nature Conservancy. So thank you very much for hearing something that you probably really didn't come here to hear about. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Shane. Thanks for that. That was really good. My question is, do you have an opinion if a group is combining process-based work on an unforested area and wants to combine it with a planting, would you have a recommendation on how to stage those two projects, especially if you're expecting like river adjustments? Would you recommend planting at the same time or doing that process-based stuff and giving it a few years till you install a buffer? Because I think that's a great opportunity for folks here is to think about planning ahead and doing some process-based stuff first, and then maybe going to the next planting step.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. So I don't have a ton of experience like with this stuff. You know, you saw the one project. Well, I've worked on a couple of projects. The Lair at VLT and I have worked on a couple of projects out together, and we've learned a lot, and we're learning as we go. And there's not really a lot in that low-tech process-based guideline about actually planting, I don't think. Like, it's kind of interesting. It's not really in there. So there's no guidance there. But when we did that Hubbardton project, like we wanted to plant some, we always do plantings. I was cautioning against planting because too close to the streams, because we're pushing the stream around. We're going to take out all our plant or some of our planting, but we decided to go for it anyway and, do low cost planting. But I think in general, like do the wood addition or do the process-based restoration project, push the river around a little bit, let it start to adjust, and then go in with your planting. We just set our planting back a little bit. And I think, we didn't go hog wild with it. So we didn't spend a tremendous amount of money on the planting. So that was our approach. Like let the river sort itself out for a little while, I think would be the guidance, and then come in and do the planting, or just set the planting back. Yeah.
Thanks, Shane. So I was presenting earlier about the Futures Fund through NIFWIF, and strategic woody additions have been something that have come up over the past few years, specifically in Vermont, as a potential project to be funded. And it's been tough in this program because it's so focused on nutrient management. So I really appreciated what you said about the phosphorus reductions and the numbers that are being put to that. I would encourage folks, if this is something that you're working on and you're thinking about, if you can talk about it in terms of phosphorus and you're in that Connecticut River Basin, this may be a funding source for you. But my question for you is there any number that's been put to nitrogen reduction in this sense too? I'm thinking from the NIFWIF hat because that's the main nutrient that they're trying to mitigate downstream. But I haven't seen any calculators yet that have been able to quantify nitrogen reductions with strategic woody additions.
Yeah, so I do know that Red Start has dug into the literature. Is anybody from Red Start? Nobody from Red Start's here today. But Red Start dug into the literature. They put together like a quasi-lit review, put it in a PowerPoint format, and they've shared that with a number of different folks. And there is a bit of literature about nitrogen reduction. And I think that was actually the easier nutrient to find information on. And I know they are getting funding from NIFWIF, right? And what's the Long Island Sound Future Fund? So I believe they're getting money from NIFWIF, and that they are citing nitrogen reduction, and NIFWIF understands that to be the case. So I don't think there's a problem like using nitrogen reduction dollars for strategic wood addition, if that's the question. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Thank you for this great presentation. And we've talked some, and I'm thinking about the low-tech process-based practitioners, but project managers also in the boots on the ground piece with the potential, if there are project managers for like lower, let's say not as trained youth corps type crews that could either be supported through funding in conjunction with research that is about nutrient stuff that's funded, or like community service needs for graduation for public high schools. And we talked about that, but if you can think through like where there might be opportunities there in terms of these categories, that would be great.
Yeah, so just to make sure I heard that correctly, like you're interested in like lesser trained individuals, opportunities for lesser trained individuals to engage in these projects. Yeah. So on the project that I showed, now the strategic wood addition stuff, right? You're dropping trees into streams. So you want like trained sawyers there for that stuff. But for the other stuff, like it's really pretty low risk. And that's one of the beautiful things about it. We worked with Vermont Youth Conservation Corps on that project, and they built one of those beaver dam analogs I showed, and they did a great job. They built some of those wood structures with minimal training. That's the beauty of this work. That's one thing that, and Alaire and I, when we've done some projects, and it's been like, these are projects like, all right, so I say this and it's like, I'm gonna get thrown out of this room. Like you get a bunch of volunteers together and they plant trees and I've heard this from volunteers, like they go back and they look at those trees and they're like, oh, they're still there. And they look at them the next year and it's like, yeah, they're still, oh, they grew like, right, I'm gonna get thrown out. But you put people in the river building like dams and getting muddy and like flooding out land. And like they're jumping up and down because the water's rising around their legs and it's simple. They're kids playing in the sandbox, literally. Like, it doesn't matter. We've had the oldest of volunteers to the youngest of volunteers, and people get super excited about it. And I just think if we can harness that and use those as opportunities to really engage and educate people about some of these like channel evolution, ideas, that we can really help build a constituency at that level of people who really care about water quality and understand why we're promoting the things that we're trying to promote to restore water quality and habitat, et cetera. So yeah, I think super opportunities there. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. This was a great presentation. You talked about adaptive management and going back to the site and being able to maybe adjust, seeing what based on what happened. Curious if there's any frameworks that are being employed in terms of supporting learning and monitoring to kind of keep developing best practices in this space.
Yeah, monitoring is always like, it's perennially difficult to get money for, right? Like it's always challenging. So, on one hand, the beauty of this stuff is like, you can go out there and look at it and see like, you don't even need to bring a tape measure with you, really. You can go out there and look at it and say, oh, wow, that's working. That's cool. Right. But that's not what people really, that's not what funding entities really want, right? They want a little bit more than that. So no, I'm not really aware, like, we're trying to, at the Nature Conservancy, we do have access to private funding and we try to talk, we try to include the monitoring in the work that we do, and we will continue to try to do that. I'm not aware with the whole clean water investment program, clean water funding, how that would work. One of the challenges is that like those projects are supposed to work for a certain time frame. And, some folks at DEC have been really good about saying, hey, they've been trying to think of ideas for getting funding to do that adaptive management work, right? Because it's not, again, it's not the one, go in once and do it and then walk away from it. You get right. So, that's kind of challenging from a funding perspective. But DEC, again, has been really great about trying to think that through and how we go back and actually do that adaptive management. The monitoring, I think that's maybe gets built into their, they have standard monitoring practices, right? I can't remember how the terminology for all of that, but the operations and management agreement. And so, we build the monitoring into that framework. We need to do that work, I guess, right?
Great, thank you.
So I have a question for you.
Oh, wow.
We've still got a little bit of time, I think. Well, it's right at noon, but I think just a quick question. I'm wondering if you can speak at all to the permitting that will be required, since this is in-stream work.
Sean,
To the permitting.
The permitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so the stream alt program, the state stream alterations program issues a permit typically for these projects. And I'm going to forget this because it's been a while since I've done a permitting process. And I feel like the permitting process changes a little bit from time to time, but it's not hard. It's not hard, right? They work hard to make this easy because it's restoration. Likewise, the Army Corps of Engineers has done a really good job, I think, getting themselves familiar and comfortable with this, so that I have noticed, like when I did a wood addition project in 2018, there was a lot of material submission. There was monitoring mandated, getting back to monitoring. There was mandated monitoring there. It was kind of a struggle. It was 5 years of monitoring. And over time, they've relaxed those requirements around monitoring. And I've actually talked to Angela Rapella, in the last couple of years, and I asked her about that, and she said, yeah, we got comfortable with it. We saw you guys doing it. We understand what it does. we know it. So, we're relaxing. We recognize it's restoration. So I think we should, thank our regulatory programs, both state and federal, for really supporting restoration work. I'm not going to say there's nothing there to do it. I mean, Alaire might have some opinion on that. But I think they're really trying to do what they can, given their mandate, right, to make it easy to get this work done. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to the permitting. It's pretty straightforward. And that's because we worked, on that first project we worked on together, Shane, to like try to submit something super simple so that that's what they would have to review. And that would be like a precedent for future. So it's been really, I think with the Army Corps, it's been very successful. And with these kind of like open field, because with Vermont Land Trust, the projects we've done, with Shane and others are on farms where we are doing a riparian buffer planting as well. It's a stream that's been, there's a buffer being retired or working in the stream. They're small enough that they don't require a stream alteration permit. So I haven't worked on those for these kind of open settings. But I just wanted to say to this group that like this work, installing these wood structures and streams in conjunction with buffer plantings, I think is a place where we at Vermont Land Trust, and we do a lot of plantings every year with a lot of you, with conservation districts and partners. We want to move toward like really linking those together. And I know I think we don't necessarily need to do the wood addition, wait for the stream to adjust, and then do the planting. It's like it can kind of happen at the same time. And we did that, in a project down in Westminster last year. We did the planting a couple of years ago. We did the wood addition last year because we really saw that like you're planting along the side of these streams that are incised. You're just only looking at part of the issue. And so if you're really thinking about restoring that system, adding wood, but another cool thing about that one was like the wood addition was also part of the live material addition because we were putting in fishings and live stakes. So that's a cool thing that can help, like while it's trapping the material, it's also going to grow and restore that system as well. So it's really fun to think about pairing those, and it's exciting to think about that with this particular group of people too. And linking the funding is super exciting.
I know that there's been a lot of work by the DEC to put crediting to SWA projects, but I didn't know if that same work was being put into like the smaller scale BDA projects. I know that when I've been working with them on crediting and SWA projects, they sort of favoring larger installs rather than the smaller streams. So I didn't know if you've been talking with them at all about that being a potential formula funding project. And then I have another question, which is, with these projects, are you leaning more towards less or more design as like part of the process? I know that our SWA design seemed like quite a large document to me, and maybe that's just because it's newer and it was trying to get, that formula funding. So there was a lot of like things that needed to be documented for incised channels and things. But in general, as we move forward, are you thinking that these are going to be like more design projects that they currently are, or it'd be better for them to be less designed and maybe more accessible to more practitioners?
Yeah, and you guys have been doing great work, like helping to, that work that you've been doing really helped DEC get that guidance document developed. So Friends of the Winooski River are doing great work on this stuff. I sat in on the recent Functioning Floodplain Initiative tool training the other day. I don't know if anybody, right? And I swear Keith Fritchie said, when he got done, he said, so this is our strategic wood addition guideline for nutrient crediting. We're going to jump into looking at beaver dam analogs and PALs pretty soon, and it might look kind of like what we're doing here with the wood addition. So I think that guidance is in the works, maybe not in the works, but they're at least envisioning doing that so that we'll be able to get nutrient reduction money easy for this open field setting, process-based restoration. I was hopeful that the design requirements would be less for this work. That said, like DEC has to fulfill its obligations to EPA to really accurately or reasonably document with reasonable accuracy how much nutrient load reduction we're achieving by spending all this clean water money. And so I get it, like, right, they need to have us out there with tape measures and our GPS units quantifying the amount of area of floodplain that we're reactivating and how much we're going to fill the channel in. I think they're working hard, really trying to make it overly difficult. But it would be nicer if we didn't have to do that, because I don't think that the practice itself requires that much engineering and design, right, work at a time. But the funding piece, because we're in the TMDL framework, I think, maybe over time, like we learn more, maybe Judd Kratzer and others do, good research that really shows with a lot of confidence, like per linear mile of stream, you get this much nutrient reduction. And then that's all we'll have to do on our applications is say, we're going to do X miles of stream, and that'll be associated with a, specific nutrient reduction. I think it's going to take a while to get there if we ever get there, but it would be nice, right? Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's on. Hi. My name is Morgan. I work with Northwoods Conservation Center up in East Charleston, Vermont. And I just also want to plug the work that we're doing up there in the Memphremagog watershed. We are also building BDAs and PALs and all that good stuff along with our good friends, Memphremagog Water Association. And two other groups I want to highlight of like how can we connect all these things that you're talking about, the people, the education, the conservation orgs, and all of this. The Beaver Institute does a really great program. I don't know if you've heard about it. I don't know if others have heard about it, but it's a really great program of mentoring folks on all things beaver. And you become a beaver wetland specialist. It's quite the title. But it teaches you, they teach you how to do these things, how to work with landowners, how to take on these projects yourself as a part of another organization or as a business yourself. So that when you're talking about how can we connect these things, I think about the Beaver Institute. And then there's another group that is more citizens-based, which is the Beaver Collective. And they do a lot of really great outreach and research, or outreach and education for the public as well. So just want to like highlight those couple of folks, and also just highlight the good work that's going on in the Memphremagog.
Yeah, I have to add on to that. Patrick Hurley, who is the Memphremagog Watershed Association project manager, comes to us from out west. He's formally trained as a fluvial geomorphologist and hydrologist and probably some other things. He's done a lot of wood addition work out west with big engineering firms, and he's doing some really cool stuff and with the help of Northwood Stewardship. So that's a real bright spot on this landscape. So yeah, super cool. Thanks for mentioning that. All right.
So we're going to get started on the afternoon session soon. So if you need to move to the nursery room, that's down the hall. And just in like 1 minute, we'll get started. And we'll have a quick overview or review of the trees with an additional name. And then we'll have Ben gave us talk to us. So, and this is Michelle. She will be filling in for me while I'm getting things going down in the other room.
Okay, next we're going to be hearing from Ben Gabos. Ben Gabos worked as the Conservation Reserve Easement Program CREP planner with the Vermont Agency of Agriculture. As such, he works with landowners, the NRCS, watershed groups, and conservation districts to develop CREP restoration projects on agricultural properties. He's going to talk to us today about why we should be prioritizing restoration along small streams. So give Ben a welcome.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not there. I know they're on the, it's on here.
think it was open. All right. Okay. I did this talk in 2022, but it was shorter. Let me start this so I don't lose track of my time. I'm really bad at this kind of thing. I hate doing presentations, so bear with me. I'll do my best. Slideshow, there we go. I just want to see the whole thing. I don't have any notes. Okay. Well, good. All right. So yeah, basically I've worked on, man, those lights are bright. CREP for a long time now, since 2004. It's a conservation reserve enhancement program, and I'm an Agency of Agriculture employee. It's a program that works in partnership with the Farm Service Agency, basically to enroll riparian land in forested buffers primarily, on land that's in pasture, hayland, or corn land, cropland. The landowners are paid a rental payment each year, and for a 15-year contract, there's upfront money paid, and then incentives money, and then the cost share to implement all the practices, the tree planting, tree and shrub planting, the fence, if needed, there's livestock, pipeline, water tub, stream crossing, all that is 100% cost shared, or 90% cost shared from FSA, and then the Partner for Fish and Wildlife Program, Katie Kane, who had to leave, they come in and cover the other 10%. So it's a true partnership between the state, PFW, and the Farm Service Agency. And then NRCS in some project, basically plays a technical role as well, and then districts as well. A lot of projects come from districts, a lot of projects comes from Vermont Land Trust, watershed groups, so it takes a village. But basically, my soapbox issue is, because we get so much more jazzed about doing buffers on smaller streams because the benefit is that much greater. I like to have a chance to talk about it from time to time. This is my Gonna Change the World slide. This is Shane with his process-based wood addition, and us with our buffers, trying to do good in the world. But I like this one because it's showing the hyporheic zone of a stream at the bottom with some wood, in the stream, and a forested buffer nearby, and branches overhanging the stream, which is what we want to see. So this is a diagram, so if those of you who aren't familiar, when we talk about headwater streams, we're talking about stream orders. It depends on who you talk to, 1 and 2 or 1 to 3, roughly. Streams, they're the very beginning of when a stream channel starts to form, and they could be intermittent, perennial, or one or the other. They often have really good connection to groundwater. So I kind of use first to third order as headwaters. This is a nice graphic, highlighting that basically, again, like over 90% of the stream miles are in the US, orders 1 to 3. And basically, this is the deal. Quality of water is affected most by the interface of the riparian area with these streams. They dictate what the water quality of the larger streams and rivers is downstream. So to me, it makes sense that's where we should be prioritizing or focusing our efforts on riparian restoration. This is a nice brochure from New Hampshire that really celebrates headwater streams, and kind of they go through a little categorization of the different kinds as they see it. But basically just explaining, they're the small streams and wetlands at the highest end of the watershed. And a lot of times, this is very true in Vermont, they're not mapped. They're not certainly on a topo line, and they're not on the VHD often. They're there though. So when we're out in the field, we GPS them, mark them, and say, yeah, there's a stream here. Just because it's not a blue line, I've had folks say, where's the stream? And it's like, there's no blue line. I'm like, well, it's here. Here's a picture. So this I got from Shane a couple years ago. I don't know where this is now, this headwater screening tool from TNC, but it should be available by now, but I don't know if it is or not. But this was in 2022 in development. I guess there was a headwater screening tool of some sort. Maybe it had to do with culverts, so I don't know. But showing that, and this is just Lamoille watershed, to give a good illustration of the coverage of the headwater streams watershed in Lamoille. So it's basically 85% if you count down to the order 3 of the watershed. So, which is very telling. It's like, this is where the rubber hits the road. Just to go into the Lamoille a little bit, we do buffers on rivers, of course. There's benefits to those as well. But this is back when this farm only had 25-foot grass filter strips through CREP. We've since upgraded these to 50-foot forested buffers. But once you come off the buffer in these big fields, it's really dependent on how that field's managed. This is like basically, they can only do so much in this floodplain setting, is my point. This is a year, maybe 2, 3, maybe 4, actually 3, no, 4 of this buffer planted. This is now 50 feet instead of the 25-foot grass. And this was after the July 2023 flood. And so, the corn was up a lot higher. That previous photo was May, and it flooded. And this is what happened in May previously in this floodplain. So, the buffers are doing something here. They're holding together the stream banks, et cetera. This is, some of the buffer that's on his land, an older forested buffer, silver plain ostrich fern, nettle. But so here's that site. And this is where I was taking a picture where there's now a 50-foot buffer here. And this is where this flood chute comes out. Beaver Brook comes down here out of Westford. And whenever this is flooding, basically it backs up and shoots right across this field. So we've done some grass waterways there to stop soil erosion in that spot. This is across the river. This is here where this yellow arrow is. This is another farm across the way that we've done 70-foot forested buffers here. And this is them taken by the flights. You can get a lot of these images from that flood viewer that's available online. These were taken after the 2023 flood, which was enormous for the Lamoille. This whole field was underwater, but this is the 70-foot buffer on that field. We're trying to, start from scratch here. It's just a bunch of brome grass. But, that's only at 70 feet out of the bank full width here, about 260. That's just in terms of a ratio to compare 0.26 to 1 buffer to stream ratio. So we're never going to have canopy over this river, right? The benefits here of a forested buffer are significant, but not as beneficial as something like this, where you have, this is up in Charleston. This is a nice brookie trib to the Clyde. And it has potential. And this is the kind of project we drool over. This is like, we love this because, this would be a cool place where Shane's talking, you could do some wood addition here and some neat stuff. There's some incision, but it's like, it's got potential. And here, a 50-foot buffer on this 5 to 7 bankful, the ratio here is 10-1 buffer to stream surface area. So a lot greater. The benefits are that much more. So basically 38 times that ratio of buffer to stream surface. So a lot more riparian area to surface water, basically, and that much more ecosystem service to that surface water. You can always come back to these. So basically my point is a lot more ecosystem services bang for the buck. And since CREP and other programs are on that Project 2025 chopping block, I hope there's programs still around, but dollars for this kind of work, I think are going to be tougher to come by, possibly for at least a period. But, I think restoring riparian corridors of headwaters is you get a lot more bang for the buck. A lot more water quality bang for the buck should be credited with more phosphorus retention. This was my probably favorite graphic. It's out of this old USDA conservation planning booklet. Basically showing, here, up in these headwaters, more effective buffers. This is like our Lamoille River, less effective buffers. So lower order streams. It's like ideally, if you could prioritize funding. I would say these streams should get more points. So, basically, yeah, most of the water delivered to these, the downstream channels is coming through all these tribs for sure, and they dictate what the water quality is. You're not going to change the water quality by putting a buffer on the river. It starts upstream. This is the third order stream in Holland, Vermont. Way back more than 15 years ago, there's a meadow. Just another stat there. Basically, most of the overall river network in the U.S., 80% is headwater streams and drains 70% of the land. So yeah, this is where it's at. This is all before. This is we also did on this trip coming down. This is Stearns Brook. These are the 15-year-old sort of 10,000 foot view. This is coming out of that culvert, looking downstream. We have willows all along the brook. Spruce, tamarack are doing really well. And yeah, this is down in, we actually have a canopy closure on this brook, which is really, this is like thrilling to come back, to a stream like this. And this is a place where eventually some of these trees and wood will fall in. So I just want to stress, and I can give citations to all this. I didn't have enough time to put all that in, but relative to larger streams, these tribs are really affected by these the downstream scenes are affected by these cumulative stressors to all the tribs. You can affect a lot of change to a tributary with a buffer versus putting a buffer on a river. You're not going to affect a lot of change. It's much less per square foot. And focusing on these and prioritizing these is smart. It's another way of saying the same thing. We should ideally, if you could, you wouldn't do any river buffers. You'd do only trib buffers until you have all the tribs. It doesn't work that way, but just throwing in benefits here. Wildlife habitat corridor, really beneficial. Obviously, this is a before up in Highgate. Very heavily impacted pasture, heavy use area. You can see the berm here from when this thing was dredged. That's, 15 years ago. This is 15 years later, same telephone poles. We've got willows all along the brook. Benefits of sediment control are, much enhanced on these buffers because you have actually all the land flowing down to that. In a floodplain of a river, you have natural levees. You don't really get flood flow off of the flat landscape into the river. So there's actually buffering going on here. In this case, nutrient control as well. Got all the heifers and dry cows and bull out of here, and all the land is healing. We actually had to seed a lot of this down, as you can imagine. This gets into, which is really important for particularly the Connecticut, nutrient transformations. There's a lot of in-stream processing of nitrates, or nitrogen, whether from ammonia to nitrates, and then basically through in the hyporeic zone, the bottom of the stream, the interface where it's like some areas are anaerobic, some are aerobic, but in the anaerobic zone, lots of nitrous oxide is, unfortunately, it's a greenhouse gas, but we are processing nitrogen out of streams in these, streams that have buffers on them. You have wider streams where you have forested buffers, you have wood in the streams, you have carbon, you have leaf matter that's also needed for that denitrification. So a lot of in-stream processing happens in these well-forested tribs. So that should definitely be credited for Connecticut. Just showing that this is that picture where that pasture was, heavy use area, this yellow, these streams in a lot of Vermont have been greatly modified. This used to be a nice meandering brook, although there's no forested buffer on it, but now it's this channelized, ditchified stream. And some of these tribs are gone, they're probably tiled out. So they're very vulnerable to a lot of channelization and remain very sensitive to adjacent land uses. So very important place in the landscape to get buffers. This green arrow showing where this next picture is, this is, I think, better managed now than it used to be, and probably it's very visible, so they probably do have their grass buffer over here. And they do rotate and do no-till now, so they've come a long way from the beginning, but, and they do cover crop, but they have. So, but when I started this, like, I wasn't touching this, this was off limits, but the pasture we could do. So just lots of benefits from forested buffers that really, for the largest part, you only get, the canopy and shade on these headwater streams. The nutrient uptake really you only get on the headwater streams. Filtering runoff, wherever you have the land flowing to the brook, which is more on the headwater streams versus the floodplain where you have the natural levee, and most of the connection to the floodplain is back through the back tribs and ditches to the river, or, on massive floods out of the bank, and it's all, bets are off at that point. And the leaf food, that's really important to the functioning of these streams. I don't want to get too into this because this is out of my realm, but there's this idea out there, this river continuing concept, talking about, that basically river systems are this continuum and they go through sort of different stages. The headwaters we're talking about, I'm talking about, are basically dependent for food on, the leaves and the wood coming in from outside. And they're, it's not algae growing in the brook because ideally they're shaded by a canopy. And they're just like, a lot of them have been converted by ag out there, but they're just dying to get the trees back on them because this is like their destiny, or like this is what they want to be in Vermont. Vermont was not prairie. We were forested everywhere. So yeah, here's the term, allochthonous. So basically outside of the stream material, not homogeneous. So the fish biologists will know this better. But basically, all that material comes in, it helps, it feeds all the macroinvertebrates, which then feed the fish. The whole thing starts with the trees and the shrubs and the leaves being next to that stream. And also, it helps a lot in that nutrient processing. Not so much up in the uplands, but in lowlands, there's plenty of headwater streams as well. This is a trib of the Missisquoi, but I sort of like to treat every little trib like it's a brookie stream, even though there's never going to be a brookie here. Pike do spawn up this brook, though, out of the Missisquoi, apparently. According to the landowner here, actually, the landowner here has the state record for muskie. And this is in Swanton. And this used to be horse pasture for Shetland pony pasture, really degraded. And now they're like the biggest tree planting crazy maniac guy. He's amazing. So this is it now. So transformed, okay? And we didn't do beaver dam analogs and all that good stuff. We didn't even know about it at the time, but right now there are beavers here because we provided food and they're doing all that stuff for us. So it's really cool. Another project, this just shows like, here we are working on the Missisquoi, but the most interesting fun part of this project were the tribs. That's where it's at. Over here, this is the trib. We're pulling out the buffer out to this green line. Even though they were fenced out of here, although somehow they got in, I think. And this is another trib. Again, this is like a first or second order stream. This is going to be so fun to see this change and to come back to this. We'll be standing under a canopy of this versus, you know, the main stem. You know, we're going to have trees on the main stem where there's just a grass buffer now, which is good for the river, for sure. They need it, but it won't be as impactful. Sean wanted me to put a little bit of climate change stuff in here. So this is a street in Montpelier after the 2023 flood. Here's my town here's my office right here. During the flood, headwater streams and, you know, having well-managed buffers and forest on headwater streams are hugely important. So I'm not saying one little buffer or even 100 in the watershed are gonna, you know, stop this from happening, but focusing on those areas is important and getting more of those buffers out there, as well as not just for flooding, but for planned form adjustment of rivers. This is in Hardwick, used to be the Riverfront Hotel, and it's really the Riverfront Hotel now. It's gone now, but that plan form change from all that sediment coming in the Lamoille led to this. And, you know, this was out of the floodplain, but in the river corridor. So, you know, these headwater streams and well-managed ones and buffers out on all of them also decrease this kind of volume of flood water and erosion. So this is, I don't know if you, oh, I guess you can see that pretty well. This is from 2018, developed, you know, 7 years after Irene. All these great measures that we should be looking at, prioritizing, and they name names here, supposed to be working on it. So I don't know if any of this is happening, but I've made it bigger so you can see all these. But this is all focused on the benefits of prioritizing management of headwaters in terms of reducing flood damage. And you've probably seen diagrams like this. It's very important. Trees are amazing, intercepting a whole bunch of storm water, you know, and slowing that hydrologic curve or lowering that hydrologic curve in a stream, infiltrating it because they have much better infiltrate. Soils are amazing in forests, all the duff, just the really, like you could take a penetrometer in a cornfield and not be able to get through like a foot, and you go out in the woods and zoom into a floodplain forest. It's amazing. So all these benefits that forest, this holds true on streams, small streams as well. Here's an image like this is two different farms, but basically if you're looking at this, a lot of people like look at, there's no buffer here all along this river. Oh, there's some buffer there. Like they get drawn to the rivers. I focus I'd like to, we have to work there too, but on the tribs. And this also, this is after climate because this area was cleared to make way for probably more hayland, cropland. Not all of it could stay that way, both with, state and NRCS. So a lot of it's going to grow back. But the years that this was cut and it's still regrowing has had a huge impact on this brook down here. See where this red arrow is. And there's also some management on this stream. Oh, my timer. I'll try to keep going here quick. So this is management. This is the yellow area. We're going to fix this. This is where the brook went over the road, wiped out the whole culvert because the probably culvert was too small to begin with. It's still too small, but the clearing up in that watershed basically has really impacted this watershed. And then now you have these massive head cuts and huge bank erosions, toe erosions going on. It's head cutting down into way into the subsoil here through glacial till. So here's one of my favorite. I'm almost to the end. This is the branch in Enosburg, Bakersfield, fourth order stream. Here's the first order stream. This brook actually used to be the lane. Cows would come out here. This is all heavy use area barnyard, even though they had a barnyard. And then they would go up the stream, they're fenced into this, and up this stream quarter into their upper pastures. So we came in, we put in a laneway through state money, and then we came in and put a buffer on all this and CREP. And and we moved the stacking of the manure away from the stream. Now there's a nice buffer on the stream. Again, this is fourth order stream, so it's, it's not completely covering the brook, but there's still nice habitat here. This is that trib looking down from that crossing. The lane goes by here. This is where the cows used to go. Here's where the fence got moved to, and we planted all this. Here it is now, last summer. The trees have gotten so big that it's shading the lane so much it was getting muddy. So the farmer, I said, yeah, it's fine. You can cut some limbs off. And I threw them in the brook. So this is looking upstream. This used to be the lane. And they would go over here too, but this went to his particular pasture. So we got him out of that. Here's NRCS archaeologist saying, yes, we can pull these culverts out. This is looking upstream. Here it is now. Mature silver maples, tons of willow along the brook. It's like in the shade. It's great. This is another trib on the same farm. Probably seen this picture. We fenced them out. There's a stream crossing. Here it is now, or a couple years ago at this point. 15 years in though, basically, or 14. So by their very nature, headwater streams offer the greatest chance of benefit from a forested buffer project. They determine the water quality and health of higher order streams. So when you have the option, focus on restoring these sorts of streams versus rivers and larger brooks. So yeah, and that's my last message. Acre for acre, we get more ecosystem service bang for the buck from restoring riparian corridors of headwaters than the same areas of larger streams and rivers. Right? Oh, questions now?
Yeah, we have time for maybe 2 questions.
Thanks very much. I'm on board. I have a question about so many of these headwater streams in our state are in mountainous terrain or on large tracts that are managed by forestry companies. How do you see us taking on that work? And the second piece is for places that are not developed, relatively pristine areas, how do we make a move toward doing river conservation easement or river corridor easements in that area
rather than on the main stem?
Yeah, I don't know that anybody from VRC is here. I'll mention the second one, but I know that Vermont River Conservancy has some large easements on some headwaters. I think Wister Woods, and then also somewhere down south. Where'd that, here. In this document, which is available, this link, I can send it out, but basically they were trying to say we should highlight this now, and they have, you know, different people assigned to work on this. You know, existing state and nonprofit research. I mean, these documents, people spend hours and hours and hours writing these, and I don't know what happens to these things, but I don't know if anybody's following up on this, but they're pointing out that these are really important. And they are. Of course, there's pages and pages of other charts too, saying lots of other things to do. But this really, you know, just in terms of a cost-effective, like Shane was talking about, cost-effective way, an acre buffer basically costs the same whether you're planting it on a river or a trip. So if you want to get the biggest bang from the buck, I say focus on the trip. So same thing for, maybe not exactly the same for river corridor easements, because, you know, that's where the plan form adjustments are going on in the rivers. So, but there's a prioritization matrix there that they look at too. But I've had a project in West Windsor where I argued this is a great headwater river, call it, you know, corridor, headwater corridor, not a river, but, and this should be, you know, we could do prep, we could do that, and it would be enough maybe for the landowner. It wasn't. Maybe we'll still do it, but we had some interest. So I think it's a great area. I think VRC is already doing some of that. Just, I don't know where it fits into DEC's funding for river corridors. They're, I think, being a little creative. We have a stream in the town of Franklin on the headwaters to Lake Carmi, where there's a stream that's basically in a couple of culverts for 1,200 feet. We're going to hopefully, with VLT on board now, I think we're close, but we might daylight this, do sort of a stage 0 stream restoration, and DEC's open to doing a river corridor on that. So headwater corridor, basically. So we're getting there, I think. I don't know, there's only so many resources and so many people, right? So I don't know about the forestry. I think that gets into what's in the forestry AMPs. And I just learned, actually, when we were meeting with Silas the other day, I wasn't aware of this. I thought you couldn't cut in the 50 feet corridor along the brook, but you can. You just have to follow, you know, you can't clear it. You have to leave a certain amount of canopy. But you know, you're allowed to cut that, right? Maybe you could speak more to that.
From the bank where machinery is not allowed to go, but within that 50-foot buffer, the AMPs, Vermont's acceptable management practices, stipulate that you need to maintain beeline stalking, which, if you're familiar with forestry terms, is Toby, the minimum allowable stalking. Well, that would be the C line, but can you explain that better, Toby?
Well, on the stalking guides for different forest types, the beeline is kind of where typically you thin to optimize growth and potential, and gives you about 10 to 20 years of growth after that. So it's kind of a pretty standard level people thin to when they're doing forestry work. So
does it maintain like roughly a pretty good canopy?
Okay. Yeah, and it's also, we also define it as continuous canopy cover, so no large gaps.
Okay. Yeah. So there's something there. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, yeah.
Ben, thank you for the presentation, pointing out the importance of first, second, and third order streams. We do we love working on these systems. We do invasive plant control, we do plantings, and we do process-based restoration. And there's a real synergy to doing all three together and conceptualizing these projects and executing them. Prior to 2025, when there was funding, what is the course for a contractor like me to get these projects funded through NRCS? Is it, do I have to shop around and cold call on landowners? Or do I go to NRCS and say, hey, I want to do this work? How does that work?
Okay, well, for things that are in ag production, so it's pasture, hayland, actively used, I'd come to us and say, I did a fly through a watershed and I've identified some possible places. I might know the landowners. Can we do a visit? What do you think? Or you send me some maps? Phil Wilson or I both work on CREP in terms of for if it's agricultural land. If it's not, then there's Trees for Streams, Woody Buffer Block Grants, the districts. There's now CWSP QUISP money and also EQIP. Problem with EQIP though, but you can work EQIP together with Trees for Streams or these others, because EQIP, the cost share for plantings is about half of what it actually costs, but we've piggybacked EQIP and PFW or trees, like we did a project with MRBA where we did EQIP, MRBA, and then PFW. So we basically did our own CREP version, but on a project where we couldn't do CREP for whatever reason. So,
But if it was farmland, can I come to you and say, we want to do all three of these things?
Yeah.
And you can figure it out?
Yeah, we can figure it out.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yes,
Okay, thank you, Ben.
thanks.
Round of applause to Ben. Okay, so our next speaker will be Kurt Lindberg, the chair of the Waitsfield Conservation Commission and a member of the Vermont Biodiversity Alliance. He will be speaking to us about the work he and other Conservation Commission members and the Mad River watershed have been leading to manage Japanese knotweed and restore riparian buffers. Afterwards, Hans Esteren of UVM-Extension will introduce us to the Ecological Planning Laboratory, a partnering organization on the Mad River project and its work using GIS mapping to track progress on the project. So we'll let both Kurt and Hans speak and then have time for Q&A at the end. Loaded on you. They should have it loaded for you in here.
All right, thank you, everybody. It's good to see so many partners in here who have helped us out in the Mad River Valley. You seen this slide before? It's from the New Yorker. Yeah, right. Kind of like that spotted lanternfly. I was kind of similarly depressed with the unchecked spread of Japanese knotweed in the Mad River Valley. Not only were there impenetrable, thickets along the main stem of the river, but there were many infestations in the headwaters and tributaries and higher elevations in the Mad River Valley. This photo was actually taken near the base of Mount Ellen, so it's getting up really high. So, the impetus for the work on Japanese knotweed and other invasives in the valley started about 7 years ago. And the chair of the Warren Conservation Commission, Hito Coleman, he lives near Roxbury Gap, and he just noticed infestations cropping up along the roadway that he'd see every day. He just got pissed and started ripping it out. And then he got even madder when he was driving up Lincoln Gap Road that had been recently repaved by the Forest Service, only to find that Japanese knotweed had been planted along the road in the gravel, introducing Japanese knotweed into the national forest. So he started ripping out knotweed there. And then in the neighboring town where I live, in Waitsfield, we were involved in a floodplain restoration project. The site was kind of covered with knotweed, so we really had to kind of deal with that, to begin the restoration project. And then kind of during those times, I had the great benefit of knowing E.O. Wilson. And when he told me that invasive species are the second leading cause of biodiversity loss, that really got my attention. So our two commissions kind of joined to begin kind of a collaborative effort. Over time, we were very naive and unsophisticated in the beginning. We didn't really know what we were doing, but through working over the past, 5 or 6 years, I think our effort has kind of grown in sophistication and depth. And I'd like to cover with you like 6 of the kind of strategies that have emerged that seem to be really helpful to us in organizing this comprehensive effort. One is to take a watershed focus, and that's nothing new to you folks for sure. And Hito talks about it. He said, knotweed comes down on water, goes up in gravel on trucks. So those are the two main spread kind of methods. So, focusing on a watershed makes real sense. And you can see from this map, these are all, we documented the locations of knotweed in the valley. And we decided that a strategy ought to be focus on the headwaters of the Mad River Valley, which are down here near Granville, and then on the upper elevations in town. So that's where the great focus of our effort is, along with 5 or 6 locations right along the main stem of the Mad River. And we do that primarily to bring public attention to the effort, so the community and visitors can see the effort, and also so some of the iconic swimming holes and like the Mad River Waitsfield Village, you can actually see the river again. So it's part of a beautification effort, but also an important community education effort because they kind of see us working. Right now, our 3 towns are working on 243 sites are under active management. We've focused really all on kind of manual methods, and they involve digging knotweed and rhizomes, followed by cutting every 3 weeks or so during the growing season. Some places we just cut every 3 weeks during the growing season, and some places we're able to mow. A tool that's not shown here is my new electric weed whacker with a blade. It was a great addition to our toolkit. Another method is smothering. Here you can see a group of UVM interns, smothering a site where the knotweed had been dug. And then finally, last year, we're experimenting with goats. So we had a herd of 84 goats kind of working on 5 different locations in the valley. We found that knotweed is on the culinary hit list for goats. They absolutely love it, which we were pleased to see. So we had the watershed focus. The methods was the kind of second strategy. And third, and I might actually put this first, community engagement. we knew that to make real progress on invasive species, one, we had to overcome the myth that management was a hopeless endeavor, an intractable problem, which was kind of the way a lot of people in the Mad River Valley thought about invasive species, and particularly knotweed. Secondly, we knew we had to spur a lot of action, both on public and private land, right? So we needed lots of hands and lots of energy. And thirdly, we needed to build support within our 3 towns to provide funding and direction and support for this work. And fortunately, we've been very successful in doing that. Right now, we have 40 volunteers in the valley who regularly show up to work with us. We kind of emphasize community education. We do workshops, hands-on practice sessions. We have TikTok and Instagram accounts, and work with schools. And our local paper has been very generous with kind of covering this work. And we've partnered with other organizations like in the valley, like Friends of the Mad River is a major partner, and our schools. This is a sign. If you visit some of our river sites, you would see, some background information on Japanese knotweed. When we think of community engagement, however, we're thinking more broadly than just the Mad River Valley. So, we think about the state and who can we learn with, who can we partner with. The best example of a partnership is with UVM and the Ecological Planning Laboratory. This is a picture of the interns who are working with us. These are all Rubenstein students. We hire 5 to 7 of them every summer. And then George Shank, who's the owner of American Flatbread, holds a party for them and all our volunteers every summer. So here we are at Flatbread enjoying each other's company. The UVM partnership has not only brought the perennial interns from the Rubenstein School, but 2 invasive species ecologists, Noelia Barrios Garcia and Mariano Rodriguez Cabal. Most of our students have all had their classes, on invasion ecology, so they were well prepared. In addition, 2 field naturalist graduates from UVM worked with us last year. They are amazingly talented. They helped us go further than we ever could on our own. And then finally, the geospatial lab here has allowed us to, with UVM guidance and the field naturalist work, build a comprehensive GIS system for our work in the valley. So this partnership has clearly kind of deepened, the kind of scientific sophistication of this work, and we've learned so much. A next theme is the use of data for learning. So this is a photograph of a measurement plot. We have 20 of these in some random locations around the valley. It's a 3x3 plot. Each May, we count the number of knotweed stems, the average diameter of the stems, the percent cover of the knotweed in that plot, and what else is growing there. These 16 sites are kind of scattered around the valley. This is another layer on our GIS map that was prepared for us. This year, we're going to go up to about 100 sites with some control sites and then our management sites to get us to the point where we've got enough numbers, high enough numbers and statistical power to be able to do some real analysis of the effectiveness of the different methods that we've been using. The GIS system also includes a data collection system. So every time we visit one of those 243 sites, we're collecting data. Here, it's the number of people, the amount of time that was spent, the area where knotweed was managed, And on the next page, we also capture information on the method that was used, digging, cutting, mowing, smothering, grazing, and that's all automatically kind of captured by the system. So after data and learning, another strategy, early detection, rapid response. So after the December 23 flood, we walked the river to see where the knotweed propagals ended up. We documented using iNaturalist over 1,000 propagals in different floodplains along the river. This is a rhizome, partially buried in sediment in Waitsfield. That won the prize. That's 12 feet long, that rhizome. You can imagine the new knotweed infestation that this would generate. But with this knowledge now, we developed, the field naturalist students developed another layer for us. So these are the propagal monitoring sites. So after flooding events, we're going to know where to go to look for knotweed propagals. And then in the spring of 24, we have in Waitsfield what's called Knot Thursday. So volunteers gather to work together on a site. So our first Knot Thursday that spring was in these floodplains, kind of picking up the propagals and then disposing of them. Another element of the early detection rapid response, Dave Maroney, one of the field naturalist students, developed a inventory of other invasive species in 19 locations around the valley. These locations were where we're most likely find new invasive species, so in parking areas, in parks where heavily trafficked, where there's movement. And in each of these 19 sites, Dave set up 3 different transects and then looked for invasives along each of those transects. So we found 18 invasive species in these locations in the valley. Each site had an average of 5.3 invasives. Some had 0, some had 12. The most common, guess, knotweed. Second, what second guess? Reed canary grass, number 2, honeysuckle third. The least common ones were spotted knapweed, wall lettuce, and wild parsnip. To this inventory, we're going to add this year a list of invasives that we haven't found yet in the Mad River Valley, but we know are nearby. So we'll have our eyes open for those. Of course, our ultimate goal is not just to remove and manage the invasive species, but to help our ecosystems find a healthier, better place. So we've been doing active planning. By the end of this year, we would have planted about 2,200 trees and shrubs in about 5 locations along the river. And Intervale Conservation Nursery has been an awesome partner in that work. So what's this? A murmuration. What does this have to do with invasive species and habitat restoration? Well, it turns out it's a beautiful, beautiful illustration of what scientists call emergence. So that pattern these are auklets, the birds here. The pattern they create basically is a consequence of the interactions among the birds, in the flock. And it's incredibly adaptive, and it shows up all over nature. Turns out this concept of emergence is also we see in social systems all the time. So if you're interested in creativity and adaptability over time, emergence is really a key strategy. So what we call our kind of organizing process in the Valley is called emergent design. So 6 years ago, we didn't come in with this massive plan on how to address invasive species in the Mad River Valley, right? We didn't know enough, right? And it's a very complex issue, as you all know. So we got started. So we take some actions, right? And then we, like the birds are interacting a lot in social systems, that means you build relationships and you have lots of conversations. So we started conversations in the Valley, we started conversations with partners outside the Valley, and over time, these new ideas emerge and new strategies emerged. You know, so some examples of those. I told you about the Not Thursdays. Turns out Thursdays doesn't work for everyone who is interested in joining our kind of volunteer team. And I was walking up, you know, a dirt road in the Valley, and this woman comes walking down the road with her dog. I'm pulling knotweed. She said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I told her what we were doing and why." And she said, "You know, I walk this road every day. If you teach me what to do, I will take care of the knotweed on Reed Road." So as a result of that, we now have a program called Adopt Some Knot. So we've got like 10 different people who've selected an area that they really care about, and they have assumed full responsibility for managing those sites. Another example, 2 years ago, I was asked to visit Northfield and their Conservation Commission to just tell them what was happening, you know, over the ridge from them. And a woman comes up afterwards and she said, "I work for Vermont Emergency Management. We've got $14 million in the bank. I think you ought to apply for some of those funds because managing knotweed can have a big impact on water quality and river resilience." And so she was very encouraging. So we got pretty excited and put together a grant application, you know, in a month, sent it off in June, and then the July flood happened, right? And all that money was then went to flood buyouts, right? So she calls up and say, "I'm really sorry. You know I led you on, but I found some other funding sources, you know," and she gave me two. One of them was the Lake Champlain Basin Program. So we reconfigured that grant a bit, submitted it to the Lake Champlain Basin Program and was funded. So again, a consequence of, it wasn't in the plans, but it came out of conversations and actions. And that effort with the Lake Champlain Basin Program allowed us to develop this partnership I've talked about with the Ecological Planning Lab and UVM. So emergent design has been really, really critical in the creation and development over time of this plan. So you remember this starting picture, knotweed at the base of Mount Ellen. Here's a picture from last summer. See the interns up at the top? They will tackle the steepest banks you can imagine. But I wanted to share with you just a few results from the work. One, I think in the Mad River Valley, we've effectively dispelled the intractability myth, right? So we've gotten over that hurdle. In all those higher elevation sites, there are over 200 of them. Every one of them, the knotweed is shrinking in size. Some infestations we think are eradicated. You know, I'm not going to say that, but there's no obvious growth there anymore. And in those little measurement plots from 2023 to 2024, there were 47% fewer stems, a 50% reduction in the average stem size, and a 22% reduction in the coverage of the plot. And the time to manage all those sites has dropped by 50%. And a closing comment. To me, the most important result is people in the valley, especially our volunteers, have a closer connection to nature and each other and the joy that comes from that work. So thank you. And, so Hans.
Tag team. Hello, everyone. I'm Hans Estrin, UVM-Extension, and I come from Brattleboro, Southern Vermont, unbelievably, where we have a field office down there. Thank you, Kurt, for that presentation. Put up some slides here. I'm not going to talk for that long. I have my agenda is a little bit different. I would like to actually ask you a couple questions, and the idea here is really to come away with some new potential partners. So, what if watershed stewardship or watershed restoration was emergent? Okay, based on what Kurt was just saying, what if we actually, it's about the connections and the relationships that we make between people in communities, also at the university, the technical expertise we have over time that allows solutions that we're all dreaming about to emerge, right? It's not, what if it's not, ooh, there we go, that's a little better. What if it's not, there's no silver bullet, top-down approach, okay? So that's really where we're coming from with the Ecological Planning Laboratory. It's a bit of a new approach to extension work, which has in the past been a little bit more top-down and delivering expertise of the university to communities throughout the state, but also all of the other extension states. So the Ecological Planning Laboratory is in its pilot phase, and really what we're looking for is what we're trying to do is imagine all the ecological planning resources at UVM, both technical, educational, interns, etc. What we're trying to do is actually leverage those to empower community-based projects over time at the watershed scale. So watershed scale is really key. So having this map here actually was made by Dave Maroney, the same field naturalist student, but this container of work. So if a community starts to do work, they're working in an actual literal water container in the watershed. So being able to connect, help to connect these projects and help solutions to emerge over time. So what we can do from the UVM side is help in a case management way to put together or support community-led projects with research that's based on participatory action in the community, technical inventories, mapping, working with the Spatial Analysis Lab, for example, and help coordinate or help fund internships, boots on the ground, and also to help connect education at UVM or even high school, like whatever service learning, high school projects that are in towns where these projects are happening with these projects over time. And what I want to do just for a couple minutes is highlight a couple things Kurt talked about, almost in review. So like, what are those things? A little bit more in depth, and then ask you a question about needs in the kinds of projects you work on. So starting with Dave Maroney, here he is. He just had a baby, so we're all excited. That's the reason he's not here. But he was a field naturalist graduate student and has been working as a subcontractor. One of his focuses is GIS, and he's been a real great asset to the program. And the maps that Kurt showed were made by him. What's so special about these maps? A lot of people have done GIS stuff with their projects. What we're trying to do is create a durable system GIS system and georeference systems that are durable over time and are usable standards for multiple groups in a watershed or between watersheds, so that progress can be tracked over time, over years. So that when the baton is passed, you don't lose the data. So he worked on specifically things like this, being able to take phones, train volunteers for a couple of hours, and there are customized forms for the data collection that was done in the Mad River Valley. This can be done with anything. It's an X factor. So mobile maps and input forms. All of the different data layers were created primarily initially from these forms. And from that, those data points can be put on larger, of course, GIS desktop maps. And you can create point data, and you can create this, as Kurt had shown, higher resolution data about footprint of particular areas of different things, in this case, propagules. And then dashboards. So groups, not only one group, but could be multiple groups in a watershed from different towns. They might not even know each other, but they could share a dashboard. They could track progress over time and add different things over time, do analyses, report out, start to build a story around what they're doing. This is emergence in action, but it's sort of the technical form that can hold that. The scales can be adjusted as ever need be. And so in a way, in the Mad River Valley, you see this emergence basically of a 3-town connection, common ground to track progress. Kurt's able to go around and present this. He's able to talk to their conservation commissions, able to help get people involved because of the visual images, even because of the way this data is being held. That's replicable. It's franchisable in other watersheds. So I think that is really what we're trying to do over time, is develop these project tools. And there's a lot of other things too, the boots on the ground, but on the technical GIS side, we're talking about mapping and tracking apps, really community-based, standardized, and durable, right? And overall, our hope is that over time, this also supports a common story, really, of a community-based stewardship. So when we talk about watershed stewardship, this is not a top-down, we got to get there with this plan, this top-down plan. It's an actual involving key players, key relationships, and supporting them over time with consistent systems that allows this story to unfold. And that's really all I wanted to say today. And again, the question. So I'm happy if people want to, raise a hand or whatever, and we can have a little conversation, or even in the Q&A. But many of you, raise your hand if you work in the field on projects, specific projects in watersheds. I'm just curious how many of you do that. Well, I was assuming almost all, and I think I'm right. So if you think of your projects, what is most needed? What kind of tools like this kind of stuff for tracking progress over time? What kind of forms? What are the questions that need to be asked? How do they need to be connected with other things? That, like, this is the kind of thing. So if it'd be great if someone wanted to say something right now, or if you just want to shine your phone at that QR code and read it, it'll jump you to a really short questionnaire. We would like to partner. We might have some extra money. We've got Dave for another season. He's gonna be working in the Mad River Valley. So what we really want to do is make more input forms for different things, whatever it is. Maybe it's covered, a stream canopy cover on smaller trips, or, who knows, it could be just about anything. And we would like to develop those with community partners and test them. It's pretty simple. So yeah, what is it? Who are you? If you would like to connect with me, I have to run right after this, but I think you can get my name, and Kurt, contact me, and we can set up a call, and maybe it will work. Okay, so I think that's it for now, and it's been such a great pleasure working with this guy over here and all the folks in the Mad River Valley. So thanks.
Hi, Kurt. My name's Sarah. I work for the Missisquoi River Basin Association. We have our Knockout Knotweed program. So we've talked a couple times in SISMA. I have just some procedure questions real quick about your knotweed. First question is, where do you guys storing your cut knotweed once you cut it all? Like, do you have a compost box, like a place to drop it all off on? We keep ours in a compost box behind my office because I'm the one that's doing it. But I'm just wondering if you have like community members have other ways that they're doing it and getting rid of the knotweed.
We, in Warren, there's a knotweed dump, which is just a giant knotweed infestation, so we pile any of the root material, we transport there, right? We used to stack all the stems we would cut, very carefully and let them dry. And then over time, we kind of noticed that, well, over time, we want to get more efficient, right? So we can do more. So we came to the conclusion that that was a waste of time because we're visiting these sites every 3 weeks. So what we do now is if we cut knotweed, we just let it lie, unless it's right on a stream bank or something like that. So we just let it lie, and over a week or two, it generally dies. And since we're back every 3 weeks, we would notice if we've got a problem. So that saves us a lot of time from picking up all those stalks, carting them over to a stacking site, and so we've become a little more relaxed. People, when they started, used to say, do I need to clean my shoes after I come back from not Thursdays, and it was, well, probably not, right? But yeah. Did that answer your question? Yeah, okay, sure.
Kurt, 3 questions right here.
Oh, right there.
First of all, do the goats eat mature knotweed?
Yes.
They do, okay.
They'll get up on their hind legs and pull these, 12-foot stalks down so they can get at the leaves.
In your remediation efforts, it looks like you probably generate a lot of exposed soil. Is that a concern? And to that end, do you ever employ any sort of competitive herbaceous plantings? Do you ever seed it down?
Yes, yes, we do. We do have the exposed soil, and we generally throw down some conservation mix soon after a site where we've kind of dug. And we kind of know we need to get more sophisticated on the restoration. So the invasive species ecologists from UVM are going to help us think about not only trees and shrubs, but other herbaceous plantings that could work. So that'll be some of our future experiments.
Ask, I'm sorry. Has someone looked at goat manure to see if any active knotweed is propagated through their manure?
No. I think we will though, because the goats are going to be coming back this year.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And then, since I have the mic.
Another example of emergence, right? Right.
Yeah, just had to wonder because it's such a wonderful solution, but then it's like, but wait. The elevation issue, is there a particular elevation where you really see a drop off or really drop off in the amount of effort you have to put into eradication?
Haven't noticed that. I mean, generally the higher elevation infestations are smaller, and some of them are in shadier locations, but we haven't really noticed much of a difference. So.
First, I want to say I'm a big fan of Hito Coleman. Used to be his neighbor. Also wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on your goat program and who manages that and where the funding is from.
We uncovered a herder. Her name is Mary Beth Herbert. She's had a lot of experience with invasive species and grazing, a lot of it out west. So she kind of led the program last year. We raised the money for it through donations in the valley. And this year, we may be using some Lake Champlain Basin funding for it. And we're going to add the grazing sites into our measurement plot plan too.
Has there been any work done on the preventative measure of spread, like through gravel and town highways and foremen and such? Like what got it up in Lincoln Gap?
Right, right. Yes, we work with our town road crews, so they are aware of the challenge now. In one of our towns, they moved away from using gravel in their road work and just use stay mat, which is much cleaner. And we've reached out to, we're developing a partnership with Fish and Wildlife and Noah Hoffman, their invasive species coordinator. And he's been terrific, and he's trying to make some contacts with the Department of Transportation. Because we noticed along Route 17, which had a lot of damage from the flood last year, that some knotweed infested gravel had been brought in for that. So we want to have some conversations with the state and maybe saying, would you like to experiment in one area and trying to use, uncontaminated gravel. If any of you are into the gravel crushing business, we would like to get some experiments going with gravel crushing as a way of decontaminating the gravel, because there have been some experiments in France and Quebec that show that can be an effective method. But we don't have any crushing equipment in Waitsfield.
Hi, Kurt. Duncan here from the Intervale Center. Hans, hi. So my question is, do all partners need like a paid GIS account to access all the dashboard and also the apps, and also do the volunteers need to pay subscription to access certain things, or which is free, which is not?
Thanks. Yeah, that's kind of one of the benefits of this as well, is that that the back end in terms of form creation and that kind of stuff, and then licensing is managed by UVM and can be held there over time. But you wouldn't need, you have to download some stuff on your phone, some of the field maps, but there's not an application fee for it's basically an online cloud-based access. And you've done a fair bit of it, right? So you have that perspective from the
Yeah, if
user
anyone
end.
would like to show you how it works, I can show you on my phone afterwards. I don't pay anything. This has been free for all the Mad River Valley volunteers, and the interns use it because every time they're visiting a site, they're documenting what they're doing.
So UVM holds the data and administrates the dashboard and all the information, and the
Create
partners.
that. Yeah, they would create that. If the data, if for some reason you wanted it, of course you could take it. It's more a service, right? Like to be able to hold that over time in a way. So if things change on your end, that's held there in sort of the watershed commons, so to speak.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Duncan, I guess the one expense for the Mad River Valley has been to engage Dave Maroney, a field naturalist, who developed the system for us, but also tweaks it, and changes it and brings it up to date over time. So that's been the one expense, to kind of keep it real and keep it up to date.
It does involve partnership, right? To create the forms, like what's needed. I mean, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. So it's an active sort of development process. And then there's training for the people who are out in the field using the stuff, right? But after it gets up and running and is working, it works, pretty seamlessly.
There we go. Kind of a random question, but an interesting one to think about. Have y'all considered culinary uses of knotweed and using that in the future? Human culinary, not goat.
I've tried knotweed strawberry pie. It's so-so, not in a serious way. There is a little business in the valley where a tincture is developed because they pull, like, what's it, the resveratrol out of the knotweed root material. And so you can buy that in the Mad River Valley. It doesn't use a whole lot of knotweed material.
Yeah, it's if you don't know, it's a primary ingredient in cat's claw and some of these other lime tinctures, preventatives, but also active. So the plant has a lot of value in drawing people together in communities to get rid of it, and also in protecting people from ticks that sort of seem to have come with it in some ways.
Hi, again. I love your outreach, the Adopt Some Knot and the Knot Thursdays. I think that's really fun. We have a program where we have an Adopt a Site program where it's mostly about cleaning swimming holes. But I was wondering if you could go into a little bit about the Adopt Some Knot site, like workings, how you found those landowners. Was it just like a knock and talk thing, or how the outreach for that program was worked out?
Yeah, some of it's just random, like the story I told, walking the road, right? So it happens that way. But we get the word out that, would you like to learn about invasive species and join the volunteer team, and so there's that outreach. The workshops we do, sometimes people will come to learn the different methods because they've got knotweed on their own property and want to know what to do with it. And they come with a lot of myths, like if I touch it, it's going to grow faster, but at those workshops, people, sometimes end up being volunteers. And then in a conversation, it just happens like two of our really great volunteers, they have this kind of secret spot along the Mad River where they love to swim, right? And there's knotweed there. So they're beautifying that one of their favorite places, and then others, we can say, okay, how much time do you have? Where do you live? Here's some options for you, right? And then we'll go work it with them, a couple times so they, begin to use the methods and get comfortable doing it.
One more question. Anybody has a question out there?
So how do you supply tools? Do you have like tool boxes in the field? Do you rely on volunteers to bring their own tools?
Yeah, we have a tool box with, picks and shovels and hand sickles. And then I pass my electric weed whacker kind of around. And we have cones, when we're working along the roadways. We have vests, especially for the interns who are working, along roadways. Yeah, so, and then some people bring their own shovels.
Thank you so much, Kurt and Hans.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna get started here. Our next presenter is Fritz Gerhardt, and he's going to be talking about lessons learned from past floodplain restoration projects in the Connecticut River watershed.
I hope you will bear with me. I'm going to probably sit for most of the presentation, though, as I was telling Morgan, who's following me, that I have a really hard time sitting. So we'll see if that happens. So what I want to talk to you about today is some monitoring that we've done over the last year. Started a few years ago, but we were really able to dive into it last year, looking at the growth and survival of a number of the restoration plantings that we've done along the Connecticut River. Like many of you, a lot of One of our programs at the Connecticut River Conservancy is restoring floodplain forest and forested riparian buffers and the myriad of benefits that they bring to the landscape once they are restored. So I'm sure many of you recognize the small photo there, the rapidly eroding riverbank with a bunch of reed canary grass and no trees or shrubs. And our goal is to restore that back to a floodplain forest, such as you see on the left side of the screen there. CRC, Connecticut River Conservancy, has been restoring forested buffers and floodplain forests since 2012. So basically the year following Tropical Storm Irene. So far in the 12 or 13 years, we've planted over 102 unique sites. We've planted 97,000 native trees and shrubs. And this is restored, or in the process of restoring, over 160 acres of shoreline along about 18 miles of river and stream, including headwater streams, Ben. So and even upstream of headwater streams. And the tree plantings, sometimes it's just a standalone tree planting project. Other time, first we've gone in, removed the dam, replaced the culvert, use bioengineering to stabilize the bank. So we also do restoration plantings following those types of projects as well. If you look at the map, you see where we are in Burlington. The powder's really good now, so if you need a ski area, Attitash is on the other side of New Hampshire. The yellow dots represent the sites that we've planted over the last 12 or 13 years. So key thing for understanding the results of our monitoring is understanding our planting approach. So we use what I might call the wild approach, which is basically we go out there on site, we do absolutely no site preparation. We plant the trees and shrubs into the vegetation that is there, and then we water them and then we walk away. So there's no tree tubes or tree mats or wrap. We don't do any kind of mowing or tilling or herbicide treatments. Typically, when we started, we would do 300 stems per acre. Now we're really 400 stems per acre or even more. Our trees are generally the 3 to 5 foot range. Shrubs slightly shorter, 2 to 4 feet. We do also do live stakes as well at some of the sites. And we use both bare root and container stock, but the key characteristic is that they're all grown from native New England seed. So we focus on buying plants that were grown from seed or propagules collected in New England. And I will also say, because the question came up earlier, we do both spring and fall plantings. So if you look at the photo, so the large photo, that's one of our plantings where you can barely see there is actually a tree or a shrub in that photo. And I would just contrast that with the elm in the inset photo where there's been site preparation, there's the tree tubes, and there's ongoing maintenance as well. As far as the monitoring goes, we kind of used a multitude of approaches. On the smaller plantings where we have, say 150, 200 stems, we can do a whole count of the site. For larger plantings, that just really doesn't work. So we use transects that either run the length of a buffer. Typically, if you have a 35 or 50 foot wide buffer, you can just run a transect the length of that. For the wider ones or areas which I would consider floodplain forest restoration, such as in the photo here, which is roughly 350 feet from the river's edge to the existing vegetation, we'll run transects across the area that was planted. The advantage of you either doing whole counts or of these transects is we count the stems in a known area, so we can actually calculate the density of stems when we're done. For each stem that we encounter in the whole count or in the transect, we record species, whether it's live or dead, a measure of vigor, which is just low, medium, or high vigor, And if it's low vigor or if it's dead, we try to identify the cause of mortality. I will say often you don't know, it's just like it's dead. So last summer, we were able to count 2,870 trees and shrubs at 19 different sites. 7 of those 19 sites, we had also done some monitoring in previous years. So we do have some data, multiple years of data from a few of the sites, and I'm really hoping, fingers crossed, we'll get funding to do additional sites this summer and return to some of those same sites. So if you look at vigor, again, it's a ranked measure of how well the plant's growing. If you look at this is where I need to be like up there pointing, and there's no way I can reach the photos. You know, we're really, you know, does it look like it's really healthy and growing? Does it look like it's about to die? That would be low vigor, or somewhere in between. So the upper photo is, you know, that one looks pretty healthy, looks like it's growing well. The one down in the lower right, which is a little hard to see, the stem died back to the base and then it sprouted. That's real common, is that you'll see these stump sprouts. You know, so the main leader died, but the plant's still alive. Sometimes I've actually ranked stump sprouts as high vigor because they're doing so well. And the thing that we've seen, so if you look at the graph here, each triangle represents one of the sites. Year 1 is the year that it was planted. With apologies to Christian, I flipped the vigor. I couldn't stick with the pure projet where 1 is high vigor and 3 is low. It just doesn't work in my mind. So I flipped it. So high vigor is 3. And what you'll see is in year 1, the year they're planted, you know, we buy plants from Intervale mostly, and they're great. And they're doing, you know, even when we're planting them out in the field, the vigor is really high. And then in year 2, year 3, you see a big drop off in vigor. You know, and I attribute that mostly to the transplant shock of, you know, moving them from the cushy confines of the nursery out into the field, out into this wild land of reed canary grass. But then they recover. So after several years, you're actually seeing that vigor is improving. And at some of the sites where we have sampled multiple years, you've seen that same pattern where, you know, 1 year vigor might be average a moderate amount, and then it's better in the following year. So I think seems like it's a pretty robust pattern of, you know, bit of transplant shock and then recovery after that. We've also tried to look at survival. You know, lots of the grant agreements and stuff want you to have, you know, 75% survival. The tricky thing about survival is, what do you do when you don't, you know, you go back out to a site, you know, there's 200 stems out there and you only find 150 of them. Well, do you say all 50 that you missed are dead? Maybe. Do you just ignore them? Maybe. Is it somewhere in between? Probably. And there's no way to really say, well, what happened to those 50? And so I'm just going to present you here, just, you know, all we did to calculate survival was just the stems that we actually relocated. So this probably overestimates survival. The other way would probably underestimate it. So it's a little tough to calculate survival if you don't rediscover all of your planted stems. In general, at our sites, using this method, you know, we have 75 to 100% survival after 2 to 8 years. There was one site we only had 26% survival. It's those big varmints out there, the voles. We'll talk about them in a minute. With apologies to Gus and Morgan, but on the left, I show you alive and a dead American elm stem. It turns out I don't take photos of dead stems from our plantings, apparently. So, but just to show you the difference, you probably know what a dead tree looks like. The other way that we sort of get at survival, and really, to me, perhaps a more meaningful measure, is density. So how many stems per acre or per hectare are still out there after however many years. So in this graph, again, year 1 is the year the site was planted, and then some number of years subsequent to that when we resampled last summer. Each line represents one site. So, you know, the upper green line We actually planted 800 stems per acre. And even after 8 years, there's 300 stems per acre still alive. These are live stems only, I should mention. There's not a hard and fast rule. What is your goal? Well, if you look back at some of the older NRCS literature, they'll say, well, you want to have 200 stems per acre when they're 15 to 20 feet tall and the canopy's closing. And, there's just not a hard and fast rule. We sort of have a goal of, well, I hope we have at least 200 stems surviving. If not, 200 stems per acre surviving. If not, then, why not? And is there something we can do to increase that number? One of the things I'd really like to do is to actually, this is a start point when we planted the site. This is the density that we planted at, and we have an endpoint. I'd really like to get an idea of what the shape of that relationship. I'm going to imagine it's a pretty steep drop in the first couple of years and then perhaps levels off. I don't know. So hopefully we're able to follow some sites in future years, the same site multiple times to get a better sense of what happens over those 5 to 6 to 7 years. So I think, in summary, I would say, most of our sites actually have done very well in the first 1 to 7 years. I would, if you sort of throw a good or bad conclusion about any site, I would say 14 of our 19 sites have actually done well, or we might rank them as good or better. And I've shown you a couple examples here. Down on the bottom is a site along a high, is it a higher order stream? Lower order, a big river. And the 2018 was the year after we planted it. So the site actually had been mowed for hay until we planted it right up to the edge of about a 20-foot high bank. And then you can see in 2024, 6 years later, many of the trees are 15 to 20 feet tall. There's still gaps in there. You can see there's sort of a gap right in the front there. You could plant more trees there, but I don't think it's necessary. It's like, well, this site actually looks pretty good at the moment. The poster child for a tree that has done really well is in the upper left photo. So if you see the ruler in that photo, that's an 8-foot tall ruler. When this tree was planted 5 years ago, it was 47 inches tall. When I was out there last summer, unable to reach the top even with my 8-foot ruler, I estimated it was 19 feet tall. So 5 years, 47 inches to 19 feet. Incredible. So, and this is a site actually that after 5 years, we have a pretty good estimate of survival, and it's 86% after 5 years. So doing really well. Great site. I wish they all did that well. What about the other 5? Well, what were the biggest problems? And I'm going to throw in a couple problems that weren't a problem last year, drought being one of those. But just across both the sites we sampled plus some other observations, we have had problems with drought especially in the spring. So one of the earlier speakers had mentioned a drought year, the early 20s, we had several years where we'd go out, we'd plant in April or May, and then it wouldn't rain again until July or August. Well, that's really hard on the plants. We typically had 25 to 35% mortality in just that first year. We actually, in most of those cases, actually went back out and replanted. It's something that happens, especially with the changing climate. Probably not supposed to use that word anymore, but flooding is another one of those things that is caused by that problem. But flooding is interesting because, obviously last year we had a lot of flooding and 2023 as well, but we are restoring floodplain forests. They are evolved with flooding. So what we actually find is that flooding really is not a problem as long as your site doesn't wash away. If the whole site washes away, your trees go as well. We did have one site where that did happen, and they actually rip-wrapped the riverbank and restored it, and in the process pretty much bulldozed all of our trees over. And we've actually, thanks to WOV and their enhancement funding, we were able to go out there and replant the site. in the lower left, the upper right, you see a site where, inundation doesn't seem to hurt the trees. And in fact, my 19-foot tall Champion silver maple is in the lowest part of the field in this photo. So silver maple likes to get flooded. If you look at the floater in the lower left, this was another site that was flooded. You can see all the stems that are still out there. They're all upright. They have a bunch of grass wrapped around them. There's a pretty good current in this site when it flooded last summer or the last 2 summers, but they're fine. They're all out there growing well. They weren't harmed by the flooding. What does harm them, and maybe a problem more so in areas where there is flooding, is bindweed. So non-native bindweed, you can't really make it out in the photo, and maybe you can't even see, there's a silver maple in there. It has a bunch of bindweed over it. The bindweed weighs down the stems, and when you have the flooding, that extra weight of bindweed just, boom, flattens them. And once the stems are lying down like that, the bindweed grows over it, the reed canary grass grows over it. And unless you go out there and do some pulling of the bindweed, they're pretty much goners. We did have one site where beaver were, actually it's adjacent to our site, so, but one site where beaver decided to move in. Turns out they'd been there before about 10 or 15 years ago. They came back, had a beautiful 50 to 75 cottonwood trees that we had planted, 3 to 5 feet tall. 2 years later, they were 8 to 10 feet tall. Cottonwoods are beautiful. I love cottonwoods. And then the next year, the beaver mowed them down, and we were left with all these stumps. But I mean, as you can see in the photo, the stumps sprout. And so we're hopeful that the cottonwood will come back and the beaver will move out. That's very typical for, beaver typically don't stay on site for that long, especially after they eat everything good. The other mammals humans are mammals, aren't we? Yeah, like that guy had in his presentation before. Deer are actually interesting. In our planting approach, deer don't kill the trees. What they do is they stunt the growth. So in the middle photo, I've cleared away the grass around them. And you can see the top leader is dead because the deer have eaten all the leaves, or maybe it's still alive, but there's no leaves there. But the part that was hidden in the vegetation is protected from the deer. They don't move the vegetation out of the way and eat the leaves. So the tree's still alive. It just is not doing, it's not growing. Once they reach 5 feet, they pretty much escape the deer browse. The deer will strip the middle part of the stem. They have this tuft of vegetation or leaf growth at the bottom, and then they have a tuft up high, but they survive. Voles, on the other hand, are tree killers. Not to mince words, but the one site I mentioned before, we had 74% mortality after, I think it's 3 or 4 years, and it was almost entirely due to voles. So this site, we're hoping we can get, fingers crossed, we can get some funding to actually go out, replant the site. And all right, is that 5 plus 5? Does that mean I have 10? I saw 2 5s over there. So we're hoping to replant the site. And since we know voles are a problem at the site, we will also use tree wrap around the base of the stems, like the bottom 10 or 12 inches, and that should protect them. So in general, I'm gonna say, I think our approach works well. Most of our sites we're doing well, but there are occasional problems, certain sites where, whether it's the voles or the bindweed, I think our approach, this wild planting where we don't do any kind of clearing of vegetation around, certainly makes bindweed and voles more likely to be a problem if they are there. But most of the sites, we don't have problems with them. I think it actually protects the trees from deer. They're less problematic, and the problems more about growth and survival. Beaver, drought, flooding, what can you do? They are what they are, and so we just have to react to them. We know the sites are going to flood, they're floodplains. So the other question, which I think is still a bit unanswered, is what is the role of competition with the other vegetation beside the bindweed? We're not clearing away the vegetation, so there's probably a fairly competitive environment. It's hard to know, haven't been able to figure out how to tease that apart, except to say, most of the plantings are doing well. And so, there are actions that we can take to, I think, improve the chances of projects doing well. The importance of diverse plantings, mixing unpalatable species. The site where we have the problem with the deer, the sycamore are actually really happy. They're all like 7-8 feet tall. White pine's doing okay. Deer will go after white pine sometimes, but in general, the white pine's doing well. So you can mix in your planting mix, have species that deer don't like. Have some early successional species that do well, even if it's a very dry, hot summer. And of course, obviously your flood tolerant species. And then I would say our approach is reactive. It's like, okay, well, if we see a problem, now we're going to do something about it. Whether it's, okay, we're actually at the site where deer are a problem, I think we're going to install tree tubes. The landowner really wants them. So it's like, okay, if you'll take care of them, we'll buy them. Adding the tree wrap. We'll do that where the voles are a problem. And then just really want to emphasize the importance of monitoring and follow-up maintenance. This is something that more recently, WOV in particular has got a lot of funding. The state of Vermont has provided funding to do the monitoring, to do the maintenance. And it's been a bit of a struggle to get that, but it's really exciting that that funding is now available and we're actually able to go out there and do the monitoring and maintenance. And then hopefully we'll refine our monitoring protocols. The photo shows the most stylish monitoring assistant anyone could ever have. Happens to be my younger daughter. Kids used to love to go out and do this stuff. Now they're teenagers. I'll be helping them when they go to college and do their projects. So with that, the photo, this is our ultimate goal here, to have floodplain forest along the river everywhere. Headwater streams as well as the big ones, Ben. So thank you. And do we have time for questions? I'll leave the pretty photo up, not the one where the voles have decimated them.
If you plant in the spring and you have a dry summer, like we've had a couple or before these floods, do you do any watering? If you just did a 400 acre or 400 stem, you know you're bound to have a lot of failure. Would you spend the resources and the energy? Never.
No,
okay. I figured not. I just
curious.
No.
I mean, your 400 stems will seem like 400 acres after you try to water them.
I'm well aware. Yeah.
I mean, we did one of those years back in the early 20s. We had a Northwood Stewardship Center had a tank on a truck, and they, we went out there and we watered them once, and it's like, well, and it was dry for 2 more months. And I mean, we have 102 sites. It's not practical.
Hi, Fritz. Thanks for all the work on this. I know oftentimes doing the transects and getting the percentage, you're forced to do it oftentimes by us and the funding. But,
Thank you.
and I understand, I love that you go back and monitor and the importance of that. But do you find, I thought you talking about the variability and the percentages you get based on how you count to be so true. Do you find it's helpful to have those percentages, or would you prefer just doing like a visual inspection and kind of judging how the buffers function overall, or do you find value in those somewhat flawed numbers?
I'm a scientist, Kristen, so you have to bear with me. I like numbers. So, I've thought about that, and it's like, well, we could just go out, wander around, get a very good sense for, is the site doing well, especially after 5 or 10, or Ben had those photos of 15 years, those look great. And I always tell landowners, it's like, it's not going to look like much for the first couple of years. It's going to look messy, and they want to like be out there weed whacking and mowing and making it look nice. It's like, no, don't do that. but I think as far as learning lessons from what we're doing, I think it's really important to have quantitative data, which is why I do the transectional whole count, so I get the densities. Survival, there's that problem of the missed stems and what do you do about them? So you could actually calculate it both ways and see, well, are there patterns, say related to spring versus fall planting, regardless of which way you calculate it. And it may well be that they track together. I haven't done that yet. The other thing we haven't done is I modified your pure projet protocol in another way, which was to put back the individual species. So we have data for individual species, so I can do these same analyses. The vigor, it's a ranking, and it's, varies, it's a little bit of a tough one. Like if I go out there and do it and you went out there and do that, I think we'd get a similar results, but probably not identical. But I find it really useful and it's easy. Like if you want to measure girth and height and stuff like that, then it takes a lot more time.
Yeah, so it sounds like you don't do a ton of site prep and maintenance after, which I'm sure is because of costs and time involved. And going off of talking about quantitative data, I'm wondering if you've done like a cost benefit analysis on, whether that additional resources is worth the increased survivability.
Well, I mean, the first question is there in fact increased survivability by doing all that site prep? No, we don't do any site prep. We never have. But that's a great question. I would be very curious because, I know some of the projects that I know a little bit about, they're out there multiple years applying herbicide, tree tubes you got to maintain, especially with all the flooding we had the last couple of years. All that stuff costs money. Monitoring costs money too. But I use the word reactive. I'd say that was proactive. What's the cost benefit analysis of proactive versus reactive? I don't know, but it would be really interesting to see that. Yeah.
Thank you. This might be obvious, so if it is, we can just say that and move on. But I'm wondering, with the wild planting, the lack of site prep, kind of leaving the plantings to fare on their own, do you think that makes them more resilient over time? And I mean, I'm thinking about that in the context of climate hazards, years from now.
Well, that's a really interesting question because, maybe I'm getting you wrong, but it's sort of like, well, if we pamper the plants, does that make them more weak and less survivable, less hardy over time? Possibly. I know the only example I can think of that is there were some elms planted out on one site and they had, they were tethered to stakes, bamboo stakes, and they had, these things were like 6 feet tall, but they were incredibly weak stemmed. And then when the site flooded, the whole thing went over and it didn't, in part because of the stake, they didn't rebound, whereas it's actually the site where we have 86% survival of the silver maple, which did not have the stakes. And so it's an interesting question. The answer is not obvious. I think, I think overall our projects do well, but I'm sure there's just as many examples of this more proactive approach that also do well. So it would be interesting to have the same data from that other approach. Not that there's only two ends of a spectrum, I think.
Yeah, hi. I'm curious if anybody knows where the 300 stems per acre number came from originally and why that seems to be the gold standard for these kinds of projects? And is that actually tied to any sort of like long-term success criteria, or could we maybe get away with less to, you know, stretch our resources?
Well, I would actually go with, in fact, we go with more. 300 acres per stem just doesn't seem like much at the end of the day. I think I think it's sort of the same. I don't know, Toby, if you can speak to this at all, but sort of, you know, the 200 surviving stems per acre.
Toby is sick of me talking about this.
Yeah.
Floodplain forest is like 200 stems per acre. So if you're planting a forest, you don't expect every one of those trees to make it to maturity. So initially we were doing 200 stems. We'd end up with 150 maybe if we were lucky. And you get this really sparse planting out there. So, you know, and then thinking about other forest types that are out there that are going to be more mature stems per acre. We came up with 300. It was, you know, more than 200. And, you know, hopefully you end up with 200 to maybe 225 or something like that. And it was a cost thing too. I mean, we talked about going to 400, but like right now our payment schedules for NRCS don't pay enough anyway. And so if we required that, then it would really hurt getting implementation even more than it does now. So it's kind of a combination of economics and science, I would say.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's sort of that cost benefit of, well, if we require more, it costs more. Does that mean you get fewer plantings? Well, then that's a trade-off. Do you want to make that trade-off? Probably not. So, I mean, we've been lucky. We've been able to get the funding that we can do for pretty much every site. We do 400 per acre and hope we end up with 200 in 20 years. As Toby said, you know, the mature forest is, I think I have numbers too, are very similar at 200 stems per acre. But, you know, these are 50-year-old floodplain forests we're talking about.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering if you're cash strapped, could you rely on, you know, putting in 100 or 150 and then rely on the natural processes of succession to fill in the gaps and address some of the biodiversity and soil stability issues and kind of let nature do its thing in between?
Yeah, I think, you know, the problem, especially with the old hay fields, is natural succession. Well, I mean, it does happen, which is that nothing happens. You get these old hay fields and 30 years later, there's no woody plants there because of the reed canary grass. And so we're trying to basically shade out the reed canary grass. So that requires a certain density of stems because you ultimately need, I mean, reed canary grass is hardy stuff. You need a closed canopy in the end. And, you know, so you need that density of stems to get that. Old cornfields, you know, I think you could plant at a lower density because especially if there's seed source for silver maple and other floodplain trees nearby, they will actually seed in themselves. I mean, we have examples of where there was no planting done, but it's a incredible 10 years later, it's a 40-foot tall floodplain forest, just thick with silver maple or box elder, depending on the seed source. I think Sean has given me the
It's in here. Okay, that's great. Morgan, I don't have an introduction for you. If you want it, you don't introduce. Okay, that's great.
Right. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Gus Goodwin, the conservation planner at the Nature Conservancy. I get the pleasure of starting off by admitting that I bit off a little bit more than we could chew for this presentation on the time slot. We had advertised American Elm and La Platte Headwaters Town Forest. Initially, we thought that would be a really cool pairing because we have really coarse observations of what happens when you plant 11,000 individuals of a single species at 70 sites alongside a really fine detailed analysis of what happens when you plant 15 species at a single site. But when we put our slides together, it was just, there was no way it was going to come together. So to make it up to you all, I would like to offer a field trip to one of our premier elm sites sometime this summer, which I hope you will take me up on. There's something like 5,000 surviving experimental trees in this beautiful, like highly managed, manicured field. And it's just really inspiring to walk through there and just get a sense of the amount of work and the possibility that it takes to bring back a species. So look for that. And I'll see if I can get invited back next year to talk about elms again. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Morgan Southgate to present on some work that she and I collaborated on at the La Platte Headwaters Town Forest in Heinsberg. And so this is a project that has its origins in 2018 when Morgan was a PhD student at the University of Vermont, and she collaborated with Dan Farrell, who was at the Nature Conservancy at the time, to come up with this really interesting experimental planting design. We implemented it in 2021, and then I managed it in the interim. And then we collected a bunch of data, and Morgan has joined as an independent consultant after she completed her PhD to do some statistical analysis and reporting, which she's going to share. And she's currently a postdoc with the research component for Appalachian Mountain Club. Without further ado, Morgan.
Thanks, Gus. So today I'm going to be talking about my effort to untangle the drivers of planted tree vitality in the La Platte Headwaters Town Forest. And this is a site in Heinsberg, Vermont. So here's a map. Here you can see Lake Champlain here. Here's the site. This is a 300-acre parcel in total that is owned by the town of Heinsberg, and it includes the headwaters of the La Platte River, which is, of course, a tributary of Lake Champlain. Importantly, it also includes 100 acres or so of wet meadow that was recently released from agriculture, and it's now in the early stages of post-agricultural succession. Prior to clearing, this site likely hosted a riverine floodplain forest, and its restoration is a conservation priority. Unfortunately, as we've been hearing about today, this is easier said than done, and restoration of this parcel is impeded by multiple factors, including altered hydrology. So we have a picture here where the La Platte River has been dredged and straightened. You can see in many portions of the parcel as well that it has actually been ditched, so fundamental alterations to hydrology. Additionally, invasive species presence, especially reed canary grass, is a real detriment to the survival of both planted and naturally regenerated seedlings. And then, of course, deer browse. So as Gus was talking about, this project began back in 2018 when I worked with Dan Farrell, along with a really amazing team of undergraduate students from UVM, to map much of the unforested parcel of the La Platte Headwaters by vegetation class. And then we conducted a point survey of herbaceous species composition and depth to modeling, and that was stratified by our initial mapping of vegetation class. And we found a significant difference in modeling depth by vegetation class. So here's a box plot of those results with the different colors indicating those different vegetation classes. And then we've got modeling depth in centimeters here on the y-axis. So modeling depth was lowest, indicating a higher seasonal water table for the reed canary grass meadow and the sedge meadow. And it was actually highest for the mixed goldenrod meadow and the goldenrod meadow vegetation classes, indicating a deeper seasonal water table. So based on these results, we designed both a restoration project and an experiment at this site. Gus and the Nature Conservancy planted out over 2,600 trees and shrubs across 13 acres of the La Platte in 2021. And this happened across 4 vegetation classes of the 6 that we had initially mapped. So the vegetation classes selected for planting were those not dominated by reed canary grass, including the goldenrod meadow, mixed aster meadow, mixed goldenrod meadow, and the mixed sedge meadow. Additionally, deer exclosures were constructed at the site, so a total of 97 trees were protected. And these trees were surveyed shortly after planting in 2021, as well as 2 years later in 2023. And at both points of survey, a set of attributes was collected, including the severity of deer browse, ranked from 1 to 5, the vigor, ranked from 1 to 3, and the height, a continuous variable. Here's a look at the distribution of planting stock by species. So you can see that the number of stems really varied quite widely. The dogwoods and shrub willows were planted most heavily, whereas gray birch and chokecherry were planted in quite low numbers. And you'll note here there's good concurrence between the number of trees that were actually planted, based on those records, and the number that observed. So we can proceed to analyze this data with confidence. So the questions we're trying to address in this study, number one, how does deer browse severity vary by species, and how effectively do deer exclosures work to actually reduce the severity of deer browse? Number two, how does deer browse, deer exclosure status, species identity, and vegetation class interact to shape the distribution of planted tree health outcomes in the La Platte Headwaters Town Forest? Number three, given these results, what balance between planting effort and fencing effort is predicted to yield the best result for tree health at the La Platte Headwaters? So to answer these questions, I developed a modeling framework consisting of 3 basic steps. So the first step I took was just to try to model deer browse severity, right? This is a question in and of itself. And the relationships, can you see my mouse? No, okay. The relationship here is between species, deer browse, and deer protection, right? Where species identity and deer protection are the factors that are impacting deer browse. This relationship is also relevant in modeling the change in tree height and tree vigor, right? So if we zoom out to that second question, that's included by the entirety of this dashed box. And here we're dealing with species, deer browse, deer protection, and vegetation class as drivers of tree vitality. And so I built both of these models, and then I used those models to predict tree health outcomes for different theoretical planting scenarios. So here's just some details on the models that I developed. For the sake of time, I'm gonna skim over this, but I'm happy to answer any questions later. So I did use a Bayesian paradigm for analysis. This is flexible, computationally robust, and permits uncertainty with parameter estimates, which is a real benefit when dealing with messy ecological data. So my first model was a cumulative ordinal regression model of deer browse. And I'll just note here, this is an ordinal variable, right? This is not continuous, and so it does require a very specific framework for analysis. For the second model, I used a multivariate generalized linear regression model of both the change in tree height and the change in tree vigor. Now, tree height is continuous. That's pretty simple to model, but again, the change in tree vigor is ordinal, and so has to be modeled as such. Here's a look at the first model results. This is the model of browse severity. You'll be seeing a lot of these bar plots in the next few minutes, so I want to sort of orient you to how to interpret them. So here, the top panel is the actual distribution of observed data in the site. So on the x-axis, we've got the level of deer protection ranging from 0, no deer exclosure, 1, failed exclosure, 2, marginally functioning enclosure, and 3, fully functional enclosure. And then we've got the observed proportion of browse scores on the y-axis. So this is the actual data that was observed, right? And then the bottom panel is the predictions based on the model I developed. So based on my best parameter estimates from the model, I fed those to only the effect variables in that model, and then let it predict the outcome. And what you can see is that the model of deer browse was able to capture the overall patterns present in the data. Specifically, we see a decreasing severity of deer browse with an increasing deer exclosure level of functioning, right? As we'd expect. However, note that the model predictions miss a lot of nuance, right? It does over-predict the severity of browse for unprotected trees. Here's a look at the species effect on browse score. So here we've got the effect estimate on the x-axis and the species on the y-axis. And so the species with a more positive effect are those that were browsed more heavily. So you can see that dogwoods and elms were browsed especially heavily, whereas gray birch and chokecherry and cottonwood were browsed least heavily based on these model results. All right, I'm throwing some more plots your way. Here's a look at the distribution of our 2 response variables. So the top panel here, you'll see the y-axis is the count, and the bottom panel is proportion. And what we're looking at here is the covariation between the change in vigor and the change in height. And this was an important preliminary step in my analysis, right? Because these two response variables are both aspects of tree vitality. Are they telling us exactly the same thing? Turns out, no, they're not. If I calculate the covariance, I get an estimate of about 75%, meaning that 25% of the variation in one is unexplained by the other. And that means that there's enough independent variation to warrant modeling both variables. And you can see that clearly here. So for example, right, as you'd expect, as you have a more positive change in vigor, that also means a more positive change in height. But even some trees that had a change in vigor of 0 or -1 still had a positive height outcome, right? So it really is worth taking into account this nuance. All right, here's a look at the change in tree vigor in relationship to the level of deer browse. So again, we've got the actual pattern in the data on the top panel, and then what was predicted based on my model in the bottom panel. As you'd expect, we see a general pattern of more positive change in vigor with lower browse score. However, the model actually underpredicts the proportion of trees that have a positive change of vigor across all these browse scores, right? You can see that based on, in the bottom panel, you see that light orange color corresponding to a change in vigor of -1. That's taking up much more space than in the actual data. Okay, and now here's a look at the change in tree height in relation to deer browse. And so now we're looking at a response variable, namely tree height, that's continuous. So I can use a violin plot, which is comparable to a box plot, in order to look at the distribution of that variable. So very similar to what we've been looking at already, the distribution of the actual data is shown with these violins here, right? We've got browse severity on the x-axis and the change in tree height on the y-axis. And the model predictions are shown with these black bars, where the black dots represent the medians. So as we'd expect, we see a general pattern of decreasing change in tree height with increasing browse severity, right? As we'd expect. However, there is a funny anomaly here I haven't been able to figure out that I'll just draw your attention to. So trees with a browse score of 0 actually have a more negative change in height than those with a browse score of 1. And this was captured in the model results. I don't have any idea what's up with that. All right, and now here's a look at the change in tree vigor in relation to the level of deer protection. So here, again, we can see a pattern that makes a lot of sense, right? We see the model capturing the pattern of increasingly positive changes in vigor with increasing deer protection, right? Including better responses even in exclosures that have failed completely, right? So that's that deer protection level of 1. The changes in vigor are better than those with an exclosure status of 0, meaning unprotected. However, I'd like to note that this model does overpredict the change in tree vigor for deer exclosures that are marginal and fully functioning, and then actually underpredicts tree vigor for trees that are unprotected, right? So there's a lot of nuance here that these models aren't able to really take into account. Okay, and then again, here's a look at the change in tree height in relation to deer protection. So as we'd expect, the model captures an increasingly positive change in tree height with improving exclosure status. And again, we see that even exclosures that have failed, meaning those exclosures with a status of 1, have a better tree height outcome than unprotected trees. And this is borne out by observational experience at the site that Gus is going to tell you a bit about.
So this is a little side note on deer fence construction. So what we tried, like I think has come up a couple times today already, there was some research by the Stroud Center showing that small space, short fences with small enclosure sizes can repel deer. Oh, sorry. And that suggested like a 30 by 30 fence design. So that's what we did with these deer buster fences, which are on the, I guess that's going to be your left, the as-built. And what we found is that they really did not hold up well. They sagged terribly in the first 2 years. You know, the grass would grow up in them, it would collect the ice and the snow and then just creep the fence down. So by even the first year after they were built, a lot of them were kind of like waist or knee high. But you can see in the photo on the other side there, even the sagging fence is protecting that tree, even though you or I would have no trouble walking over it. And then the other big mechanism of failure was that they would just collapse inwards. And we spent, there are 14 of those, and we spent 10 person days in the first 2 years trying to maintain them. So that probably doubled the cost of the installation of those structures just in the maintenance of the first year alone. So ultimately we rebuilt them with this design, which is using the same posts, but with welded wire cattle panels as the fencing, instead of the like rubberized chicken mesh. And the goal here was to make them, one, require very minimal annual maintenance, but also be able to be moved around the site after the structures had served their purpose, right? So the deer fences only need to get the trees to grow to 6 feet, then you could move them. But there was no way to repurpose that chicken wire of the first fence. So the idea is that these, which actually cost the same as the Deer Busters fence, would have a much greater life cycle, and you could move them around the site in kind of a modular design as you like did more planting.
Okay, I'm going to throw a couple more plots your way before I wrap up. I want to quickly cover the difference that we observed in terms of species effects. So this is the estimate of species effects in terms of the change in tree vigor. So you can see that shrub willow and red osier dogwood had some of the most positive effects, indicating best vigor outcomes, whereas gray birch, winterberry, and red maple showed the most negative responses. And then here's a look at the estimates of species effects on the change in tree height. Here, shrub willow really stands out from the rest, really outperforming all others here by a pretty significant margin, followed by chokecherry and chokeberry. And then if we look down at the bottom here, we can see that eastern cottonwood, gray birch, and oak showed the most negative effects on the change in tree height. Okay, and then a quick look at the estimates of the effects of vegetation class on the change in tree vigor. So here, for the purposes of modeling, the goldenrod meadow has been set at 0, and everything else is shown relative to that. So the change in vigor was actually most positive in the goldenrod meadow because all of the rest of these are negative. So best in the goldenrod meadow, followed by the mixed goldenrod meadow, the mixed aster meadow, and then the mixed sedge meadow. And we see a somewhat comparable pattern in terms of the change in tree height. So again, we see the most positive change in tree height for the goldenrod meadow. However, it is followed by the mixed sedge meadow, but with pretty similar estimates across the mixed goldenrod meadow and the mixed aster meadow. All right, and now I'd like to share with you a bit about the financial feasibility analysis that I completed based on these results. So I did this by taking the overall planting costs of this project, namely $4,500 for deer fencing and $31,800 for planting, and breaking that down into an individual cost per stem. And then I used those numbers to come up with theoretical planting scenarios. So the first one is just the same as what was actually done for reference. The second is if twice as much effort was put into deer fencing, right? So the cost of fencing doubles, and then that corresponding amount is taken out from the cost of planting. And then the third scenario presumes that the effort invested in fencing was actually quadrupled. So approximately half of the money allocated to fencing and half to planting. And then what I did with these theoretical planting scenarios is to hold the proportion of trees in vegetation class and exposure status consistent with what was in the real data, and then create these simulated data sets based on those proportions. And from there, I fed this simulated data first into my model of deer browse, and then took those results and fed them into the model of tree vitality in order to predict the change in tree vitality for these different theoretical planting scenarios. And here's the results. So to orient you, we've got 3 scenarios on the top row. Remember that scenario 1 is equivalent to the actual data, and it's included here for the purposes of assessing how close my model predictions actually are to the observed distribution of planting outcomes, right? So you can compare that by looking at the difference between the numbers in the first column and the numbers in the second column. So you can see that the simulations based on the actual planting data significantly over-predict both the proportion and number of trees that decline and under-predict the maintain and improve responses, as well as the change in tree height. And this is consistent with model performance overall. So knowing that these models do provide only a rough approximation of the patterns present in the data, we can proceed to interpret the theoretical planting scenarios. So overall, we see that increasing allocation of funds for deer fencing and decreasing allocation of funds for planting stocks is predicted to result in both a higher proportion and absolute numbers of positive health outcomes in the La Platte headwaters. So for example, let's take a look at the difference in the improve responses. So here we're looking at the second to last row between scenario 1 and scenario 3. We see an increase from 3.8% to 16.5%. And we see a corresponding decrease in the percentage of decline from 96% to 83%. And lastly, I'll just note that knowing these models really do underpredict tree performance, the benefit of allocating half of the available funds to fencing would likely have a much more positive impact than is documented here. All right, so to summarize what I've shared with you today, deer browse is unsurprisingly driven by deer protection and species identity. We saw that dogwoods and elms were browsed most heavily. Interestingly, we also documented that exclosures work really well. So even when failed, browse severity is lower than for trees that were never fenced. A question for me is whether this is due to a legacy effect, right? Is it that the exclosures were functioning for a time prior to failing, and that is why the trees are doing better? Or do failed deer exclosures continue to deter deer? The second conclusion is that the change in tree vitality is driven by species and deer impact, and there is a subtle signature of vegetation class as well. Shrub willow exhibited the most positive change in height and vigor. It was browsed less heavily, but I suspect that the unique physiological attributes of shrub willow have a lot to do with this. So it's capable of vegetative propagation, it's great at growing in saturated soils, it has good nutrient uptake. All of this probably contributed to its success. I also want to note that dogwoods performed quite well despite being heavily browsed, and that seems really worth knowing for riparian restoration projects. Additionally, we found that trees did best in the goldenrod meadow vegetation type. And this is a vegetation class where the proportion of reed canary grass is less than 12.5%. Additionally, the soils are relatively drier. So perhaps one or both of these factors contributed to better tree health outcomes. And then additionally, the results of this financial feasibility analysis demonstrated that spending less money on planting stock and more money on fences is likely to result in the best outcomes. So there's both strong quantitative and observational evidence to support this conclusion. So to wrap up, these data are very messy, and the models that I've built provide only reasonable approximations of the real world patterns. There's many potential factors that impact tree vitality that are not included, including soil moisture, rodent browse, distance from forest edge, and spatial autocorrelation. That was something I was able to integrate for the model of deer browse, but I didn't have the computational power to include it for the model of tree vitality. Additionally, something I've spent a lot of time thinking about is that this really represents a balance between experimentation and restoration, right? Where both of these goals are important. And it has resulted in some limitations for the current analysis. So only 97 trees were fenced, meaning that My conclusions are based on a very small sample size relative to the trees that weren't fenced. Luckily, Bayesian stats is very good at overcoming those kinds of low sample sizes, but still worth noting. Additionally, there were low numbers of many species planted, and there in particular, I wonder if there's a potential bias in parameter estimates. For example, gray birch performed quite poorly based on model results, but the sample size is so low that this could reflect a random chance rather than the species actually being unsuitable. Additionally, no trees were planted in vegetation classes where reed canary grass is dominant. And while this makes a lot of sense from a perspective of restoration, it does limit our ability to draw conclusions about the impact of competition with reed canary grass on trees. And so I'm left with the question of how best to optimize this balance for future projects. All right, I'd like to acknowledge extensive support from the town of Heinsberg, funding from the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation, Dan Farrell, who really got this project started and is now working as an assistant ecologist for Fish and Wildlife. Grace Glynn, who's now the state botanist, was instrumental in the initial surveys, as well as many different undergraduate students in both 2018 and 2019 that made the initial phase of this work possible. Thanks, happy to take any questions.
I'm interested in your observation that the ones planted in the goldenrod did the best, because I hear a lot of anecdotal concern that goldenrod is allelopathic and that trees that are planted in goldenrod don't do well. And I don't have, I mean, I've been out in the field a lot. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. So I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, that's a great question. The results of these models are pretty clear in terms of showing better tree performance in the goldenrod meadow vegetation classes. That said, the data for herbaceous species composition on these models is coarser than the scale of individual tree survivorship. So this is based on mapping polygons, right? And then trees planted within those. So we don't actually have point estimates of species composition to directly compare. So it seems like a good preliminary finding that warrants additional investigation.
You had more than one dogwood species, but didn't you? Which dogwood did well?
So different dogwoods performed differently in terms of change in vigor and change in height. But red osier definitely stood out. And here, let me just go back to the species effects. Okay, so here's the change in tree vigor. We see red osier dogwood second best, and then we've got silky dogwood down here. Gray dogwood not doing so great in terms of change in tree vigor. And then here's the change in tree height. We've got gray, silky, and red osier. So overall better in terms of tree vigor than tree height. In terms of saying which dogwood did the best, I guess we would say red osier stands out based on the change in vigor.
Okay, that's a upside down world for me, but it's interesting. It's the opposite of what we see, that they basically stay bonsai'd forever and don't go anywhere, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I think, you know, individual sites and restoration projects at different sites are going to have so many different factors driving tree survivorship. So I'd be interested to learn more about what the differences are there.
I might have missed this at the beginning of the presentation, but I'm wondering if you could talk a bit about your methods in determining what tree and shrub species you used in the study at this specific site with these soil conditions.
Yeah, so Gus would be able to probably address this more, but I think overall my understanding is that we chose a suite of species that could be expected to be present in riverine floodplain forests. And think that was the main criterion, but Gus, would you like to say anything else about that? Yep.
Should be
Yeah, here.
They were informed by the, oh, sorry, that's really loud. Informed by the species guides in the wetland, woodland, wildland, based on what we thought natural communities should be on site based on the soil conditions. Thank you.
Was there any other maintenance or I guess pre-site treatment done other than the exclusion fencing?
I think there was a very minimal amount of herbicide applied, but it was so minimal that I ended up leaving it out of the models entirely. Do you have any other information on that, Gus? Okay. Yep. So I'll just repeat that: 1 year of glyphosate around each tree at a 4-foot radius.
We maybe have time for one more question, or we can move on to the next section. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, awesome. We'll maybe move on, Sean. Thank you.
Okay, we've got another very short break, maybe 5 minutes, and then we'll all convene again here for the final session. And again, I had planned on a long and hopefully not too arduous discussion about what we should do going from here. But again, I feel like it's been kind of a long day. I think we can get a few snacks. Talk a little bit. I would like a little, to spend maybe, just, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes. I've got some Post-it notes you guys can write ideas on, and we can stick them on poster boards. But otherwise, I'd rather not have a scheduled and, facilitated discussion. So I think once we get the other group in, we can sit back down again and just have a brief conversation about that and a tree quiz. And then we can, just, relax and, stay, leave, whatever after that. Okay, thank you. Okay, we can, if you, I really appreciate all of you for sticking around. And we'll spend this little short bit of time looking at, just getting some feedback from you as to what the partnership can do to support everyone's work. But I think first I'll go ahead and do the tree quiz because as people sort of, filter out, and they might not be able to take it. And I'm getting the impression that this is a little bit weird for everybody, but anyway, I still think it's a good thing to do. People talk about decolonization as being, an act of resistance. Starting to call, like the Winooski River, for example, it was used to be called the Onion River or the French River. At some point, I'm not sure exactly when, somebody decided to bring the native name, the indigenous name back to Winooski. And I'm really glad that happened, that we started calling it the Winooski rather than the French River or the Onion River. So I'm kind of hoping that we can maybe start calling white pine kua, just for fun, and just, I don't know, see if it sticks. I've got one more tree name to go over, and then we can take the quiz. I think we missed one too that I'll take off the quiz. So anyway, so in addition to Mosey as being the name for a suffix that means tree, sometimes you'll see the other suffix is aqua, and that's also means wood or tree. So like we would say basswood, they would say aqua for the wood part, aqua. So an example is this one. Let's see if this is my favorite. So you might not be able to hear, but there's this aqua at the end. So this is Cococaqua. Balsam fir. So that. So it's got that aqua, then that's wood or tree. And then the cocoa part comes from cocoa has, which is an onomatopoetic word. And I'm wondering if anybody might make a guess. What is the Cococaqua? What is that? What would be the name, or what would be the onomatopoetic word that would describe this tree? Any guesses? I'll try to make the sound. Cococaqua. So it means owl. So, and if any of you know a little bit about barred owls, they like to nest in conifers. And so this was called the owl tree. And then there's see if I can get the. Okay. So the quiz, you can just say it in your head if you want to, or you can try, see if how many of these you remember. Abasi. This one was the hardest one. That's the hardest one for me to remember. The material that's used, to make baskets and things is masqua. And Moses, of course, is anybody remember this one? I thought this was the easiest. This is the one that after lunch. And I mentioned this in the nursery room. Coos County in New Hampshire is named, the name Coos comes from the Kua. So Coos County is actually White Pine County. We didn't do this one. This is Wince, the yellow birch. Wince. And then. Okay, those are credits for the pictures and the recording. If you're interested in learning these names, there's a really nice little video that the recording comes from, and there's several other trees that I didn't include. But if you Google Abenaki tree name video, it'll come up, and you can practice on your own. Thank you for being patient with me about this. I had a good time putting that together, and it's I guess languages are an interest of mine. So, okay. So next, I would like to get your feedback. And the way I thought I would do it is I've got a bit of poster board with different ideas that I had about that I gleaned from the meeting last year. This is some categories of things that came up as being needs that people had, and so what I've done is written, sort of summarize those into some categories. And what I'd like to do is just I'll read them off and then ask Michelle and Anna and Jill, who've been really great helping me in this meeting. I really appreciate your help. While I can veg out and they would do things, and it was great. So one is nursery support, and we've been having these nursery roundtable meetings, and I have a little bit of an idea of what is needed, but I included nursery support for those of and this can also be like from planting groups who want to like, what do you need from the nurseries to do your work? So anything nursery related. And maybe what I'll do is get you guys to, so we'll just put these out around the tables, and then they'll also give you Post-it notes, and you can write down your ideas. And then they'll also give you just little orange stickers. And if whatever is on here is just something that you generally support, you can put just a little sticker saying that, yes, this is something that I need. The next one is identifying funding opportunities or providing feedback to funders. Promoting communication between organizations, either info exchange, best practices, sort of knowing, just being more aware of what other groups are doing. This one is improving restoration outcomes. So I'm imagining this as being, either, more sort of a collection of all the monitoring that people are doing into some sort of general, conclusion about what practices are working, or else a continued research that's needed. Training and mentoring opportunities for staff. General community and landowner education and outreach. So what I'm imagining here is that that the partnership as a whole could come up with some sort of education and outreach program that would, so that we could get landowners reaching out to the planting groups, or rather than us having to go out to them. I think that's always been one of the limiting factors in terms of getting a lot of this work done, is finding willing landowners. So maybe if we had a concerted effort all together, then we could get them reaching out to us. And then there's an other. Okay, and then the last thing I have is while you're, at some point, before you leave, if you could do a meeting evaluation, you can use your phone, get the QR code. I'll also send out a reminder tomorrow, but you might as well just do it now, get it over with. Then you can ignore that email tomorrow, and you'll feel really good about yourself. So thank you all for coming. I really appreciate you all being here. I always love to hear all of the bits and conversations that are going on during this meeting. And I really appreciate you being here in person. I think it makes a difference when we're all together. There's just a much more free exchange of ideas. So thank you so much.